Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Roach Crossing October 2025 Bugapalooza. Got a different shirt on today. I got 2 different materials to see which gave me less chafing and looked a little more stylish. I think I'm a fan of whatever it's a Nike, whatever with the new logo on it and whatnot. So we'll see how this one fares today. And hello, let's say a good hello to everybody. King Campy's here, Lizard Beans, Charlie Bug. I gotta go spam the link. I'm gonna spam this link in chat, etc. Everyone, Shazam! Bidding begins. I'll put it there. Put it in here. Add everyone. Begins and hashtag bid central, and we link that. First and foremost, I'd like to take a moment to thank JoJo and Chris Snyder for helping to save the Roach Forum. In fact, I haven't visited it since. Oh, it looks a little different now. And I would ask everybody that let's try to breathe just a little breath of fresh air into the Roach Forum. If you could, you win some cool roaches in the stream, and you get them in. If you could go to the Roach Forum and just maybe make a post about it somewhere, and just give it a little bit of a little breath of fresh air. Looks like there hasn't been much posting since maybe early September, and that's a crying shame. And I'm guilty as well. I have gone my own path with the roaches taking over my life, but alas, with running the business and Discord and all the other obligations, I haven't been much of a forum person, even though it's just kind of the way the world is right now. So we're gonna just do a link. We're gonna pin a link to the pin a Discord link so that people can find it. And let's see, invite people. Make this a permanent linky. Generate a new link. We're gonna pin that in here. And I would ask. I'll link the Roach Forum thing. Maybe go make a post. You got a picture. Find somewhere to start a thread. Just do a little something there. Let's take a moment to welcome everybody who's here. I gotta scroll up in the list. We got Lizard Beans, and how do I do this? Zem Monkey, Charlie Bug, Lydia Oldham, LC, Cryptid Exotics, Exotic Wilderness, Kevin Santiago, Joseph Tavir, Tennyson's here as well, EDC Geek. Monsoon has allowed me to make it here. I saw, Tennyson, you guys are going through some crazy weather right now. Kind of wish that was us. It's been so dry the last 2 months. Sparkle Boy says, hey, Adam Hawks. Wow, we got a lot of people here already. I love to see that. Again, just if you could, somebody make a post on the Roach Forum. You win something here. Show it off there. I like the announcements. Roach Forum will never die. And JoJo is now an admin in there. And Chris, so JoJo is now in charge of all the machinations, the hosting, whatever stuff for Roach Forum and whatnot. And Chris was also there. Chris I think said he didn't really do all that much, but he was at least involved with figuring things out. So there we are. And this will remain an ad-free space, and we can use more ads or mods or admins on the Roach Forum. I guess contact JoJo to get get up on that if you want to. But anyways, maybe I'll go on over there and make some posts and whatnot. Eric Maddie says maybe mention some of the sale items for this morning. A couple roaches you'll be showing. We got a lot of roaches. I tried to bring as everything that I could. A lot of my colonies are booming right now. Not everything though. Some stuff pulled out of the slump of near death about 10-ish months ago. Like my Blabrus colossus, or I don't know what exactly I did wrong. It could have just been saving them out of the death spiral, and now they got to rebound, but they were not. All three of them weren't doing so hot. So you won't see those here. My Giganteus did their upcycle, downcycle, and I'll probably have a ton of those around November. It's just kind of how it goes with them. But these other guys, different story. This is too much rain from OG Original Gecko. Sparkle, is there a way I can keep up with your roach collections that you sell? Discord is the best way. There's so much stuff going up for grabs today that is not listed on my website. Mention on Roach Forum. How are the thorax doing? So many questions, so many roachy questions today. The thorax are doing well. They're rebounding, I imagine, probably November-ish. There'll be a lot of them. I checked, and there's quite a few adult females, so they baby boomed like this the last 2 years at this time after a slump through the winter or spring. Spring is hard on a lot of stuff, I've noticed. Someday Kyle will get his site updated, yes, but for now, we got to make money. Somebody's got to keep the lights on and the heaters turned on. Charlie says I'm more optimistic than you are. Again, all the hard data is put in. I finished all of that for the collection as it was last year. It's just writing the flavor text. I'm putting my heart and soul into that because I am not doing AI slop. So, anyways, without further ado, let's hop on into things. And there's a couple of giveaways scattered throughout here. We got that going on as always. It is the Bugapalooza auction and giveaway. And then there's the more element, which seems to be me being convinced to drink, might be the more element. So let's start off with a group of 30 Regala Cappuccina starting bid $1. This is my ancient stock that came from Matt K. I got to open up my Excel document. Whoops. I could get the old Excel, the old spicy Excel sheet going on here. There we are. All right. And what did I do? Why did it clear all of my formatting? Okay. I don't like that. Why? I just want to change the color of the things, and it's undoing. Can I just unclick that? I don't understand. It makes me upset. Oh well. Anyways, also I will reiterate that sorting things and getting ready for shipping is a breeze with the new system, and I could even see if I don't run out of packing supplies and whatnot, and really printing the labels and coordinating in emails is going to be the longest part. But I could see everything getting out by Thursday if everything went smoothly Wednesday or Thursday. We stand an anti-AI king. Blessed for no AI. Kyle off to a great start. All right, we got a lot of people who want some cappuccinos. Here our photo gallery bot doesn't seem to be working. We're gonna grab some pictures off of my website for cappuccino. Maybe I'll just outsource all the image production and whatnot at some point, instead of being a stickler for it and just focus on the Instagram for my stuff and just outsource everything, including the uploads, maybe to an enthusiastic party. What a good classic image of Regala Cappuccino from when I was definitely living at my parents' house and was not producing my own substrates yet. There's the cocoa fiber in the background, which works fine for a lot of things, especially for a lot of roaches. TJ can attest to that too. So Willie says, would my bugs be fine to pick up at the Taylor show? Will they not make it? They'll be fine. Everything's getting good husbandry and doing pretty well in the cups. And I have to say, I'm so suspicious because I feel like I have not seen any forward flies like anywhere in my house in my collection for like 2 or 3 weeks. And it's very weird, and I'm not sure what to think of it, and I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that. But anyways, so we got the roaches don't get peas. That's too high class for them. So we get dog food and apples. You either get dog food or apple. Two types of people. Alan says, God, I wish that were me. All right, here's an X for the group of Ergola cappuccinos. Sparkle says, I'm not sure how to turn on captions. I'm new to the roach hobby, so I don't recognize every roach, but I know a few. I'll try to work some common names into things. The problem is the further down the roach hole we go, the fewer common names there are or should be. It's what are we going to call like Leuci hormetica species from the Colombia. What we don't even know what the actual ID is, and even when we do know an ID, sometimes we're wrong. So, all right, going once on the Ergola cappuccino group. Going twice. Sold. To Herplink with a winning bid of 29. Herplink, our first blood on Roach Day. 29 to Herplink. Okay, what we got up next here? All right, we have one of the most roach of roaches. We have 40 Simplici Incuriosa starting bid $1. One of the roaches that I have never actually sold any of. They only go in swaps or when they're put up for auction. It's the most roach of all time, as we can say. There's nothing particularly crazy or interesting about them. It's just they're just little guys. 10 exotic wilderness jumping in here. Oh, that transparency. It doesn't look too bad. Oh, except for, is that an artifact or shine? Oh, that's the leg, and then the shadow is not isolated. One day I'll get better at photography, maybe. I don't know. That's not a priority for me. One day I will get even better at keeping tons of roaches as easily and productively as possible. That's a more realistic goal. Social pyramid with bugs is crazy. My roaches love penis. It's P-NESS. The monkey says, Taylor, sure. Remember that Taylor has a new album out now. I can't hear this roach's name without wanting coffee. I got some coffee here for today. Alan says, I'm starting to hate those because they're escaping into other roach enclosures. The Incuriosa. Sparkle says, how do I order roach from you? I should be picking up one or hopefully two sometime next week. Send an email, and I'm not going to be doing standard orders for at least a week. I got to get through all these auction things first, so be prepared for a wait. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Here's an X for the Simploki Incuriosa. I think TJ said we actually have locality data for this stock. I think it's from South Africa. I have to ask TJ. So I've had these quite a while as well, and again, they're just kind of dudes, just kind of do their thing. I remember at some point they were in like a medium-sized deli cup, and that was my whole colony. It was on its way out. All right, going once. A lot of interest, actually. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621. Mad Dog 4621 getting the group of Simplici and Curiosa and single-handedly ending Exotic Wilderness's life. 26. Mad Dog with your first blood at this auction. Okay. All right. TJ's probably got pictures of these. We got 30 Aranavega species, Rodeo, New Mexico, starting bid of $1. Mad Dog about to be a dead dog. Species Rodeo, New Mexico. I should look up, see if TJ's got pictures. Aranavega, Rodeo, New Mexico, invertebrate dude. Oh, yes, he does. Rodeo. There's the Animas ones. Where's the rodeos? From underneath the pylons in the little public park. Socorro. That looks like rodeo. All right. Oh yeah, hubba hubba. Let's just screen cap this whole thing. TJ won't mind. TJ will not mind. Thank you, photo gallery. Here you go. Here's a male and female. These are collected in a little children's playground in rodeo. That's actually really good for looking for bugs. The last time I was there with all the rain that Arizona had, it was just teeming with flowers, and there were apparently some rare bumblebees out. Thank you. Lots of pictures, actually, surprisingly. Here's an X for the Aranavega species rodeo. TJ might have a more approximated ID for them, but we got to send them off to Heidi eventually. All right, going once on the Aranavega species rodeo, New Mexico. Going twice. Sold. To JFell80 with a winning bid of 31. JFell80, winning bid of 31. Let's see, you guys need anything? A little moist in here, they'll be all right though. They got plenty of stuff. They'll be good. She'll be right. You'll be right, mate. Okay, next up we have a group of 150 para Temnopteryx couloniana, one of our few representatives of Australian roaches in culture. This is a cavernaculous species, a cave dweller, like many of us are at times or have been known to be. What Aranavega would do best with P. bolivari? People wanting B. asahini. TJ Zen Monkey said his locality stock at the Simplicity. I think quite a few Aranavega would work best with them. Tonkawa might be near the top of that list. Lydia says, hey guys, out of curiosity, anybody know what some of the best well-breeding small roaches are good for feeder insects? I keep I'm looking for small species that breed readily. You actually, these Paratemnopteryx are really good for that. Speak of the devil, these are a really good feeder species. They breed pretty quickly. It's I've learned over time it's higher humidity species, and I give them lots of wood pellets and rotting wood material in their substrate, and it really seems to help them to really thrive and get to good numbers. So I recommend these, and they also it's a species that will take cooler conditions as well. It's always been a pro of Paratemnopteryx, so something to keep in mind. Tess asking at the rodeo Aranavega CF10X. Again, TJ's probably assigned something to them, but for now I just have them at the location information. We got some good interest here in these Paratemnopteryx. We likey that. Here's an X. Whoop, almost knocked my coffee over. That could have been of the disastrous sort. Here's an X. We've got some big interest in the 150 Paratemnopteryx. There's a couple of adults in here, and other than that, there will be many adults pretty soon if you set them up and just take basic care of them. All right, going once on the Paratemnopteryx couloniana. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Chris Sniper. I'm control Ring though. Let's see. I'm going to control R. Chris Sniper getting a bid of 56 in there. Almost put Chris Snooper. Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 56 before the counter bids popped up. Lag is not my friend. 56 to Chris Sniper. Okay. And I gave them a piece of dog food, and you can see they're already going after it. You see right there. It's a lot of roaches. There's a couple of groups where it's like that is a lot of roaches. Okay, we have something that was once very uncommon and is now is significantly more common than it was. We have 40 Hemiblabra tenebricosa, Elliott Key, Florida, starting bid of $1. This is our confirmed Hemiblabra tenebricosa stock that we did not have. I think 3 years ago was when we got this. I think it was 3 years ago. Maybe it was 2 years ago. And now they have become a mainstay. Chris, no swiping. Thank you, Exotic Wilderness, for that commentary. We like to see that. The commentary, live commentary. So here's these. I think over time that these will become a more popular. These will become a popular feeder roach in Florida because I think people have an easier time propagating these than they do discoids, and so I could easily see within the next 5 to 10 years these becoming a mainstay for people to use as feeders in Florida over discoids. So lovely roaches. We have 3 Hemiblabra in culture in the U.S. Alan says, highly recommend paddling to Elliott Key. Sparkle Boy says, am I supposed to email? How do I contact you? I don't mean to annoy you, just making 100% that I'm getting roaches I want. Yeah, you email me, roachcrossing@gmail.com. I'm taking care of auction winners first, so it's going to expected to be at least a week from now, at least, before you get a reply for a standard order. Lizard Bean says, can they climb? Nope, no climbing, no flying. I almost wonder if you could feed them entirely wood pellets and they would be fine. So, all right, well, we'll look at this. I'll put an X here to get these guys going. All right, we've got a little bit more interest in them. Again, we've some people worked very hard. I'm going to find the meme. I'll post the meme and then I'll close this out. Where's my meme folder? The modern meme. Where is it? Maybe I pinned it. I must have pinned it somewhere. We'll wrap this up as soon as I find the meme. It's gonna be in the meme den. Look for my pinned memes. We've got a lot of Kyle memes here. Maybe I pinned it in general. Where did I pin this? That meme must be somewhere. Where is the meme for this very situation with the tenebricosa? Does anybody know where the Doge Roach meme went to? Huh, maybe I did not pin it. Bizarre. Anyway, so I'll have to find it and dig it up later and put it out there. All right, going once on the tenebricosa group. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621 with a winning bid of 45. To Mad Dog. Mad Dog is here. Beware. 45 winning bid from Mad Dog. And you guys are good. You got plenty of food in there too. Okay, we are going through this today. Okay, next up we have when whoever wins this, just make sure you open it inside of the enclosure. Just dump it in, basically. That's your only choice. All right, 50 Gyna Lyrida starting bid of $1. Just the standard wild species stock, not the yellows, just the standards. And there's probably more than 50 in here, but don't bother trying to. You just dump this into the container you want to be infested with Gyna Lyrida and go from there. Even just opening this up, it's opening a can of worms. Like maybe you can see some of the activity going on in there, and this whole cup is just writhing with it. It might even be more appropriate to say that there's 100 in here. However, I dare not to check such things. It would be dangerous to open this as is in this situation. Open inside your living room. It'll be funny. Zen Monkey says you need to train your AI on your Discord and YouTube channel. Tennyson says one of our train tracks is down because the tracks literally fell out of place. That's scary. That's a derailment just waiting to happen. That's more likely to derail than me in a bug husbandry conversation. That's what that is. All right, here's an X for the big group of Gyna Lyrida. Again, abandon all hope, ye who dump this into a non-permanent container. All my Gyna are finally doing well, except which one's the odd one out? The yellows are still recovering, but God willing, in 4 months I will have broken the curse of having happy Gyna colonies except for one, because now everything's thriving except for the yellows, but they are coming back. They are on their way back, guys. All right, going once on the Gyna Lyrida. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Roppongi with a winning bid of 46. Roppongi. Winning bid of 46. Okay. Congrats on your first blood at this at the Bugapalooza, Roppongi, something like that. Something. Okay. How you guys doing? I see lots of little poops. It looks like you guys are probably eating the paper towel in here. Sometimes you can be so lucky, and it is like that, where the roaches are eating the paper towel. Same with the isopods, and I guess with everything. At some point, stuff does start eating the paper towel. Somebody says, "Put some big boys up." Maybe we gotta do due process here. We got all kinds of stuff today. We got all day. At least 12 hours of roaches, basically. 40 Tagulablata species, Okinawa, starting bid of $1. This is a good tiny feeder species. I think TJ's become very fond of Tagulablata lately. And we have at least 2 species in culture. Zen Monkey says, don't count it. Just trust him. He counted right, I'm sure. Maybe you do want to count it. Then you'll know the Blotella asahina eye pain. Vagina, says Lizard Beans. Tennyson says, still think you beat the train in that scenario. That's funny about deroiling. Exotic Willis says, I think I killed those Drosera, Kyle. Maybe, or they could just be going dormant for the year. And as I understand it, Drosera are not terribly, the Michigan Drosera are not terribly long-lived. Like there'll be times where the water level goes up and they're more abundant. And then when the water level goes down, they'll just disappear. All the plants will die and they'll just set seed. Cryptid Exotic says about black beetle mimics. Question and Domino, brother. Oh yeah, we got all kinds of stuff coming up. Lizard Bean says, anytime you say tiny roach, my interest is piqued. I've had good luck keeping these with just tossing them in with a hisser, and they're the right size and behavior and whatnot that they just blend in. You can keep a bunch of different species with them as well. And only, if I recall correctly, only the winged morphotype, the fully winged morphotype adults can climb. All the nymphs and the Apterus or Brachypterus adults cannot climb. And TJ and I got to work on getting that bred out because they'd be a great great tiny feeder if you could get them to be all non-climbing like that. So, ooh, I got some interest. Here's an X for the tagalobladas. Again, just toss them in with something else if you're concerned, and only worry about it if you intend on getting other species of tagaloblada in the future, so you don't end up mixing them with other species accidentally if you have the winged form escape or something. All right, going once on the tagaloblada species Okinawa. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 42 beans. Coming in to scoop up these Taglablada. Blado Beans. Is he buying beans? Okay. We're going through some quirky stuff first. This is just how I tried to randomize the stacks to get a good mix of things, but we just so happen to be going through the smaller quirky stuff first. So next up we have 30 Asia Blada Chiotensis, starting bid of $1. Asia Blada Chiotensis used to be considered a species of Parcoblada, and I keep these on 2-3 inches of hydrated hardwood pellets, medium airflow, and I feed them a mango fruit jelly and a piece of dog food every like 4 weeks, and they do God's work in there basically. And there's some pieces of bark too stacked up, and the bark stays dry, but the hardwood pellet substrate stays moist throughout, and it forms this little matrix. So when I look in there, there's a lot of them just crawling around through the woody matrix in the bottom there. But I used to have problems with these when I first got them. They had entomophagus fungus problems. Haven't had any problems in like a year and a half or 2 years with any of that, and they're just consistently doing well for me. So I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of dog food. I'll give you just a little piece. Oh no, I don't have to. Look at this. There's something very aesthetic about this. You see this apple piece here. Also, these can't climb as nymphs. Only the adults can climb smooth surfaces. How it's got like this sort of honeycomb look to it because they've been nibbling on it and hollowing it out and stuff. That does something good for my brain. That gives me a little bit of the oxytocin or the little serotonin, whatever the best brain feelsies are. All right, here's an X for the Asia Blata. I suppose you could probably toss these in with something else too. They might do well with like an Archimandrita or something like that. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 18. Hawks A1 winning bid of 18, beating out Mad Dog and Orang Mango. Getting a good deal on these guys, I should say as well. Okay. All right, we're getting into something more substantially sized. We have a group of 40 Bursatria Rothai, starting bid of $1. 40 Bursatria Rothai Roths, giant burrowing roach, starting bid of $1. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Who's saying some things? Tagloblad in general are great microfeeders, says Tennyson. Feed them to my gonatodes and spheros. Crap, Blado Beans is awake, said Zed Monkey. Ooh, gonatodes, those are kind of pretty looking little guys. I kind of thought I was a gecko person for a while, but I'm realizing I'm really more of a skink person. I'm more of a skink and a gomid person. I'm really loving my Kenyan zebra skinks. I love them so much. They come up and they eat from my fingers. I can pet them and I pick them up. And I love that. Chris, do your thing and scare bladder beans away. How do hydrated hardwood pellets differ from moist sawdust? That's the key. So if you fill a container with the hardwood pellets and you completely submerge them in water and they soak it all up, instead of getting all compacted into like a layer of stuff. It forms this matrix, like a kind of like a spongy almost, and that allows for small nymphs to go down and through. It increases the surface area of stuff, so you get more fungal growth, more airflow, more stuff like that. So instead of just being, again, just a compacted layer, it makes a matrix when you just let those hardwood pellets expand upwards like that. So that's the difference there. That's one of those things where you can tell people almost exactly what you did. Say, well, I put hardwood pellets in this container and I moist hardwood pellets, and they could do that and think, okay, I hydrate them outside of the bin and I mix it all up and then I put it in the bin and I push it down, and that's what this person did. But there's subtlety to all of these things, and it's figuring out what some of that stuff is, that helps. Australian skinks are great too. I was looking at Gidgee skinks and some of those things that I really do like them. If I got them, I wouldn't get the standard ones. I would get one of the crazy expensive species because it would be a better investment, and I would enjoy them even more if I knew that they were, that putting time and effort into them would be less of a, well, it's not a waste because I enjoy interacting with like something like the Gidgee skeeks, but it'd be more worthwhile for me to get one of those more rarer species, but the price tag on them is just very scary right now. But I have considered that, and just getting a blue tongue too, but we'll see what happens. I really am extracting lots of enjoyment out of the Kenyans at the moment. Peter's banded skinks are awesome. Yeah, I'm waiting for some cheap imports of those to come in to try and get some as well. Zemmogi says, sounds like we need to plan another care guide update in a year or two. Knowledge marches on. Are the Taglablata humid or dry? Seems like the middle of that, honestly. And Dennis says, is that what you've been using in isopod bins? No, I've been using my yard compost and the live white rot in those. We got a lot of people here wanting some Rothai, so I'll put an X up for those, for the Versatria Rothais going on there. Can't wait to get a breeding pair of milk snakes eventually. Need to talk to Kim. My heart has been dead set on for my red, black, and yellow milk snake fix has been set on pure locality Pueblans for a while now. So I found somebody who does work with locality stock, like from zoos and whatnot, and so I'm going to be getting a group of 2.2 over the next couple of years from that person and going from there. I really like my Pueblans. A lot of people say they're nervous and all this stuff, but I just found they like to be held more. Like, you get them out and they don't feel comfortable like free handling, like, maybe like a garter, or how a corn or a boa would like wrap around you to feel secure. Like they don't take that initiative. They freak out because they want to be like held. They need more like of what they call that, thigmotaxis. Thigmotaxis is a behavioral response to tactile stimuli. There is a word that explains like animals that like to be. Thigmotaxis, the act of snuggling or cuddling to achieve the outcome of reducing anxiety. They like more of a grab almost to feel comfortable, and I don't know, that just struck me as kind of endearing with them. All right, going once on the Rothai. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle with a winning bid of 51. Barnacle is awake. Barnacle and a couple other people have quite the piles forming. I've actually had to move them out of the main sorting area because they're taking up some space. Let's see. Do you Rothais need any? You guys need anything? You look pretty good. We'll give you one piece of dog food. You guys can do that. There we go. And very few deaths of anything in the cups. I haven't had to pick anything out yet except for like one Aranavega, and I can't always rule out that it wasn't one that was already on its way out prior to being packed up. Okay. Next up, we'll give you guys a piece of dog food also. For those of you who wonder about dog food, let me list these Varicosa first, and then we'll go on to that. 40 Lukey Hormetica Varicosa US hobby stock, starting bid of $1. For those of you who are curious about dog food, somebody asked low sodium dog food, low whatever. Folks and fellas, and all my Coachellas out there, this is peak dog food for my purposes. This disgusting dry brown kibble that looks completely nutritionally inert. This is peak roach dog food, in my opinion. I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly what all they put into it, how much of it's grain, how much of it is a roadkill and China manufacturing lead and all that other stuff. I don't know. But what I do know is that this powers my roach collection. The closer you get to this dry, bland, it smells like there's maybe that's part of it. It smells like there's probably a lot of like sawdust added in this, honestly. So this is peak dog food for me. This has worked for, I think I switched over to this from kind of randomly picking dog food right around when I moved in here, so around 2017, because it was so dirt cheap at Menards. It's the Country Squire, not even the high pro, just the low, whatever, regular cheap. It used to be cheaper. It was $20 for a 50-pound bag or a 60-pound bag. Now it's $30 for a 50-pound bag. And it powers all of my roaches and some of my isopods. Grain, roadkill, and lead. Got it. Peak brand. Yeah, but what is the dog food? Where do you get it? Yeah, it's from Menards. You basically, if you can, here's what I feel is a good advice for finding the equivalent of this, is go to your local big box chain, like a place that really probably doesn't have any moral business selling like animal care products, like not Home Depot, Myers, Walmart. I don't know what else is there outside of here. I was thinking West Coast. I want to say Jack in the Box, but that's nowhere in like big department store. Go somewhere that shouldn't be selling dog food and look for the biggest bag of the cheapest, crappiest, Old Roy, whatever, and see if you can if the contents of it get you close to just this disgusting, bland-looking, odorless, flavorless kibble. And that seems to be the best for roaches, has been my experience. Food for less Albertsons. I'm pretty sure it's just a mixture of sawdust, super well decayed farm animal. Yeah, it could just be could be whole ground up dairy cows mixed with sawdust, mixed with like some industrial waste aftermath of like iron and whatever they think dogs need to not die. So anyways, that's my lesson on roach husbandry for today. One of many. Here's an X for the Varicosa US hobby. And it works. It just works, and it gets moldy and roaches eat it. It stays dried out and roaches eat it. And crickets love it too. That's the other thing. Grylus really seem to like it. So that's why I believe it's probably waste grain heavy. It's probably got a sawdust element to it. And again, it's probably got some like meat scraps, whatever they call those, whatever the legalese term is that's okay to use for like all the parts of the animal they don't want for human or other purpose consumption, ground up into a mystery paste and then preserved for decades in some giant mega freezer somewhere or something like that. I have no idea. Animal meal or whatever. So, all right, going once on the Lukey Hormetica Varicosa US hobby stock. Going twice. Sold. to D Great Hyper Carry with a winning bid of 47. To D Great Hyper Carry, winning bid of 47 from D Great. D Great Hyper Carry. Okay. All right, next up, somebody was asking for some big guys. We got some big fellows here. Give them 2 pieces of dog food. Why did Mom give you 2 pieces of dog food? We have a group of 30. Elliptorina, Levi got a starting bid of $1. This is the basement hobbyist stock that brought them back to U.S. culture. Let's see what are people saying. I wonder how good vegan dog food would work. I bet that roaches hate it. I bet a lot of stuff will just hate it. It doesn't have that extra stank to it, like not a literal stank, a metaphorical stank that the low quality stuff has. I take it doesn't overdose roaches on protein. Vegan dog food is too expensive. What a crazy concept. I'm sorry. It's nuts. Even more nuts is they have the raw diet, whatever dog food for dogs. And you can just go buy like FDA, USDA grade meat at the Walmart. And it's crazy, man. Brandon says multiple groups of things are too many roaches for that today. No, some things there could be 2 or 3 groups of some stuff. It really depends. Not everything, but there are multiple groups of some more popular things. Elliptorina David, I will be going up some point. My roaches live on watermelon rinds for months, says Eric Matthews. And yeah, it's again, this is why I buy the low protein stuff. I don't know what the actual protein level is. I think maybe 16 or 70%, if I remember from the bag. And there's a 21% protein option, and I'm always like, maybe I should try that. But the thing is, I also use this for my rodents. So, and these kibbles are the perfect size not to fall through the bars and the rodent bins that I use. So, and the high protein dog food, the kibbles are smaller. So that discourages me. I don't like. I like redundancy. I like being able to use the same thing for multiple purposes where I can. Just got to throw a couple buzzwords in the vegan roach packaging thing. All right, here's an X for the Levi Gata. And Exotic Wilderness asking if roaches eat coconuts. I killed a colony or almost killed a colony of hissers feeding them coconut once. That was a long time ago. And I have since used it for some roaches when I'm like, oh, this is a rotten coconut I bought. Let me just toss it to the bugs. And it hasn't caused any problems. So I think it was probably just that one individual coconut had some sort of contamination or something. Lizard Bean says, the problem with going to the grocers for raws, how many people do that and don't balance the nutrition? I'm a dog groomer, and I've seen multiple clients accidentally kill their dogs from malnutrition while making their own food. I am in the camp. As I am with roaches, with my dogs, that a diverse diet is best, and a kibble as a base is a good idea, just because you get the calories in. There is some degree of science that goes into the formulation, but on top of that, also the dogs get a lot of other random stuff, and bread and meat and eggs and all those other things. So, and who knows how many problems are malnutrition-y type problems are compounded by people just not taking the best care of their dogs. How much of it is, something is derived from the fact that the dog is stressed. They go to work for 9 hours and come home and take it for a walk in the evening. And that's the extent of the dog's exercise 5 days a week and the extent of their simulation and, stuff like that. So I think that it is a good idea to diversify the diet, but also not be a snob. Don't assume that those Walmart chicken gizzards are any worse for your dog than the ground up $50 tube of vegan dog food, whatever, at the Pet Supplies Plus, is my opinion. All right, going once on the Elliptorinas. Going twice. Sold. To Bug Boy, winning bid of 51 to Bug Boy. Congrats, Bug Boy. I love your spinner rack profile picture there. I love that. 51 to Bug Boy. Okay, next up we have, this is a group of at least 50. I'll probably write 50 plus on this thing. We're a group of 50 plus Validablata, Fuliginosa, Lafayette, Louisiana, starting bid of $1. The smoky brown roaches no longer associated with Paraplaneta. Maybe that will bring some reputity to their reputation, and people will use them more for things, because let me tell you, they're a great feeder. Same with Validablata brunea and Validablata australasia. It's going to take some time to get used to that. Lizard Bean says, my dog eats raws. He can't handle kibble. I remember you bringing that up before, actually, Lizard Beans. Again, it gets a wide variety and plenty of organ meats. Again, I think diversity is best for a lot of things, but it's kind of like, maybe other people aren't like this, but for me, it's like having kind of literally a bread and butter for me, food item that it's like, okay, I can eat this. I enjoy eating it. It's not bad for me. It gives me calories and whatnot. Having a bread and butter thing to just go to and eat is a good idea. And for dogs, that's kibble, and everything you do on top of that. And if you feed them enough of the other stuff, they're good. If they need little extra food, they go to the kibble for it, if that's an option. Health, Fitness, Adventure. How many set of E. David I will go for auction day? At least one. Lizard Meats. It's not saying not to buy the meat, just make sure it's balanced with variety and organ meats. Yeah, what was it though? What was it with dogs? No, it's cats. With cats, they need taurine, which they can only get from fresh meat or from if it's supplemented in kibble. And with dogs, there's something else like that. There's something with dogs where dogs can't have too much. They can't have too much protein. So eating too much lean meat is not good for dogs. They do have the enzymes for digesting complex carbohydrates, which indicates that they should be eating some of those like bread and whatnot, but also all the organ meats of a prey item and the calcium and all that stuff. Zenmo, says, honestly, Validablata sounds like a lame name. I thought you said it sounds like a Latin name. It is a very Latin-y sounding name, I think. But yes, it's the true bladders, I guess. Charlie says cats are a different ballpark. Allergic to chicken. Yeah, with my cats, since they're farm/barn cats, they get, as we saw last night, they get the spoils of the land. And there's a lot of that living in an oak forest. With the mast crops that we get, there's no shortage of chipmunks and shrews and white-footed mice, and being partially in the suburbs. Never seen house mice, but we do have rats occasionally. All right, here's an X for the Velidiblatas. There's some good conversation going on in the YouTube channel. Exile says, how many strain species of Aranavega are there in the hobby? At least 30 strains, or at least 40 strains. And for species, I would say probably over 20. Probably. Cryptid Exile says about Paranophyta formosana. Not formosana, but another Paranophyta, or flying squirrels. Also, flying squirrels is on the menu apparently. I never see them with they never seem to catch fox or gray squirrels or red squirrels. Actually, Baloo, the male cat, has caught red squirrels before. He has caught a red squirrel. But I've never seen them catch fox squirrel babies or gray squirrels. Lizzie says, oof, Charlie, that's hard. My salon is within a pet supply shop, and we carry lots of chicken free for that reason. Charlie Bug said, we figured out, funnily enough, found a solid source for beaver and muskrat. With first few years trying to figure out what to feed him was rough. That's right. You mentioned the muskrat thing. That's so interesting. All right, going once on the Valletta fuliginosa. We'll take a quick peek here. You can see they're really going after that dog food up there. Look at how much they love it. They love it. They crave it. Maybe I'll give them another piece now. That should be good enough. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog, 4621, winning bid of 28. To Mad Dog. You mad lad, Mad Dog. Mad Dog bulking out roaches today. A lot of people bulking out roaches. We got a good showing for being kind of early in the day. All right, here we go. We got a group of 50. Thuria. Regularis. And this, actually, our stock does have locality information, but it's not specific. It's a farm between Puducherry and somewhere else in India. I'll pull it up just for just to look at it. A palm plantation between Puducherry and Oroville, India. I'm going to look up where that is, actually. All right, I can find it where it is on maps. It's kind of cool. So there's Puducherry, I think. In Oroville. So there's a highway that goes between them, but being a palm plantation could be anywhere between these two places. So what's the distance between the two of those? We're gonna use Google Maps here. Again, something you could not do 20 years ago easily to figure out where places were, and it's only, that's in kilometers. So 20-minute drive between those places. 9.8 kilometers. 10 kilometers to miles. It's only about a difference of 6 miles, so it's probably significant if they were collected at two different points, but apparently they were all collected at one point. Palm plantation. Hey, my regulars are finally mostly mature and they're lovely and active. I adore them. Lizardine says, I'm also a big fan of It Works. Some dogs do great on shite dog food, and that's okay. Duchess Venom says, morning, everyone. I missed all the festivities yesterday because work. Well, you're here now, and there's more festivities. We've got a lot more festivities going on over the weekend. We'll put an X for these Regularis, and we also ask, do the Regularis need some dog food? And no, they don't, because they have plenty of apple left, and they look just fine and content as they are. I'm at work right now, but I'm here. Same TBH, fam, same. Maybe we'll have break time around 12:31. The thing with these is there's a lot of big containers with the roaches to pack as many in as possible. So also at work, but it's slow. Thank you guys for taking time off of focusing on your jobs to be here. All right, going once on the Thuria Regularis 50 count group. Orange domino roaches. We didn't put a picture up of all. Going twice. Sold. Who's getting a good deal? Beetle Pixel. But of course, Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 80. I'm going to control R, though, actually, because Ocean did post pretty swiftly after that. But I still think it is Beetle Pixel. Let's see. It is Beetle Pixel, winning bid of 80 doll hairs. Just beating out some other big bidders. Beetle Pixel, Beetle Pixel. Fan group. All right. Ooh, I haven't had these up for grabs for a minute. No. Go back in there. There we go. There you go. Good, Roach. No. We're not coming out. We're going back in the container. There we go. All right. They're a group of 100 Pycnoscelis making their grand debut after a couple of absences at the Bugapalooza, I think. 100 Pycnoscelis femapterus, starting bid of $1. Get a little jumbo-sized Pycnoscelis, jumbo colony of a little roach. This container is just packed with them. You can see them writhing. It's okay. This is their natural state. They're just, this is how they live in the container too. There will be just thousands of them writhing on top of each other like that. Pycnoscelis. I repair music instruments so I can have stuff on in the background. That's pretty interesting, actually. I've never known anybody who did musical instrument repair. Amethyst 420 says, been trying to encourage some friends who don't keep insects to watch the auction with me. Thank you. Thank you for trying to spread the news of the good news of the Bugapalooza. What kind of musical instruments, says Zen Monkey, regarding Duchess Venom's employment? Lizard Bean says, I still worked on Sundays. My first Bugapalooza and was bidding on isopods between dogs. That's funny. Yeah, so here we got some Pycnoscelis, and Pycnoscelis have just gone gangbusters for me the last couple of months. Really, like, to the point where I can put in this large critter keeper faunarium tank, I can just put like 2 full-size apples and a handful of dog food and know it will be gone within a week, and then they just have to deal with life until the next husbandry round. All right, here's an X. Don't bid too high on these. You'll go above retail value. In fact, we'll start wrapping it up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621. Mad Dog wants some Femapterus. All right. 4621, winning bid of 26. Years ago, when I was still living with my parents, there was some rare passerine bird breeder on the West Coast or in Florida who would buy hundreds of Pycnoscelis femapterus from me because he found that they were the perfect feeder insect for some of the birds he was working with. It was, again, this is maybe 13 years ago, but that always stuck with me because you never know when something that somebody else takes for granted or thinks is super common or easy is going to be the linchpin to your entire operation. All right, you guys, you are moist, so we're not going to give you any apple, but we're going to give you guys some dog kibble. We have next up, and they are ravenous for it. They are all over a 60 Elliptorhina chopardi, starting bid of $1. These have gone absolutely bonkers for me. High ventilation, heat, throwing in whole apples and dog food, and we've hit critical mass, and I don't think they're ever going to come back down from that. They're eating the paper towel in the enclosure. Again, probably the best that Elliptorhina chopardi has ever done for me, and I like that. And it's so weird because we're at the point where most of the colony is nymphs, and I'm like, where are the adults? Where do my adults go? Why are there like hundreds of babies and nymphs, but like I can't find any adults really? Dutcher's Venom says, mainly do woodwinds, but we have been branching out into brass. Behidger says, good morning, God ye Godin to you as well, Behidger. That's a medieval greeting, if I recall. Behidger says, there been any luck sourcing Arima Blada or Aranavega Darwini since last auction? No, I don't think so. We have not. Oh, it says it has to be away for a few hours. So if there's a problem, please tag other mods, y'all. Charlie Bug says, Godspeed with the brass repairs. 5 million dents be upon ye. Hilaria says, I won Hilaria. Lizard Bean says, I won Hilaria Brevicornis that day, and I love them so much. We got some mutant lines stirring from that Brevicornis stock. One day we'll get Dalmatians, and I'll be over the moon. But for now, we've got at least 2 phenotypes that might be distinct, hopefully not just sex differences. And one of the lines, Austin picked a great name for him and called them Dragon Balls, and I see it 100%. I see it 100% with those. So hopefully we get those isolated, because they do look like the Dragon Balls. I don't know if we're going to spell with an S or a Z, because just saying Dragon Balls without a Z on the end has a different connotation in our current world. How do you know they are mutants? They're very different looking from the original stock. They're not earthy colored. The ones are more of a like a pale yellow, and the other ones are they're orangish, notably orangish without the flecks of black and the other coloration. So whether it's heritable is a different story, but it's going to take a minute to find that out. So we'll see. Duchess says, sometimes dent works is easy, and sometimes you have to put your everything into it. Lizard Bean says, I bought them multiple times from because I just think they're neat. Me too. I like them a lot. Again, let's get some mutants going from them. A lot of people wanting this big group of Chopardi. Again, here you go. You can see them in action here. They're just piling onto the dog food. And I just fed everything as I packed them up. I packed these up on Wednesday, my dudes, and they're already just voracious. So did you guys see there's a show top messages and show all messages switch? Interesting. Didn't know that. All right, going once on the Chopardi group. Going twice. Sold. To looks like that Roach Girl, but could be Beetle Pixel. That Roach Girl and Beetle Pixel. Button heads here, but let's see. It is Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixel has emerged victorious after a refresh. Beetle Pixel, the victor. That Roach Girl, I'm sorry you got it in your name, and Beetle Pixel doesn't even have Roach in his name, but I can at least say that there is at least one more group of Chopardi. So I don't know if they're coming up soon, but there is at least one more group of them. Okay. Next up, we have 50 Ergala species Borneo, the big black beetle mimics, formerly Pilosa, starting bid of $1. These guys have just always done very well for me. Nifty. I hope that we eventually get, I think it's Ergala sylphoides and some of the other ones into culture. Maybe that'll happen. Let's take a look at one, shall we? I love with Caridiids, like large polyphaga, and with Ergala, how you can just pick them up like this, and they're down with it. They're okay with it, and I know she's okay with it because she's not everting her little her stink bulbs. They have these thoracic Theria and Ergala, and I'm sure related genre of Caridiids have little stink bulbs on the edge, on the sides of their abdomen that they can avert, and they make some weird smells. For Ergala, it's a very rancid smell. So, well, the beetle mimic escalated quickly. Will you have Panchlora today? Yes, we will, Lydia. Have some Panchlora. Tennyson said, "You think Abortiva and Big Torch Key Floridana would do well together?" I think that's a pretty good match. I think that's a pretty good matchup. So, yeah, this is they just have this. You think it's dead, but they just have this response to freeze up like this sometimes, and I wonder if we can see even the detail. Let's use my forehead here. as the backdrop. See if you can see the detail. How we're going to do this. Get this to focus close up on this big black beetle mimic. How about there? There we go. See this nice velvety sheen, and you can probably just make out why we thought they were pilosa. Like they are pilose a little bit. They do have, like, they have very small hairs covering a lot of the body, especially when they're freshly molted. But you at least get maybe a little bit more of a better appreciation for them. And there she is. She's just hanging, and you can see she's on a solid surface. So now the legs come out, so you can tell that she is actually alive. Like they do just enough to get a grip, and then they're like, yeah, I guess I don't have to put on acne. And the antennae fold down. That's another thing. This is a very default non-blattidy blatoid roach response. Is the antennae fold down like that, straight down when picked up, and when they go into this sort of freeze response. We'll give you guys a couple pieces of dog food. So there we go. We had some fun holding them like they owe you money. TJ says, I would not label these as species Borneo, by the way. I highly suspect the locality info is erroneous. Better to label CF sylphoides with no locality. TJ, I would like to know why you believe that the locality info is erroneous. I would like to know these details so that we may do this. It's also possible, for clarity's sake, to not use Borneo as the locality, but kind of like what was used for CF capeloi rhiparobia, where it was labeled Malaysia. I don't think they actually came from Malaysia, but that was used to label that stock for a long time. So it was less of a locality and more of just a strain name, basically, or a stand-in species name, kind of in the way that like Muscovy ducks are called Muscovy ducks, even though they're not from Russia. They're not wherever Muscovy is supposed to refer to. It's just kind of a common name for them. But I would like to know more about that. I'm curious. Here's an X for the species Borneo, aka Pilosa, aka Big Black Beetle Mimic, aka all that stuff. They will have a permanent. They have a permanent Roach ID number on my organization system, so maybe that would even be the way to go beyond that. All right, going once on the species Borneo, aka Big Black Beetle Mimics. Going twice. Sold. To Kinky Fungus 31420. Kinky Fungus with a winning bid of 63 from Kinky Fungus. Very interesting username, I have to say. All right, next we have a group of 150 Oxy Haloa Dusta. Don't know how exact. I think Dusta. Starting bid of $1 for the Oxy Haloa, the red head roach. And I found over time that Oxy Haloa likes a more sugary diet. So I still give them dog food and fish flakes and all that stuff, but they definitely prefer to hit the apple and the fruit jellies and whatnot when it's offered to them. They will die of seemingly too much protein if given just dog food, or mostly dog food, has been my experience. So I found that they are more of a sugary stuff species, more sugars, in my humble experience. I'm pretty sure the Muscovy ducks were genetically engineered in communist Russia. And Verbiage says, because they are very clearly sylphoides, there's nothing in Borneo that looks like this, and there was more stuff coming in from Thailand around when these entered culture. I only know of one person in Europe who labeled them as coming from Borneo, and without more specific locality than that. So I think they were mistaken. I think there is value in conserving the moniker of Borneo for the sake of keeping strains straight, but amending that to note that the Borneo is nothing more than a strain name and not an indicator of where they actually came from, while also including that information of why that is suspicious. Because at this point they've gone through several name changes, and it's sucky. But and I think it was Silphoid, you said the male is undescribed or male is unknown, so that complicates things. Cryptid Exotic says, how do I go about paying you, by the way? Read the rules. They're in the description for this live stream. Lizard Bean says, my redheads love leaf litter. That could also be part of it. They might be a lower protein sugar / was it those fake sugars that are in some leaves? I can't remember what those are called. I think oaks are high in them. They are hella cute, says Amethyst. Then all the Dalmatians not coming from Dalmatia. That's funny. Are they difficult to keep? No, they're easy. They are dry species. You know, you always have your moist corner, but full top ventilation. Whole enclosure can be bone dry. Moist corner. Spray them lightly whenever. Make sure they have a fruit jelly or a slice of fruit or something and a little bit of dog food. Easy species. They're in the Oxaloene, so they're related to hissers. So they're kind of in that. They're in that clade. And Exotic Wilderness wanting more Diploptera. Good luck. We can only hope. All right, here's an X for the Oxyhaloa gusta, and they've woken up. They're eating the apple, and also they're two more things really quick. Their defensive odor smells like garlic bread, which people have bought them at expos at least twice based on me telling them, hey, they smell like garlic bread, and then holding a stressed male up to them and they just like their mind is blown because they smell just like that. And they mimic a fly in South Africa. They mimic this fly that looks almost identical to them with the bulbous red head and a dark body. So, all right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Diana with a winning bid of 56. Diana beating out several interested parties to acquire some garlic bread, guys. Winning bid of 56 for the garlic bread. The garlic bread roach. Would have been a funnier name had it been more known at the time. I'll catch up on the chat in a second here. We'll throw up this group of 30 Aranavega Apache, Cave Creek Canyon, Arizona, starting bid of $1. One of the few Aranavega we have a confirmed ID for, and one of my favorite Aranavegas because Cave Creek Canyon is one of my favorite places in the world. It's a beautiful place, and everybody should try to go there at least once in your life. Definitely do that. It's in Arizona. That whole area is beautiful. I recommend going when it's safe. So maybe, if you're not an adventurer, if you're not whatever, go when it's safe. If you're okay with the possibility of flash flood and wildfires and all that stuff, go whenever you feel like it. But the bugs are awesome there in August and September. So that's just what I'm saying from my experience. It's a beautiful place. Absolutely amazing. Zen Monkey says the Oxyhaloa do not taste like garlic bread. It's a rough discovery. Double Z says go to the Chiricahuas. Yeah, for sure. It's an incredible place. And I've not crazily traveled across the U.S. I've driven across the U.S. a couple of times. I haven't been like, oh my gosh, I'm totally going to go to here and do something other than bugs. Although that is fun. But having gone overseas, Europe trip, and then going someplace in the U.S., I have to say, of everywhere I have experienced and a lot of places I've seen pictures of and whatnot, Cave Creek Canyon, definitely takes the cake for one of the most beautiful places on this planet, and you would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't go there before you pass off your mortal coil. Michigan is a very generally beautiful place outside of the suburbs. I would say we have a lot of what do people call Michigan, the wilderness state or something like that? We have this weird the Michigan has this weird feel to it because 10,000 plus years ago it was glaciated, and so everything that's here is just kind of like, it's like, and it was also clear cut or nearly clear cut at one point too in its history, but it's just everything feels so like new, I guess. You go to places and they feel old, but it feels, Michigan feels like the story is happening as you live. The story to the ecosystems, the natural environments, the successions. You go to Arizona, like Kim said, you can go to the same tree stump that's been there for 100+ years because nothing decays in the desert, basically. So everything feels very like settled in, and it's very diverse and it's very beautiful. But it's not the same as Michigan, where there's this just dynamic element to our ecosystems and the feeling of stuff here. And it's at just the right latitude where our summers are really, really cool and longer days and all that stuff. Winters can be rough, but there is a beauty to it as well. Once you get past Saginaw, it's very nice. South Central Louisiana, you can find beautiful waterfalls and plains. I have returned with a Costco bean and cheese burrito. Sky Islands are so peak for real. Yeah, I've really only done the Chiricahuas. We only drove through them once. We usually go up in the mountains when we go there too to look for stuff. But yeah, maybe over time I'll explore there a bit more. Shall see. All right, let's put an X on one of my favorite Arenavegas. Just because I have so many good, vivid memories of going to Cave Creek Canyon and looking for them and just being there at different points in my life at this point. Next year is the 10th anniversary of my first Arizona trip. So that's pretty wild. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JFell80 with a winning bid of 27. To JFell80. A steal for some of my favorite guys. And you guys need anything? Probably not. Yeah, you guys look pretty content. Man, the feeling of seeing Arenavega twitching when you twitching in the substrate when you flip over a rock or cover or something, and in the wilds of the Southwest is a feeling I will not soon forget or lose desire for. All right, dog food be upon you. We have a group of 200 Pycnoscelis indicus Aia Hawaii. Starting bid of $1. I think I spelled Aia right. So this is Hawaiian stock. Surprisingly, in Hawaii, Indicus seems to completely replace Surinamensis, which is the opposite of Florida, where it's all Surinamensis, and maybe some weird populations of Indicus here and there. Am I spelling it right? Yeah, it's got a apostrophe at the beginning of it. That's not helpful. I'm a Westerner. I'm not Polynesian or Hawaiian native. I don't understand how to put an apostrophe at the beginning of my words and make it sound right. Double Z, I thought you meant Los Angeles and we're being a silly goose, Octa King says. The border of Wisconsin and Illinois is a very neat spot. We need locality strain of D. punctata from Hawaii. We've been working on that. We should be happy we have Pacifica from Hawaii and a couple of other things. Should be very lucky. -1 from Double Z. Now, if you need a feeder, here you go. Here's your chance. They're just packed in here like sardines. And look, they're coming out for the dog food. There they are. There's a fair chance that this will just be covered in nymphs by the time the bidding is over here. Do you have any pro tips for self-collection of roaches from the environment? Go out and collect. Just do it. Go out and look. Maybe look up some iNaturalist records. Get your seasons right, especially if you're in a temperate place like the eastern U.S. You're probably not going to find all that much if you go looking in the dead of winter. If you're in somewhere like Alabama, you may have more luck, but eastern U.S., Michigan, not going to have good luck unless you're in season. Octaking, I did mean Los Angeles. Octaking says, "You dot silly goose," regarding the beauties south of LA. Negative 69, hilarious. Eason instead of nice, also hilarious. All right, we're going to get to wrapping these up. Again, they just Pycnoscelis indicus. Good feeder, good for that wow factor of a colony, good for composting stuff, etc. Okay, we're getting a little worked up now here. I have to dial back the preachiness. All right, going once. Did I put an X? I did put an X. Going twice. Sold to Lydia Bree with a winning bid of 34. Is that, I've seen you bidding, but I can't remember if you won anything. Lydia Bree, winning bid of 34. Lydia Bree, no, that's your first auction win. Congrats on your first Bugapalooza win and on some roaches at that. Now I'm going to put up these guys. You can put up some Rhyperobia materi. 40 Rhyperobia materi, the cigarette cockroaches. Rhyperobia materi, starting bid of $1. One of the least popular, one of a good size roach that is simultaneously not the most popular with people, but I like them. I just think they're neat. Xavier Willis is working on getting E. Floridana from Tennessee. That's nuts. I wonder if that's actually going to be Floridana. Double C says, honestly, my scorpions won't be able to make a dent in a colony of them for feeders. Yeah, Pycnoscelis on a whole other level. Is this the one that went for negative $3? Did we do that or Rhyperobia CF Kepaloi? And now you guys, definitely very high moisture in here, and you guys don't really like the sopping wet moisture. You guys are definitely more of a humid air, dry conditions sort of species, and that is why I'm going to fan these guys out a little bit here. It's too moist. Not a high humidity species. It is, again, maybe high air humidity, but high substrate humidity. This moisture in here, that's too much. That's not good. In fact, I'm going to get a piece of paper towel to put in here to sop up some of this moisture and distribute it. But I will be right back. Actually, I'm going to go get a drink anyway, so I will be right back. All right, we got our sopping paper towel here to wick up some of this moisture and get the condensation off the sides. And I'm not even going to actually physically wick it up. If I put in here the capillary action and the air pockets in the paper towel will just sop it up for me. So we'll do that. Wow, we got a lot of comments going on here. Here, we'll put an X for the Rhiparobia while I cover these comments. I needed feeders bad, and they were kind of cute for the Pycnoscelis. Stay away, Zen Monkey. Guys, give up now. Chris is there for them, Mattery. If he eats the garlic bread, Roach, I don't want to know what he does to the cigarette, Roach. He's going to smoke a roach. Apparently. Lydia says, can you tell me how you keep the Pycnoscelis indicus? They prefer warm and humid first time keeping them. Toss them in a plastic container. Make sure they can't get out. And make sure it's got some form of ventilation so they don't just smother themselves and just toss food in. Very easy, very, very easy roach. Pet dirt, but cool and living and eats a lot of food. Bob Lambert asks, are any rhinos say? Well, there was a rhino on the promotional material for the auction, so I suppose that they may be coming up at some point. And smoking that Rhiparobia pack a day. Well, here's some good interest in them finally. All right. This is what I like to see. Give them some love. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. Could be double. No, I think it's Mad Dog. That Mad Lad Mad Dog. It's Mad Dog with a winning bid of 38. Winning bid of 38, slipping in there before everybody else. Mad Dog is here. It wants the Mattery, and somebody is not getting them like before where it was like -$1 and I had to pay them to take the roaches. We have a giveaway. We have a giveaway for 12 Polyphaga sauceri. And the question is, how many cans of non-alcoholic beverages have I already drank throughout the Bugapalooza? Nobody's gotten it. Nobody's gotten it. Still nobody's gotten it. Still nobody's gotten it. Adam Hawks. Adam Hawks with 2. 2 is the answer. See, we're getting crafty with these answers now. So, yesterday I drank these 2. Already drank. They're finished. They're empty. Today I just sat down with this bad boy right here. Not drank yet. In the process of being drunk, but not drank yet. So Adam Hawks with the answer of 2. 2. I drank 2 yesterday, and I started this one today. I'm just going to double check to make sure I'm not blind and miss somebody saying it at the very beginning. Nope, it is Adam Hawks. You win a colony of Polyphaga sauceri. Guys, it's over. What, bro? You've drank so many drinks. Have some water. I drink water when I go in the kitchen to take my little breaks. Adam Hawks A1. We'll just Adam Hawks A1. This should be the same thing. We'll check on these guys. You guys need any food? No, y'all are good. Oh, actually, you look just a little bit. A lot of you are molting, though. That might be why you look a bit thinner. So I'll just give you a little piece, a little something. All right. I think that was a pretty good Adam Hawk Tua drinks. You guys are chancers. All right. Next up, we have a group of, and I didn't pack these yet because I was not going to. They're probably going to be packed in a box within a box. 250 Eublabrus distanti ivory, starting bid of $1. $1. This is, you need a feeder colony. Here you go. You can get your starter colony right here. And if you need to know what Eublabrus distanti looks like, look no further. It is the Roach Crossing logo roach. Bam, right there, right here, right in front of your face. Shazam, as the nymph at least. I was going to use the adult, but it just didn't go quite as well with the logo, with the text, and I was adamant on using the Animal Crossing font text for the Roach Crossing font. So alas, the nymph had to go. And this beautiful macro photography is an image stack provided by MixFit, aka Jesus Freak, who did this macro stack and worked with me painstakingly over a couple of weeks to find exactly which one spoke to me the most. Oh, also, this is the bladder composting roach. Double Z says, I got 40 for $2 last time. Yeah, sometimes stuff is crazy like that. I'm seeing much more reasonable bidding for this size group going on at this moment. Again, I just have a placeholder cup for them because I was not going to pack up 250 in a non-permanent container. Like this is just too much. So, but yeah, Double Z getting the 40 for $2. Sometimes life is just like that. All right, here's an X for the distant eye ivory, which I keep the ivory there so people know it's species ivory, but they're definitely distant eye, which used to be called species ivory, and to distinguish them from 6 spots, which are definitely the synonymized taxon of Biolii, which we've tried crossing distant eye and Biolii several times in captivity. They've never done it. They're genetically distinct species. They're distinct by range. Biolii seems to be Costa Rica and Central America proper species, and distant eye is a South American proper species, northern to westerny South America. So they're separated by distance. There's no reason that they should have been separated. I don't know what, I think it was Roth who there's no reason they should have been synonymized. I don't know what Roth was thinking. I think he's the one who did that, but anyways, so these are distant eye. All right, going once because they match the holotype like perfectly. Going twice. Sold. Looks like that Roach girl, but could be Orang Mango. Orang Mango on my screen with a winning bid of 91. 91 to Orang Mango. Crazy. Good job. And not 40 going for $2, as has occurred in the past. All right. Next up, we have a group of 3 large/adult pairs of Gromphodorina portentosa. Our first Gromphodorina, University of California, Riverside. Starting bid of $1 for these 3 large/adult pairs of UCR, which is ancient stock from the 80s, kept in the back room of a Southern university for since then, and finally released unto us, the adoring Roach fan public, several years ago. And now we have yet another pure line of hissers. And again, there's a couple of links in this daisy chain, and I'm allowed to be skeptical, but TJ found somebody or is in contact with somebody who got through the grapevine black tiger hissers from me, and we have no reason to believe that the stock was compromised, proper protocols were taken, etc. But there was a reversion, again, assuming stock's not compromised. That's a possibility. We can't rule that out. But if we make the assumption it was not, there was a reversion to the wild type or to the non-solid black type in this person's colony. And that does happen. It's very rare, but it does happen. Just kind of like, you have a random mutation pop up in an isopod colony, 1 in 10,000. Well, it can go the other way sometimes too. And you got to really weigh the situation, because it's more likely that it was contaminated than to have that occur. But it does happen. It can happen. So it seems to have happened in the black tiger hisser stock, and the reverted female that I saw a picture of is identical to your average looking Portentosa, which lends more credence to the idea that the black tigers are not actually Gronfidorina, Grandadiri, or Princessia. They're just line bred Portentosa that were labeled black tiger for some reason. So we're going to actually work on seeing if we can get some of that reverted stock to maybe breed out the non-black phenotype, because then we would end up with some ancient hobby stock of Portentosa that's unlikely to have been contaminated, because the idea is, if you were selecting for all the black individuals, you would select out anything that did not fit that criteria. And early on in the roach hobby, when I got those species black tiger or Grandadiri black tiger, there was not an abundance of different species of hissers available, and even the ones that were, people didn't really like mix. There were just, the odds are not that something was mixed up. So somebody would have found these black ones in their hisser colony, pulled them, culled out all the ones that didn't look right, and by doing that, they would have preserved this pure stock of Portentosa by guarding it against, if an Oblonganata slipped in the culture, and that's not one of my black tigers, get rid of it as soon as you see it. It's a lot easier to detect than, you mixed up Grandadiri or Princessia and Gronfidorina and stuff. So bottom line is, we might have another line of pure Portentosa now, from back in the day, and it came out of black tigers, which, I'd still like to do some tests. I'd want to cross those to my own black tigers and see what the offspring look like, because hybrid hissers can be very hard to detect, especially in the females. It's very noticeable in the males. So anyways, that's my rant. Here's an X for these. Again, that picture that's posted was me going through this colony of maybe upwards of 1,000, with a lot of those being adults, of this stock of Portentosa in the laboratory. And I tried to be as finicky as possible and pull out the weirdest individual, the weirdest males I could find. And out of that upwards of 1,000 individuals, these were the weirdest males that I could find. And nothing that I see here overly indicates that there's hybridization that occurred. This seems like normal variation within this stock, and thus it is most likely, almost certainly, pure stock, and very valuable because of that. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Love with Scales, the winning bid of 30, getting an excellent. Well, I forgot this is a pretty good deal on these. I forgot that I also have a group of nymphs. We have some nymphs available at some point, but for 3 adult pairs, that's pretty good. Or 3 large/adult pairs. I think there's 2 adult pairs and then 1 sub-adult pair in here, perhaps. So, Love with Scales, winning bid of 30. All right, next up we have some Leuci Hormetica subcincta, starting bid of $1, the wreathed glow spot roach. To distinguish it from the warty, and also because apparently there are hybrids of subcincta and vericosa going around now, so just having more definition to glow spot roach instead of just being, I have glow spot roaches. Well, which one? I don't know. The wreathed, which is what subcincta means, apparently. Let's see. Let me catch up on our chat here. Will there be anything like Paraplaneta americana in the auction? Yes, there will be. You also put out a paper revising the species and resurrect Biolii proper. I don't have time for that, TJ. You do it with Kai or Alan. get Kai to analyze them and help write the paper. Kai's got enough on his plate. He's been working on that Scolopendra paper for like 3 or 4 years or something now. Octa King asked about more Saucera. Yes, there will be. There will be more. That was just a giveaway before. Black Tiger History's real? Question mark, question mark, question mark. LC says, Kyle, if you could go anywhere in the world for roaches, where would it be? Jeez. Well, where my heart what first comes to mind is Africa. Africa has a lot of roaches, but if we got to narrow it down, Madagascar. I really don't want to go to Africa in my life, but if the opportunity arose to somehow the stars aligned, I was able to go to Madagascar, collect hissers, be able to legally and safely bring them back to the United States, I would do it for sure. That would be a once in a lifetime experience, and I think that would complete my essence. So I gotta say that, and of course safety, because not everywhere is safe across the planet, and especially when you're doing work that involves going to remote places, it's not always safe. So so that would be up there, and India. If I, again, could legally collect and bring things back and whatnot, India does have a lot of cool roaches. There's a lot of Thuria. There's, what's that one? I think the genus is Forceps, the crazy Penestione that has like the devil horns on the pronotum. So that's another one. I'm sure there's probably rhabdoblattids in India as well. And then, of course, Australia, all those polyzosterines and whatnot in there. So that's kind of my big three. South America, I will eventually go to South America to see. I want to see Eublaberus distanti in the wild. Probably go to Trinidad at some point, but that I can wait. I can wait to do that. But the other places, again, yeah, those would be kind of the magical places to go. Especially, my heart says Madagascar first. My heart definitely says Madagascar. Are there more T regularis auction today? Yes, there will be. Exile says easy answer Asia. I would still go with Africa over Asia. I think so much stuff there. How's Costa Rica? One of my moms bought property out there recently. It's good. South America does have a lot of amazing bugs. It has a lot of amazing roaches too. But again, if I'm thinking bang for my buck, I'll go Madagascar. Microdina forceps, thank you, TJ. But Panestia leuconoides is even more impressive and also from India. Okay, well, now I got to look that up. And it's a Panestia, so it's got to be dirt easy to keep. Is the other thing. I'm not seeing any images of Panestia leuconoides, but I'm assuming, based on the Latin name, that there is some physiological structure that makes them awesome, probably pronotum markings or something, or pronotum features. All right, we'll wrap up these subcincta here. But Panestia leuconoide, okay. I hear Venezuela is nice this time of year. All right. Going once on the Leuci Hormetica subcincta. We're coming around to noon. I think we'll be wrapped up by 1. I think we'll wrap up by 1 for a break. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Teeth. Just Teeth with a winning bid of 66 to just somebody whose name is Teeth. 66. And that, I think I've seen you bid at this before, but that's the first win, I believe. So congrats on your first blood, Mr. or Mrs. or guys and gals and non-binary pals, Teeth person. All right, 25 Blabberus species Honduras. Starting bid of $1. One of Tennyson's favoritist cockroaches, without a doubt. Blabrus species, Honduras. Did chat lock up? Do I have to open the alternative chat tab? Let's see. Also, a reminder: refresh your tabs. Everybody, refresh the stream, etc. Keep that nice and freshed up so you don't lag behind and lose out on precious roaches. Ah, look at that beautiful, reasonable picture from Roach Crossing with the energy of an old hobby picture, like the famous Blabberus.com picture of the Archimandrita enclosure. It's got that same vibe. You look at this and you think, oh boy, wow, when I get these, I'm going to see all kinds of them with the darker wings, and there's going to be some with the lighter wings, and then a little bit more homogeneous when you get them in person. So, also one of the largest roaches in culture and easier to keep than Giganteus, so keep that in mind. Clock. Yes, Eric Matthews, thank you for reminding me of the clock. Let me see if Amazon's got just a small battery operated clock. Small rechargeable clock? Digital clock. Nightlight and battery backup. LED digital clock. Battery operated. There's a lot of options for this. It's kind of interesting. There's so many people who still like manual clocks. I see the value in it, honestly. It's just interesting. Probably very inexpensive to manufacture. Ooh, we've got some exclusive photo gallery content here of the colony of Blabrus species Honduras. Again, if you want Giganteus, but you've heard that Giganteus can be kind of semantic-ious, this is a good option for you. You get the almost the same size and thrill of Giganteus, but with less hassle. Oh, there's birdsong outside, which is weird because it's fall. It's unusual to hear birdsong. Like, it's been a while since birds have been doing their calls, so it's just kind of, it's weird to hear bird vocalizations, I guess. You know, the robins stopped long ago. The jays will go all winter, but, you know, stuff like that. Behavior says they're very prolific and could easily be a feeder. Gotta get another colony, get some tree monitors to feed them too. This for the whole colony? No. This is for a group of 25. That was just an example of Tennyson's colony of them, just to show you what you can, the dreams that you can fulfill when you start with this group of 25. You too can have a bin full of giant cockroaches. The dream. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To that roach girl. That roach girl getting that roaches. That roach girl. Winning bid of 40. A good deal on these guys. To that roach girl. Okay. Next in line, we got a group of something I hate typing out. 50 Panesthea Angustipennis cognata Cambodia. Starting bid of $1. Kindred log roaches. They will eat sawdust, we are learning. They will eat hydrated wood pellets. Very easy, and then just kind of a little bit of the standard roach diets on top of that. Your dog food, your fruit, etc. here and there. Posted a pic of Panesthea leuconoides in general for you. Well, I gotta go see it. Ooh, I love it. Oh, when do we get them? How do we get them? Look at that thing. It's like hissers taken to the extreme. What is that pronotum? Bro thinks he's a stag beetle. Yeah, that's super cool. Look at that thing. Back real quick on the Madagascar thing. The thing is, I would really like to keep Leozentnera maxima. Like that's the thing. That would be seeing Gronfodorina portentosa in the wild would be incredible, but collecting Leozentnera would be something else. They look like they're converging on Macropenestia morphology, and they honestly, probably the same niche. I could very easily see these guys filling the same niche as Macropenestia. The habitat is even just these little snippets of what the habitat looks very similar to where you find Macropenestia. But man, oh, look at all these cool wild Gronfodorines. There's a picture of Elliptorina levigata on some sand in a very arid place. That makes a lot of things make sense. I would love to see hissers in the wild. That would be magical, and of course collect them and propagate them and know exactly what they need by seeing them in the wild and not having to guess. Not having to guess and fail with stuff that could be going extinct in the wild and also in culture. Just that certainty. Oh, makes me feel all warm and fuzzy is what it does. The thought of it. TJ would sell his soul for L Maxima on holotype locality G portentosa. Cryptic Exotics asking best substrate for Thuria pettivariana. Organic matter rich mixture of stuff. They not terribly picky once they get going. Will Yurk Nima be here today? No, that will be tomorrow. That is Sunday. That's our everything misc day. Did I put something up for bid? I did. We're on the Panacea grind set. I was so distracted by all the other cool roaches. I just, I can't help myself. We got Macropenessia at home type roast. Honestly, Leozentnera seems like it might rival Macropenessia in size. I would not be surprised if in captivity they got to be the same size or bigger. It's just all those things. They're so poorly studied. We have no idea what their potential size is. And the measurements and all this stuff is hard to come by. Tennyson says, I've seen Ecocaroliana have made their way overseas. Yes, but unfortunately not in the United States. Unfortunately. All right, going once on the Panacea Angustipennis cognata Cambodia locality. Going twice. Sold. Two Blatto beans. Last minute winning bid of 53. Blatto beans. 53 for 50. That's a pretty good deal, you ask me. From Beans. You gotta cross out Blatto. You are just Beans in the physical records right now, in the physical universe. Beans. All right. Here we go. We've got a group of 200 Pycnoscelis striatus starting bid of $1. They are just crammed into this deli cup because, again, I can just scoop up a cup full of substrate from most of my Pycnoscelis right now. It's possible that there's many more than 200 in here. But, and that is an apple. It's being taken by Mother Gaia into the dirt. Like an old rotting car sitting on the ground, its catalytic converter is being reclaimed by Mother Nature. But here you go. 200 writhing striatus in here. Pics of the bugs on auction. Those will be in the Discord when provided. People saying negative numbers. Somebody must. It's the coolest, the prettiest, I think, of the Pycnoscelis, other than Nigra. Look at this. Look at this classic roach crossing image of the Ember roach. Look at that. You got a nice gradient there. You got this guy. He's just a good. Actually, it's a female in the picture. He's just a good female. I just want money. Says Lizard Beans. You want money? You're in the wrong place if you're trying to make Unless you're me, you're in the wrong place to make money this weekend. Allie Last, hello. I haven't seen you in a minute. The petroleum jelly used for a barrier I've noticed has started to melt. How can I prevent that? Lower the temperature or switch to something better like the Roach no crossing barrier is my advice to you, having done that myself. Here's an X for the Pycnoscelis striatus, and we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 roaches left before our break. All right, going once on the striatus, 200 count. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, with the winning bid being, there we go, 32. Chris stockpiling easy bulk roaches like Pycnoscelis, it seems, at times. Okay, next up we have our other least favorite cockroach, 40 Rhyperobia CF capeloi, starting bid of $1. The gold medal roaches. And you guys got good humidity. In fact, we'll give you an apple slice. You guys don't, maybe dog food. We'll give you just a little sliche of apple, just a little wafer. They would cut that up and dry it out and charge $20 for a bag full of it, is what they would do. Who they are, I don't know, but they would do it. But here we go. Here's your daddy went out for Golden Siggy's children, and here they are. How do you apply the silicone grease? That's a wonderful question, and I would direct you to my roach care guide on roachcrossing.com. There is a section in the PDF where I show exactly how to apply the barriers and whatnot. Roaches are currency, says John Doe. You can get a super thin layer that works really well, says Lizard Beans. Make sure to like the stream, says LC. Again, everybody, if you can like the stream, if you haven't yet, do it. Doubles, he says, Chris just sent me 5 and I'll have 200 in less than a year. 5 what? Oh, 5 capeloi. Are you going to auction Scyphilia physicalis today from Sound of Nivula? I don't have a colony going of those yet. I just got them back around May or June, and my group hasn't matured yet, but they're doing well. So I imagine hopefully spring auction I'll start offering those. Chris, these taste like almonds. What are you referring to? Oh, look, they're a little thirsty. They're going all over that apple. All right, we'll put an X up here for the CF capeloi. I like them. I like Rhyperobia. There was, for a very brief period of time in Europe, they had even larger Rhyperobia species. And I can't, was it Gigantea? Was it something? There was again another Rhyperobia. Was it Thoracica? Oh, Rhyperobia thoracica is beautiful. I've never seen these before. What a beautiful invertebrate. I must know, where is it from? Central Africa? Just a gorgeous roach. Such a beautiful balance of black and white. My Lord. Well, that's awesome. I feel a certain kind of way here. Let me see where that other Rhyperobia, what that other Rhyperobia is. Again, they're very briefly in culture overseas, or they were just brought in, but nothing ever came of it. Capeloi conjugis grandis is Rhyperobia grandis for a very short period of time. And the images of them seem to be lost to time as well. So, but I wish I could have gotten on them. I kept them in a cup till they started to die, said Exotic Wilderness. Oh yeah, that was the Schizopilia situation. Then I upgraded them and they ended up doing really well. All right, going once on the CF Capeloi. I hear rustling outside. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 25. All right, finally some love for the genus Rhyperobia. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's Double Z. Edit. Double Z with a winning bid of 25 before Hawks A1 with the weird SpongeBob PFP avatar. 25 to Double Z. My bad. Sorry, Hawks A1. You lose. Good day. All right. I think that was supposed to be a giveaway, so put aside for a second. Okay, we got a group of 50 Theria. He's about to do it again. I know I'm a repeated user apparently. 50 Theria Petavariana, starting bid of $1. The US Domino Roach stock. Is there going to be any Cappuccina? There's going to be Gyna Cappuccina. We already had Argala Cappuccina. And there might be some Fortioica. There might be some species Ecuador. Just labeled them Bernhardti already. I think I went into my discussion on this at some point. I think I went into my discussion on this thing, on this topic. I'll be more inclined to change over the nomenclature when USDA APHIS also does that. They also need to update Paratropes lateralis to Paraplanido. It's a dumpster fire, the USDA APHIS list, but so that is what these will stay also until we find some way to distinguish the US stock from the European stock, which I was told was intentionally mixed. Potentially two different Theria species were mixed together overseas at one point in the last 10 years because the person didn't feel there was enough difference between the two of them, even though the hindwings were different, was what was shown. The forewings were the same, the hindwings were different. But anyway, so I have my reasons, and I will maintain those for the moment. I admit that I'm going to be is the word I'm looking for, bulwark on this. I'm going to be a bulwark on this issue for some time. Anyways, here's an X for the group of 50 of them. Also for Hawks A1, I'm going to just do the screen cap here just to show that it was actually Double Z. Got quite a few people interested here now that I put the X in. Have been trying to find something to cohab with Theria. A lot of options. Maybe Uricotis. Some hissers might be a good idea. Maybe some of the larger Blabberus. Got a couple options. Bursatria, maybe even. All right, going once on the Domino Roach group. Going twice. Sold. To be, might be Small Gwenny. We're going to control R. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 69. Beetle Pixel just really loves Theria. Cannot blame. Cannot blame. To Beetla Pixla. Okay. Moving on up, we have a group of 20 Pseudoglomerus. Oh, Tarsalis, Thailand, starting bid of $1. Good way to good training wheels species before you work with Magnifica if you are concerned about how you may do with Magnifica. And you guys, we're going to treat you extra right. We're going to cut off a little slice. I said a little slice, not a crumble, a little slice of dog food, and then a little slice of apple too. Ooh, you get diversity. You get diversity of options. Ooh, how about that? All right. And that's what we did for those Pseudoglomerus tarsalis. Will we get the group of 300 Macropenesthia? Well, that's what Oren says, but the hindwing coloration is not a reliable differential feature between species. Oren was very opposed to Bernhardti even being a valid species, so I take what he says on these with a grain of salt. The difference between Bernhardti and true Pedivariana seems rather significant. The other thing is that my Pedivariana did not come from Oren is another complicating issue here. Let me pull up my document here. Mine came from Matt K in 2010. These did not come from Oren, and Matt, the user by the name of Matt K, let's just say that he introduced a couple of things to the roach hobby. So there is a possibility that the dominoes that I have and the dominoes that Oren has are not the same thing. So there is another complicating factor going on there. 2010, I was 13. Don't remind me of the passage of time. So any news that's never sold before roaches today? I think we should have something coming up. So, bro, I was 7. It was a different time. Hey, I was young then too. How young was I in 2010? I was only 18. I was only 18 in 2010 when I got those. So I was 38, says Zen Monkey. So that's another thing is my Theria, my dominoes might not actually be the same stock as Oren's was. If I remember, Oren's stock originated within the U.S. from somewhere, possibly from Dr. Roth's stock. I'm not sure on that. I have to ask Oren. And Matt K's stock was alien to us. So there's, again, further things going on in these situations. Whippersnappers, says Zen Monkey. It's nice to have some old people who are full of wisdom around. All right, wrapping up on the Tarsalis. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To AMS 613 with a winning bid of 79. AMS, you are out of nowhere here. Congrats on your first Bugapalooza win, AMS 613. Again, a new face in a lot of ways. Congrats. And you're here for Pseudoglomerus, apparently. Okay, we're gonna do a giveaway soon also. All right, we got a hobby mainstay staple here. We have 40 Eurycotus floridana, Silver Springs, Florida, starting bid of $1. Just your basic, good size, solid maroon purplish Eurycotus floridana from the Florida mainland. If you want Eurycotus floridana, consider getting this stock. It's tried and true. Easy, lovely little dudes. I love me some Eurycotus floridana. That's why I have so freaking many of them. It's just always fun to go somewhere and be like, whoa, big wild roach, and I didn't even have to leave the U.S. So there goes the dog food. Look at them. Feed my children. Feed. Feed my silver springies. I'm 28 and I have joint problems. Stay off my lawn. Bro's got joint problems at this age. You get joint problems whenever you get them, okay? I've had joint pain since I was like 15, and it doesn't mean anything. Actually, once you hit your mid 20s, it's Jover. It's so Jover in your mid 20s. Silver Springs is my favorite locality of this species, says Zen Monkey. EDC Gang says, I'm really getting old, and my wife often tells me that I'm full of it. Boomer here. With Boom. I wonder what the Roach Crossing audience is like. I wonder what our demographics are. I would imagine there's a fair number of people between the ages of 18 and 40. I think we lose out on the older cohort, and we lose out on the older. Did I say older twice? I'm getting old. The younger and the older cohorts. I think probably 20 to 40 is probably the age range. What does "should take a poll one day" mean? All right, 30. I don't need them, but oh well, says Exotic Wilderness. Here's the X. Lydia says, random question, but for Thoria, do you guys normally recommend supplemental heating for enhanced breeding? I keep most of my collection 68 to 72, which I know is relatively cold. You'll get it's a lot of roaches do better with some heat, but if they're in like a seasonal room, you'll just get kind of more seasonal cycling with the Thoria. You'll get more adults popping up and more growth in like spring, and then again in fall has been my experience. Charlie Bug says, I can assure you, I can tell you none of us are neurotypical, that's for sure. I don't know how not neurotypical I am. Especially the last couple of years, the anxiety's really toned down a lot, and I credit to that with life coming together. So I don't know, I might be approaching I'm just a normal person, just a normie with a bunch of bugs. Maybe, I don't know though. How many old are you? I'm 33 years old. It's like that video game where the old man with a cane character is like, I just turned 30 yesterday. So, all right, going once on the Silver Springs Floridana. Going twice. Sold. Two Hawks A1 swooping in and swiping them from Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 31. Hawks A1, I'm seeing your name a lot both of these days. You're getting quite the diversity of bugs going on here. Sell bug now. I'm doing it. I'm working on it. Little slice of apple for you guys. And we are going to make sure you do not get out near my computer, because that would not be good with what you are. Okay, we have a group of 50 Supella longipalpa, starting bid of $1, and these do actually have locality information if anybody wants it. And it's the only place I've ever seen Supella. I've ever seen them personally. No, this seems like the rarest pest roach, and nowhere seems to have them except where I got them from is the only person who's ever mentioned these were a problem for them. And it's at a university. I'll probably should stop doxing that university. The guy with the largest collection of roaches in the U.S. thinks he might be neurotypical. Guys, I'm sorry. I might be normal. I'm going normal. It is just, this is the thing though, it is just an interest. It's not like I have plenty of things that entertain me and fascinate me outside of roaches. It's just, I really like them. I like the way that they look. I like understanding them, and I like the process of getting to know more about them. So I'm pretty sure I bought from Kyle before I was 18. Charlie Bug says my username is actually my family nickname from when I was a kid, if that tells you how long I've been into inverts. Oh, no disclaimer on these? I think I mentioned they are a pest species. And it says, Roach are just the cutest things ever to me. Their body shape is very pleasing. Again, something clicked in my brain and just was like, yeah, I like these. I like how they're just pleasant to me. Double Z says these would definitely thrive with me in the Cali weather, but would need to be in like a level 10 lockdown. Let's all pitch in to send Kyle to doctors to find out how normal he is. I've taken some tests. I've taken some like inventories and things like that, and I tend to score high on neuroticism. And I also, maybe going in line with it, I tend to score high on empathy, which is, those two things are probably interconnected. You're more likely to be anxious and neurotic if you're always thinking you can think or know what other people around you are thinking or feeling. Homeogamia mexicana. What the heck is that? That's cool. It's like an argala, but from Mexico. I didn't even know that existed. Hopefully somebody can find those one day. All right, here's an X for the Supellas. If anybody wants some Supella longipalpus. Here they are. They're just waiting here menacingly. Oh, that's why this container doesn't look so good, is because there's a massive piece of apple on the bottom that is getting a bit rotty. So I'm going to have to, this is one of the containers I'm going to have to somehow redo before it ships out, so that the Supellas are as happy and healthy as they can possibly be. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1, also getting some Supella longipalpas with a winning bid of 11. Well, you are a diehard enthusiast, I can say that much based on your purchase history. All right, here's something. Somebody's asking for Americanas. We have 40 Perry the Platypus, Americana Black, starting bid of $1. Perry the Platypus Americana, starting bid of $1. Not the Venoms, these are just solid black. And let's see. I'm gonna dare to open them to check the moisture level. Whoop! And that is how you get a loose Paraplaneta Americana Black on you. There we are. All right. Well, good. Crisis avoided. So we'll do a slice of apple for you guys. Go ahead, eat up. Feed my children. Feed my children. And probably we'll do 2 pieces of dog food. 2 little pieces. There we go. Happy roaches. They're very attractive for pest species. These are the ones that infested my house last year, said Lydia. I have trauma now. Paraplaneta or Supella? Charlie says, do we have Venoms today or just blacks? We have Venoms as well. I'll rather keep Paraplaneta than those Supella. We're the historically famous P. Americana had. All my colonies of those, I moved them into different enclosures, so we're not going to have any of the meme Americanas just yet. And yes, Paraplaneta around the planet, because they are found around the planet. Here's an X for the Americana Blacks. Again, they're kind of shown up by the more famous Venoms. Can I even find a picture of just Paraplaneta? Here's a picture from Science Direct of an Australasiae instead. There's Venoms on Morph Market. Just imagine they're Venoms, but without the white eyes. That's all you have to know, basically. I think that's a Paraplaneta or a Velidoblata fuliginosa in that image you posted, photo gallery. This is not an easy task. I don't think I ever put pictures of them up on my website. Oh, does Martin have a picture? Oh, Martin has pictures of venoms. Well, they're just venoms with black eyes. That's all. And I already put an X, silly Kyle. All right, we'll start the countdown. Going once, I gotta eat lunch. I'm getting hungry. Going twice, sold. To also Hawks A1, who is just devouring up the roaches today with a winning bid of 26. Hawks A1 just royally munching that gift from, was the Polar Express or Monster House, the guy coming up and just like with all of the roaches today. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Got another giveaway. So we gotta do this as a giveaway. All right, we have a group of 12 pancake kissers. Do you guys need any food? Yeah, we'll give you a dog food. Dog food for my roaches. We got a group of, thank you for the gift there, Exotic Wilderness. That's exactly what I was thinking of. 12 giveaway, 12 Aileropida insignis. And what's a good question? What is the question for these insignis? While I queue up our next thing. Hmm. This always happens. How many nail clippings did Kyle send you in the spring auction? I got some crazy niche request here. I got a crazy niche one I could ask. I'll probably save it for when we got more people. That's the problem. That is the problem. All right, I got one. All right, what species was my first pet lizard? Doesn't have to be Latin, but it does have to be semi-specific. Bob Lambert, you got it. My first pet lizard was 2 green iguanas back in the wild west days of herpetoculture, where you could just go to your local pet store and they would have just a tank just swarming with green iguanas and they would send you home. It was during the days where it's like, yep, this is a pet lizard. Just put it in a 20-gallon long with a heat lamp and feed it romaine lettuce, and that's all you have to do. And of course, those did not. Bob Lambert, Bob, you know exactly the time period. That would have been probably around 1996 or 1997. Of course, I was a little guy. My parents knew I loved this stuff. This was before it's like, okay, when you have your crested gecko, you need a hygrometer and food and sticky this, and make sure you have 5 different reptile specialist vets on speed dial. And this was long before that. This was when you go to the store and you bought a lizard and you did what the people at the pet store told you, and maybe you bought the little $10 to $15 book on how to take care of it, and that's what it was. So that's the way it was. It was a different time. It was a different time. The baby alligators in a 40-gallon and the big alligator snapper in a tub. I wasn't even around for the alligator snapping days, but the baby alligators, oh yeah, 100%. I remember that. A lot of them died in this 20-gallon tanks. The iguanas did not last long because they were not being kept as iguanas should be. And I believe that one of them got an impaction and died from that because they were on half an inch of reptibark and were being fed chopped tomato salad. And that's how that went. So Bob Lambert, you've won. And how far we have come to now. Your first lizard is either going to be a beardy, a cresty, or a Leo, and it's been that way for a hot minute now. In the 70s, you could walk into a pet store and buy just about anything. I will put this group of 200 Pycnoscelis surinamensis U.S. hobby stock up for auction here while I go into a story I feel like I told. If I'm a broken record, you guys can always heckle at me. There's a pet store near where I grew up that was later sold. The property was later sold, and it became a hostess outlet, if that's even a thing anymore. For Twinkies and ding dongs and ho hos and hoo ha's and whatnot. And then that was eventually sold and became a adult novelty store. But at this pet store, maybe a mile or two from where I grew up, I remember sometime during the late 90s going there with my mom, and they would have capuchin monkeys and all kinds of exotic parrots in metal cages at the back of the store. It was always surreal to go in there. And a long dark fish hallway that had your typical fish imports and whatnot. And I remember, and there might even be a picture on disposable camera film somewhere of them having a baby tiger, little baby tiger, and I was allowed to pet it and I think get pictures taken with it. I think there's pictures of me with it. And I remember because we were either going into or coming out of the dank fish hallway, and the people were leading it in or out on a leash, and they were like, do you want to pet it? And I was like, yeah. And I will never forget that. And it's one of those weird memories where it's certain details of it are crystal clear in my mind, but also it's still hazy. And from what I'm remembering, and not knowing all that much about tigers, but it was like regular tiger colors. It wasn't a blonde or white or anything like that. It was regular tiger colors. And I don't think it was a Bengal tiger. From what I can recall, I do not think that it was a Bengal tiger cub. I would go so far as to say it might have even been a Siberian tiger cub, but it happened so long ago. Again, we're talking 26 to 30 years ago. I can't remember the details, but I don't think it was a Bengal tiger cub. I think it was a Siberian tiger cub. Like the fur was just more rufous in the way the striping was. So that's absolutely insane from a lot of perspectives. So good feeder roaches, or these can also be used for bladder composting, people. Don't forget that on the surnames that are up for grabs. Charlie says, my first and only lizard is a Leo, and I still have him. He's staring at me right now. Jose Nunez said they used to sell baby red hair slider turtles here as dwarf species and wouldn't tell you about UV lamps and all sad stuff, especially since I was one of those suckers as a kid. We need a roach species named after Hello Kitty, for real, for real. So yeah, so that's my surreal experience with the tiger cub. And honestly, checking to see if the chat's caught up. Yeah, it is. And honestly, I still get that same surreal feeling when I go to the wet market part of the Asian grocery stores, where it's like, wow, there's like you got like sea cucumbers and weird eels and fish, and the one near us has Chinese soft shell turtles, and it's a really weird feeling. Like almost for me, it's like a lost to time feeling. Like, is this what it was like 300 years ago? A ship would come into port and they would just drop off a billion fruits and animals and stuff from Madagascar or something, you know? Are there any mammals that are legal in Michigan that you would keep if legal? Um, Michigan does not allow large carnivores, and I don't trust myself with. The only thing I would even fathom would be like a wolf, and I also know that's a bad idea. So I went with the next best thing and got the Gompers because it's like all the fun and also the practicality of having a working dog, all the fun of having a wolf without the, you looked at it the wrong way and next thing you know your throat is being torn out. um, so I'm aware of my limits and capabilities. Michigan is weirdly kind of lax on exotic animals, but as I understand it, they're tightening that up this year or something like that. But basically, no large carnivores. They have some weird restrictions on circus animals, however they define that. So, um, so yeah. All right, going once on the Surinams. I'm getting distracted here. That's why we're here, I guess, and I don't think we're gonna wrap up by one. Going once, going twice. Sold. To Blatto Beans, the winning bid of 34 to Beans. Beans, 34 to Beans. I guess I have you as Blatto Beans in this because I don't have to type it out every time. All right, to Beans. All right, next up, we're going to try and get through this stack in a timely manner. We're going to do 50 Blaberus, Discoidalis, Redlands, Florida, starting bid of $1. These are, I see significant differences between these and the Banana Bays. They're a little bit bigger, they're a little bit darker. Double Z says, I rode an elephant in a circus when I was a child in Mexico, which is crazy because it looked like an African elephant. Yeah, I remember another memory of mine from when I was really young was the circus, and they did have elephants. But here's the thing is, I know it is my child mind exaggerating and the perception of my child mind for sure, because when I think back to that one time we went to the circus, I remember the elephant being the size of like the entire like building, like the entire circus ring, like it was like unfathomably large. And thinking about that, I'm like, yeah, there's no way I was remembering this correctly. Maybe there was something else going on. Maybe they had some sort of a tent or tarp or something that took up that space, and my brain is smashing the concept of the elephants being there with that. So I think I may have rode an elephant there, but I don't trust myself to be 100% sure of that. So, and I'm pretty sure I rode a camel at the Ren Fest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I rode a camel at the Ren Fest, which was fun. These surprisingly big animals, camels are, you know. All right, here's an X. JoJo's getting involved, so watch out. JoJo wants some Discoidalis, especially this locality, this bigger, darker one. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like JoJo could be JoJo for a steal, could also be Mad Dog. It is JoJo with a winning bid of 27. The biggest steal on this locality of Discoids. Big steal of 27 from JoJo. All right, next in the stack, we have a group of 50, another Gyna, 50 Gynocophrorum, starting bid of $1. The chrome roaches, one of the easiest roaches, and people tend to end up with quadrillions of them. And I like them; they're nice. Lizard Bean said, felt like its spine was going to grind my crotch off. Also, camels and for young kids, llamas. I'll definitely own a camel when I get the chance to. And yeah, Jojo, you definitely stole those guys. Man, I am getting hungry. I hunger, father, I crave cheddar. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, okay, let's see. What do we split up here? What do we like oh, you guys still got plenty of food. How do we split these groups? How do I partition them in space over here to encourage me to go through them at a more timely speed? Yeah, there's definitely over 200 Surinams in this cup. This is just a lot. It's almost like it looked like pure roaches at the top, basically. Lamproblata, perhaps. Behidger says, how's Betsy doing? Does she have any lasting effects from brainworm? Brainworm problems seem to be completely gone. She's completely good. I did catch her. She was scratching again this fall, and I saw that and was like, there in Holly, deer, there's some evidence to suggest the deer might actually be able to get over the 6-foot fence and into the paddock, but not when the dogs are in there and not after the goats are put in there. But there is heavy deer activity in the area, and so there could still be the brainworms that cause that via the slugs and whatnot dispersing them through their slime as they move from outside the paddock into the paddock. So I did hit Betsy with a extra strength dose of Panicer when I was 2 weeks ago when I saw the scratching pattern happen again, or maybe it was 3 weeks ago at some point. Anyways, a couple days after that, she stopped the scratching. So the goats needed to be dewormed anyways. So she tends to graze really low to the ground, which puts her at the highest risk for parasites. So so I'm just gonna have to probably every September hit her with a dose of Panicer to clear stuff out of her system. But Bo is completely unaffected. She could have a better immune system adaptation to it, or maybe she just doesn't graze. She mostly browses, and that she doesn't pick up the cysts or whatever for it. Lizard Beans wants Gynocophorus, but you want more space. You can only have one. You can only have Gynocophorus, or you can have more space. You can't have both. Charlie says, any Gynosia of Sculptrata? That might be on the docket. Bob Lambert says, one high end before lunchtime. If I come across something high end, I'll set it aside and we'll try to do it as the last thing. 100% knew they could clear that fence. Again, there's some evidence for it, but I don't have a smoking gun. That's the thing. So I can't be sure of that. Is it strictly roaches today, says Adam? Yes, Saturday is roach day, and Inverberdu says, got to hop off stream now. See you later. Later, TJ. See you around. Let's wrap up the Gynocophrorum bids here. Going once for the chrome roaches. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle with a winning bid of 52, beating out King Campy. Barnacle wants some chrome roaches. And there they are. 52 to Barnacle. Here we go. Here's a true roach enthusiast niche pick. We have 30 Ancaudelia hamifera from Misul Island, Indonesia. These have higher parental care and whatnot than Panestia do, but not as much as Salgania do. I'm also realizing when I do Salgania sales, I don't know if I can really plan them out for auctions because they tend to form these little like family groups, and especially in Incerta. And I think what I'm going to have to do is when I refresh their enclosures every year and a half, I'm just going to have to say, hey, here you go. You get one or two family groups that I dug up of a Salgania or try to keep them in their own separate container until an auction comes around. But with Incerta especially, I always find them in clusters of 3 to 7 individuals, so they're grouping up like that and distributing themselves throughout the substrate matrix. But I really got to tear the enclosure apart because they just go really down into there. At least the Ragii will come up underneath stuff in groups, makes it a little easier to harvest. But anyways, Ancardelia is like Salgenia light. Panesthea is like Ancardelia light in terms of parental care. Most deer fences are 10 feet. See, in my neighborhood, the deer will not hop a 6-foot fence. I've seen that deer fences, they say 8 foot is good. And here 6 foot works just fine, but different story out in Holly. But again, I had suspicions. There's no deer poop in the pasture, but there were some areas that looked like something had bedded down, and I wasn't 100% sure. Do these need white rot? Nope. Same care as Panesthea. Ooh, Exotic Wilderness is interested in the exotic Ancardelias. Let's see. What can we set aside here? What can we set apart? Oh, the Flexivita. We had a die-off in the Flexivita container. That's no good. I wonder what caused that. We can't have that. Too dry? No, the moisture is pretty good. We have to set those aside. They've got a little bit of the stank to them as well, so I'm going to have to analyze what went on there. That is unfortunate. Let us see what else. Put a couple of dog foods in the Suriname container, and we'll wrap up. Going once on the Ancardelia. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z with a winning bid of 45. Double Z sliding in there. Wanting some Ancardelia. Double Z. Okay. We'll go through the next one kind of fast as I quest for our higher end roach, I suppose. We have 200 plus Pycnoscelis surinamensis dark, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1. And see who else is coming up. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not too crazy. Okay, that's all right. That's pretty nifty. I'm noticing a lot of the Pycnoscelis got shifted into this first lot of stuff. Ooh, that's pretty good. We can do that. That's a good end cap. I think I got a couple of end caps picked out here. Yeah, we'll do those. We'll cap things off with that. And then before we get to our last things, we will do a giveaway. Before we do our last three, we'll do another giveaway. So, all right. Surinamensis dark, just darker winged Surinams. Here's an X for these. By TJ Sistesen. How do you kill Flexivita? Surprising. I don't know. What could have happened is I put too big of an apple piece in there and there wasn't enough ventilation, and the ethylene gas and the roaches just compounded into the worst case scenario. Seems to be what could have happened. Too moist, too something. It seemed like it was mostly adults that had kicked the bucket, so that suggests that it was something that they're more sensitive to, I think. Exotic Wilderness is switching grain pets to Critter Keeper style enclosure since you had some escape into your closet. Wow, we've got a lot of interest in the Pycnoscelis surinamensis dark. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Eric with a winning bid of 66 for the dark Surinams. Not Eric Matthews, just Eric. And we're going to follow that up with 200 plus Pycnoscelis Niagara, starting bid of $1. The actual shadow roaches that are very similar to the darks, but the adults have orangish legs and the black is much darker. Zero Cool Ninja says, I'm looking for any big roaches I can use to show at events to pick up and show. We got a couple of those coming up before we hit the break. Zyra says, I found Plaudia and Cytophilus in my kitchen. I bet family members were amused by that. Zen Monkey says, I'm holding out for the deep gray Surinames or the black Surinames. Oh, more descriptors. Do I have a picture? I have a picture on Roach Crossing somewhere. Oh, the ye old picture. A couple of good pictures going up here. We'll put an X and get to wrapping these guys up. You can kind of see in my picture, you can kind of see the leg color also in the Roach Crossing picture. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Could be Diana. Or no, could be Chris Sniper. Let's see. Control R. It is Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 30. Cutting in there. Winning bid of 30 from Chris Sniper. Butting out Diana. Okay. Next we have a group of 40. Neostylopyga. Rhombifolia Chinese hobby stock, starting bid of $1. What once was rare has now become far more common as more people have been succeeding with Neostylopyga. And we seem to have found that high humidity seems to be very important in their well-being. So keep that in mind. It's a higher humidity species. Visitor asks, how's your H. Vitata doing? Good enough to put some up for grabs. When are you going to give Pycnoscelis for free, says Double Z? Never. As that monkey says, I joke, all your Surinames are belong to me. That meme dates you. That's like the original meme. All your base are belong to us, coupled with I'm in your base, killing your dudes. Is that really dates you. That puts you at a very specific culture, at a very specific place and time, I have to say. Let's see, who else needs some snackies? Kyle needs snackies. Is who needs snackies right now? Definitively, indubitably, indomitably. Okay, we'll give you some snackies too. Look at me getting ahead of things here. Look at me being smart with my time utilizations. Look at that. All right. Here's an X for the Neostylopyga rhombifolia Chinese hobby stock. Let's see, anybody else comment anything? I know all your base are belong to us, but that's because my mom has culture. Chris going to feed his birds with books. Pycnoscelis. You could do that. You could be like that passerine guy. Apparently they worked stupidly well for him. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog. 4621, winning bid of 36. Mad Dog winning some rhombifolia. Make sure, Mad Dog, I would even say keep these with just like a 5 millimeter hole for ventilation and nothing more, given what I seem to know about your the climate where you live. You may want to keep those as low vented as possible. All right, coming up next, we've got 30 Echinoptera rufa Costa Rica, starting bid of $1. Strawberry roaches, an excellent species to consider keeping with other things like Blabberus, Gramphidorina, etc. Easy going. Live bugs are Innsbruck good bird feed. What does Innsbruck mean? Especially for young birds. How many more before your break? After this Echinoptera, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then a giveaway. They're not hard. They're not very, very hardy, very hard to raise. Oh, they're not hard to raise, very hardy. Yes, the stock or however we've been keeping them has been very good for Neostylopyga stocks go up. Stonks go up. All right, here's an X for the Rufa Costa Rica. I think Exotic Wilderness wants it, so maybe up. TJ has appeared from the void, apparently. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 30. Chris Sniper probably going to toss all of the roaches in one big communal and let the Lord sort them out. With a winning bid of 30. Sometimes Chris will swoop in and ruin your day. Sometimes. All right, here we got. We haven't done these yet. Now, why is this a little bit of moldy mold? We're going to get rid of this bit of moldy mold on here. We're going to get rid of that, and we're going to close this because we've awoken the beasts. The sudden influx of the puff of air of me opening the container has awoken them. We have a group of 50 Polyphaga. Can't spell Egyptiaca right now. Egyptiaca, Sinai, Egypt, starting bid of $1. We have some biblical roaches here. Polyphaga Egyptiaca from Sinai, Egypt. That's insanely if you're in bright sun and can't see what you're typing. Survival of the fittest. They all go in a 55 fashion trash can. And Bahijajur says, "Come on, Mason, I'm rooting for you." Is there a desire? I feel like this is gonna go. You're gonna go far, kid, but in the sense that there's gonna be some blood. So there's a good mix of sizes. The bulk of the numbers, it's probably over 50. There's a lot of small ones, but you also got some adults and some bigger nymphs in here too. One of my beloved, most reliable roach colonies. One day I will get some sort of desert snake that will feed entirely on Polyphaga or Aeronavega. One day that will happen. I will be so happy to raise that species. Super underrated, top 5 from Exotic Wilderness. Here's an X for the Egyptiaca colony, and it's getting fierce competition for these biblical roaches from Sinai, Egypt. Going once, the promised land of roaches. Going twice. Sold. To Teeth with a winning bid of 85 for the Polyphaga Egyptiaca. And on the horizon, TJ is working with Polyphaga obscura, and I have a single pair of Plantii, and TJ has a bunch of ooths of Plantii, and it is the first Saturday of the month because there go the storm sirens. So it's a Polyphaga palooza nowadays. So that's why I'm not fighting hard. But I'm just saving the muns for the high roller stuff. That's why I'm not fighting hard, he says. going to give these guys a little bit of apple. These have grown immensely on me. I used to not do the best with them. I figured them out. They like, what do you know? A lot of wood, the hardwood pellets, medium moisture, not soaking wet, not bone dry, medium moisture. And really, the amount of information that you can get from just finding roaches in the wild is incredible, because I would have never, I needed to see these in the wild to get an idea for how to best take care of them. And now I can pass that info on to you guys. 40 Parka bladalata from Tuskegee, Alabama, the great Florida legal feeder. The largest or second largest Parka blata species. I need more numbers because Pennsylvania can get pretty big. Very colorful, easy to breed, good at room temperature. Get those moist hardwood pellets, do that matrixy thing I said for Asia blata, a couple pieces of bark on top, some dog food every once in a while, some apple every once in a while. Watch them go crazy. Again, and in the wild, we found them, and there's more in the matrix. I actually put hardwood pellets in here. They're usually under like well-rotted pine bark, but you can also find them under the bark of like standing pines too. But they're fine with like hardwood pellets too. Parka bladalata is my new echolalia. Parka bladalata. Yeah, it is kind of fun to say. I've got like $50 left of my budget over. I prefer roaches to ice pods. They don't instantly die if they get dried out, but the roaches are all going above my remaining budget, says Charlie Bug. So anyway, so Tuskegee, Alabama. Originally, this is a mixed culture with Virginica. I was able to, at one point, separate the Virginica from the Lata because they were collecting the same habitat, so they require similar things. And here they are. All right, going once on the Parka bladalata, Tuskegee, Alabama. It gets better. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 36. I could see a roach collecting song, kind of like TJ's infamous pseudo-glamorous rap. But you could have lyrics, all the places you love collecting roaches. Parka bladalata, Tuskegee, Alabama. I think there's some meat to that, maybe. Okay. Next up we have, you guys look a little moist, but you should be good. Take care of a little bit of that moisture for you. Aranavega 30, Aranavega species, Pina Blanca 1. Starting bid $1, not CF Grata. These are not the CF Grata or the Grata from not the ones that Alan more recently collected, and I think TJ has them going. How much do those Parka bladalata go for? 36 to Exotic Wilderness. This is the smaller species from Pina Blanca. I recall Alan saying he had to go off quite a ways to find the habitat for the CF Grata, and it was more leaf litter type stuff. This species is more of a rodent burrow under rocks and drier places dweller species of Aranavega. So, all right, we got a little bit of interest going on here for these guys. I do need to get the CF Grata from Pina Blanca again. We'll see how Alan does with that. Alan's been doing really well with seems to be 2 divisions of the Aranavega, 2 husbandry divisions. There's species that like half moist, half dry, good ventilation, not too picky about their air quality or their air dryness. And then there's species that like drier substrate, but higher air humidity consistently without as much ventilation. And you'd think that there'd be an easier line to draw between the two of them, but the species from the imperial sand dunes seems to be the low substrate humidity, high air moisture or low airflow. Aranavega floridensis seems to be in that category too, with the high air humidity, low substrate humidity. But then you got species like Tonkawa, which are pretty much fine with whatever and seem to like more of that ventilation. So, all right, going once on the Pina Blanca Aranavega. Going twice. Sold. Aranavega. I can't say the other word. Oh, it's Aranavagina. How Alan says it. Ocean is the winner with a winning bid of 46 on the Pina Blancas. Congratulations. 46 to the ocean. We send them back to the sea. All right. We have another group of maybe our last group of these. 50 Gyna Cafrorum, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1 for a group of 50 Gyna Cafrorum. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Tennyson needs more Aranavega. Go collect the Utah ones, Tennyson. Lizard Bean says, I was hoping your break would line up perfectly with my dog's agility run, but I'll have to stay home. Yeah, it looks like we're going to break probably around 1:30, and we'd probably be back around 3. I'll take an hour and a half to do some stuff. I got to cut some host plants for some stick bugs and whatnot. Any Pinotha? I can't remember if I packed up Pinotha or not. Double Z got picked up 8 mushroom blocks full of that mycelium. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Maybe as a goal for one of our goals, I'll do the creepy Sonic, the whole hand motions and expressions and stuff if we hit a super chat goal. And Exotic Wilderness can record it and turn it into a new GIF for the channel. I could see doing that for a super chat goal. How are Aranavaga's behavior compared to other burrowing roaches like Hemiblabra? Very similar to Hemiblabra in a lot of ways. Roaches, there's tunnelers that make like tunnels. You got your Panestia, Saljani, etc. There's burrowers, ones that just kind of live in the duff layer, the substrate, your Blabberus, Persatria, Aranavega, etc. You got like your surface, your cursorial dwellers. Honestly, it's more Paraplaneta. Paratemnopteryx are kind of like that. And then you've got your like up on stuff, your more arboreal roaches. Hissers are more in that category. Oxyhaloa. Cursorial, also lobster roaches are more cursorial. Up on stuff, Henschutadenia, Rhiparobia, a lot of the tiny ectobioids are more in that general vicinity. Here's an X for the Caphorums. Charlie Behavior says, Charlie Bug, you might be able to hit up Kyle for something you really want for that last $50 and add to your winnings. The day is still young, everybody. We have maybe around double this much left in roaches still. And we still got tomorrow, which I'll be saying tomorrow, and then everything will just come and go. Vanity, vanity. Everything is vanity. All right, going once on the Gynaecophorum, except for roach cultures. If you keep them going, they go forever. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 61. Beetle Pixel swooping in again with those weird bids. If you want to win, apparently you got to think like Beetle Pixel does with the odd numbers. Just out of nowhere. Throw out a 61 when everybody else is in the 40s and see what happens. All right, Alan was flexing these earlier. We're going to give you guys just a little piece of dog food. And you will flex here, and you will flex on somebody over here. We have a group of 20 Eurycotus species, Venezuela, starting bid of $1. Eurycotus species, Venezuela, $1. Alan was flexing his giant colony of these earlier. Archimandrite at all? Maybe. Can't recall. Bob Lambert asks, when's the next Taylor show? A week from now, and I will be there, and I will be surviving. Charlie Bug says, yeah, I'm seeing if I can add anything. Otherwise, I might do some orders. Already planning on ordering an albino Narcissus americanus. Ooh, what a lovely picture. Looks like a TJ picture of Eurycotus Venezuela. We'll put an X there as we get into our final things after that. And what do you guys like? You guys like apple, so we'll give you some apple. The illusion of choice. You can choose between the two things that I give you, roaches. Well, I guess you also have all the wood and the mycelium and the paper towel and each other's poop, so I guess there's more choices. It's less diabolical than it seems. I rather do suppose. Just little slices of apple. Just happy little slices. All right, going once on the Eurycotus species Venezuela. Going twice. Sold. To Jesse with a winning bid of 28. Jesse picking up some of Alan's flex bait from earlier with a winning bid of 28. Okay, next up we have a group of 40 Pseudomops septentrionalis, Tulsa, Oklahoma, starting bid of $1. The pale bordered field roach, which has been found as far north as Kentucky or Ohio, something crazy like that. Because it's a Mexican roach species, Central American, that has been range expanding for some time now. Apparently it's a Central American species and it's been moving north and east for centuries. There are reports of them around Washington of septentrionalis. They are established in Washington, D.C. That's nuts. Kind of like armadillos. I wonder who's going to reach Michigan first, the armadillos or the pseudomops. There's reports of them from St. Louis. There's reports of them from Louisville, Kentucky. There's a report from, was it Charleston, West Virginia? This was unheard of before. They are, it's a 9-banded armadillo is the one that's moving north. Dasypus novum quinctus. No, it looks like armadillo. There's a report of an armadillo from the thumb of Michigan. That's nuts. From 2018. There's more. There's reports from Illinois, from northern Illinois in 2024. There's a roadkill one from 2024. Is that Michigan or is that Michigan? Just south of Michigan. So they're on their way. Both of them are on their way. Pale bordered field roaches and armadillos are both on their way from Central America. Got mine in Texas, needed more care instructions, need more pseudomops like Interceptus. Yeah, I agree. If they're all as easy as septentrionalis, there are a lot of roaches in DC, but you wouldn't want to culture most of them. Very invasive. Charlie, Sculptrado were one of my first roach species. I still have them going. They're not as bad as they sound, said Tennyson. Here is an X for these pseudomops. And also watch out for the chit chat because Alan might come and snatch you guys up. We're trying to focus on the bids here. So, all right, we're going to start the countdown for the pseudomops. Going once. You can always take the chit chat to the live stream. Going twice. Sold. Two could be Bobber. I think it's Bobber because Fimidams didn't put a period at the end. To Bobber with a winning bid of 36. To Bobber, Not Bob, not Bob this, not Bob that. 36 to just Bobber. Congrats, Bobber. I think that's your first win also. If so, congrats. All right, next up we got a group of 100 Simplicity Palins. Starting bid of $1. Simplicity Palins while Alan lays down the law. Armadillo leprosy. Zen Monkey says, always remember, Kyle auctions the best stuff on Sunday unless you're bidding against me, in which case it is most over. It is most over by noon tomorrow. Go away. Palins, a climbing tiny roach that has, I think they use these as tarantula and true spider feeders commonly in Europe, although I could be remembering data from 10 years ago for these, but an easy species, difficult to kill, not a pest though. Supposedly introduced to Florida, maybe around greenhouses or something like that, but I don't know the full details. Supposedly it's Florida legal, but here's a big old group of them if you want them. All right, here's the X for the Simplicity Palins and a beautiful picture of the unadorned roach, as I have jokingly said sometimes, the unadored roach. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 19. Winning bid of 19. The Gru GIF. All right, we're down to our last 4 things to auction, and we got one giveaway we're going to do after this thing that's going up right now. How's your moisture, everybody? You guys are looking moistiferous in there. Okay, we got a group of 20 Gromphodurina, Portentosa University of California, Riverside, starting bid of $1. This is that ancient stock that I talked about before that's been going around since the 80s and has been kept in a tank in a back room, not even dank actually, it's really dry back there at a Southern University until it was acquired around 2021 or 2022. Charlie Bug says, question on related roaches. How deep a substrate would you recommend for cotinus metabolus grubs? You're going to want to give them about 2 inches of sand or clay, or ideally clayey sand, and then however many inches you want above that of the actual substrate where you can bury food in and mix in the organic matter and whatnot. Got Nocticola and Compsodies. I think those are coming up. They're not in this they're not in what's about to be put up for auction, but if they're here, they're going to be here in the rest of the stuff, which we have yet to get to because we still got a ton to get to. All right, here's an X for the Gromphodurina portentosa UCR stock. Here, we'll show them off fighting over the dog food that I put in. Again, hungry little guys. There will be some Pseudoglomerus magnifica today when we return. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lydia Bree with a winning bid of 34. To Lydia Bree. A very good deal on this classic line of hissing cockroaches. To Lydia Bree. And we are going to do a giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway. Giveaway for one adult pair Blaberus boliviensis. I was using them to facilitate some isopods, and the isopods kind of got out of control and took over. So I just removed the roaches from the bin and thought somebody might want these. So it's a pair, very nice pair, Blabrus boliviensis, a uncommon species, pure stock, needs more love, basically. And I got it. I got it. What was the second roach species I ever coveted? Because we know the answer to my first roach species was, of course, Gromphidorina portentosa, and I coveted those first, and I wanted them first. What was the second roach species I ever coveted? And I need the full, properly spelled, etc. Latin. Oh, Tennyson, you got it. It was Eublaberus posticus. Tennyson, how did you know that? Was it just a guess? Was it just a guess? Tennyson just knocked it out of the park. It was Eublaberus posticus. And I will go into a brief story here. Well, I gotta write these down in my Excel doc. 1.1 Blabrus boliviensis to Tennyson. So my first ever reptile show I wanted to go to my sophomore year of high school. It was this show in the middle of nowhere, but the promotions for it made it sound like it was going to be this big hullabaloo and all this stuff. And my dad, he took time off work to take me, and it was a whole weekend adventure, and there was a tornado, and it was just a wonderful life memory that I will never forget, was going to that show in the middle of nowhere. And it was still a good show. Some guy had Australian frogs and stuff there. Really weird. Was 100% worth the experience and all that other stuff. But at the same time, when that was in the works, my mom or I found out about the Taylor show. And so my mom and I just casually went there one Saturday, and here's this huge thing, and it's everything that I thought that other expo was going to be, and it happened before that one. So I thought the one that was out in the middle of nowhere was going to be even bigger and more impressive. But at the first Taylor show, I remember seeing a vendor towards the back who had, they had all kinds of feeder insects, superworms, and dubias weren't a thing back then, but lobster roaches and discoids and orange heads. And I remember going through their feeder cups and really being wowed by the fact that they had orange head roaches. I'd never heard of them, and I got to see them in real life. And honestly, the smell was kind of interesting, and it was just I wanted to get them, but my mom wouldn't let me. My mom would not let me get the orange head roaches then. Of course, time goes by and things changed, but so yeah, I remember very vividly picking up the little deli cup and looking at the orange head roach nymphs and asking about them and stuff like that. So Tennyson cheated. Went through all the ones I remember you mentioning. That's a fair assessment. Tennyson cheated. He looked it up on the Kyle wiki. Maybe that's just smart. Somebody pay me and Chris, and we will team up to make an actual Kyle wiki with canon lore. Oh, there, you guys don't even know the half of the Kyle lore as it goes on. There's more to it than the bug lore. All right, we have 100 Euthyrhapa pacifica, Oahu, Hawaii. How the times have changed. That these guys are these guys are in their current state of being readily available and abundant. Hello, friends. Whoop, and there goes an adult male sneaking out. We might see him. That might be pertinent to the plot later. We should take notes of that. You guys need some snacks? You guys seem like you're all right with what you got, all 100 of you. Uther Pacifica, and it's taken off. So a great roach for keeping with pretty much anything else. I think top of my recommendations would be with hissers. Would be my number one recommended for these guys. But boy, to think that it's been 3 years of these being in culture. I never would have thought I'd be offering a group of 100 of them. And there's probably in the medium critter faunarium that they're in, there's probably a couple thousand. Lizard Bean says I use these in my leopard gecko bioactive. Do great with giant Porcellio species, Tennyson says. That's interesting. Here's an X for these guys. Bladder beans with a picture. I always imagine them to be more like Eucharidia size. The adults are much smaller than I imagined, but it doesn't make them any less fun because we have tons of them and we always wanted them and now we have them. And that's what we call dreams coming true. All right, we have an X for the Euthyrhapa pacifica. We only have 2 roaches after this before our break. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ocean with a winning bid of 60. With a winning bid of 60 to Ocean. 99 E Pacifico $1. I was like, what is he doing there? It's like, oh, I see. I get the joke, the haha funny. Okay. Our last 2 things before the break, we have a group of 40 Blaptica, Dubia, Amber, starting bid of $1. As I see some party fouls, we'll see what Alan does in that scenario. Do you still have Eublaberus possigus limon province? No. I accidentally gassed my colony out when I think when I went to Florida, I had a almost full polycarb over the top, and when I went to slide them into place on the rack, the polycarb buckled out of place. So instead of having a little gap for air at the front, the polycarb slid over to cover the whole opening. And so when I came back, the bacterial, fungal, whatever action the substrate seemed to just gas the colony out. So I completely lost them. But fortunately, there's a good number of roach keepers who got them from me, and theirs are all doing well. So bro was busting out the ambers. My pyrites are growing well. That's good to hear. Tennyson, you still have ambers? Need to get some for my dad as a birthday gift. I somehow managed to lose them. Blasphemy. Well, here's your chance to get them. Dubia ambers. John Frost's hard work. Years and years of hard work creating these, and I'm a little ashamed that I haven't been able to. I haven't bulk produced them, and really, I haven't even put them on the website. I haven't gotten them out in the popular zeitgeist like I had hoped to, but life is like life. And so here we are. But hey, they're here now. They're here now. If you want them, they're right in front of you. Here's an X. We will also have some pyrite. Did I do pyrite earlier? I can't remember if I put pyrites up earlier, but we will also have pyrites up for grabs. All right, going once on the ambers. Going twice. Sold. To Teeth with a winning bid of 70. To Teeth. 70 to Teeth. We have some legal action going on in here, apparently, from Alan, our police officer. Timing out, I think, I will just say this thing. Timing out is reasonable. I don't think a ban is necessary, but I think reinforcement through timing out is very reasonable. All right, and our last thing before our break, we have a group of 20 Elliptorhina David starting bid of $1. Now, you guys look like you're a little moist. I gave you a little piece of apple, and your humidity's swinging up a little bit, and you guys don't like to be moist. I know that as a fact. Every time you've been kept moist in the past, it's not been good. And your wild habitat underneath the palm frond on a beach in Madagascar, I think it was on a beach, is definitely not a moist place. So we're gonna just put a little piece of the dog food in there and keep you as dry as possible. All right, we've got some insanity going on here. Only a few weeks early, you're trying to get your dad into Roach's exotic wilderness. Anthony said, I got put in timeout again. I don't know what I did wrong. I thought everything I was talking about had something to do with that. You got to talk in here, Anthony. You got to talk. Do it in the live stream. Keep it out of the bid thing, especially when bids are going on. Alan will come after you. Alan is like a rabid bear. You got to watch out for him. But the rules are rules for a reason. So only talk in the live stream abundantly if you got a lot to say. And Charlie says they're going crazy over the David. These are not adults. It's a mix of nymphs. We'll put an X here. Get this wrapped up so I can finally get some food in my system. It's almost 1:30. I think, did I eat today? I got more mozzarella. I got all kinds of mozzarella to enjoy. And it is delicious. And I do enjoy it. All right, going once on the Elliptorhina David. Going twice. Sold. Shoot, I didn't type the sold in. I'm going to do the countdown again. I had a backslash, I guess, typed it in. Okay, we're going to do it again. Sorry, guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Okay, that went through. To exotic wilderness with a winning bid of 115. And you finally got what you wanted, exotic wilderness. You came for David and there you are. Winning bid of 115. And I will say, spoiler alert, there is one more group of David going up today. All right, we're going to save my Excel document lest something absolutely atrocious happen to it. And I know I say how you don't know why you keep getting timed out when not only we have some community policing going on here. That's all right. More importantly for me is I need to get some food in my system. So we're going to take our break. I'm going to get our signage up here to say we're on break. All right. Kyle will return at, let's see, an hour. We're just going to do 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern. Roaches all day, baby. What else, dear? I'll draw a little parka bladder here. All right. There we go. So we will pick things back up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time with more roaches. Roaches all day, baby. So I will see you all then. Howdy, 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 everybody. We are back for the next part of the Roach section of the Bugapalooza. This seems like a good stack to start with. Seems like a very good stack to start with. Right there. There we go. Got all kinds of goodies. If there's something you hadn't seen yet, you hadn't gotten yet, good chance you're going to find it in here. And there's still more. This is not everything. There's still more out in the living room that needs to be gonded through. But we got all kinds of fun stuff here. Take our sweet time going through yonder bugs, as one is wont and often will to do. All right. Ground for the rhino spotted. How do you know it wasn't Princessia or Aileropida? How do you know that? Okay, let's Chicken Explorers. That's a new face and name. All right. Here we go, everyone. Bidding resumes. And everyone in hashtag bid central. I wonder if my thing got taken down in that other server I advertised in. I'm going to see. If it didn't, I'm going to post a link to today's. Always helps to spread around. All right, it didn't, so I guess I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Okay, what you guys been up to while I was gone? A bit of casual chit chat. Diana's here. Emotional support, Aaron Vega Tonkawa. We're gonna put that goal up here. We're gonna do 5 super chats of teal and higher to, why not do, should I do 10? We'll do 5. 2-hour timer we're gonna do. Charlie will celebrate. I'll record footage of me being the degenerate Sonic GIF for gifification. Gifification. That's about as good as I can do. I'll record footage of me being the degenerate Sonic GIF for gifification. Somebody have to be here for the screen cap. So we've got a super chat thing going on now. If you want that disgusting, horrible, degenerate Sonic GIF that people keep posting, I will record myself doing that so that we can have, for posterity's sake, we can have one of me doing that, maybe to take its place. I'm all right, Behigiture, right off the bat with 5. Nobody donate, please. Behigiture is we're on our way. Lydia says, I'm deeply uncomfortable with how you open your cans. I don't always have nails on hand, and I've been doing that since I was but a wee child, and nothing bad has happened yet. Behidger's a freak. Yep. Behidger, don't think I've forgotten about burning my socks. They're sitting out by the firewood pile. The problem is it's been so dry that I'm afraid to burn anything because one loose glob of embers could set the whole woods on fire with this kind of drought. And here's the thing, it's happened before. The neighbor behind me set the woods on fire in 2022. I remember I was on the phone with Angela and I was like, hey, I gotta go. My woods are on fire. And I went outside and the very back of my woods were ablaze. And yeah, fortunately the fire department was on top of it. They came and hosed everything down, but I was like, well, this is something that definitely doesn't happen every day, fortunately, unless you live in California. Ban, please, mods. All right, we're going to start off with, we had a couple of these before. We're going to do it again. The Sinai Polyphaga aegyptiaca. Don't worry, guys. There's plenty of new things here. Plenty of things that haven't gone up for auction before today, as in like not in the last session. Orang Mango really also wants the disgusting Sonic, the degenerate Sonic gifification. We love that. Thank you, guys. I wonder, does this go into my Google Wallet, or like I think at the end of every month it gets deposited in my bank account. YouTube Studio. Earn. Where's my earnings? I'm a YouTube partner. Yay. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. We're gonna 100% get the 4,000 public watch hours. After this Bugapalooza, we will be up there for sure. Where is my money kept? How to see where YouTube puts my money. Analytics revenue. Okay. That's how. This is an important thing to know. Revenue. It's not showing anything. I don't know why that is. Maybe we need to be up on the watch time. What the heck? Puts my money from super chats. Again, it's not, don't worry, your money's not going to waste. It did give me stuff. YouTube Studio navigate to earn. It's like the supers tab. Now, why is it in something else? Earn, supers, and gifts. Okay, there we go. We're all good. Okay, it's popping up here. I see it the last couple of days. Wonderful. Wonderful. Just amazing. Actually, it's a surprising number of super chats. Where is this? Oh, but it doesn't organize it by time. It's by that. We don't want that. We want to see it by time. Oh, I guess it is by time. All right, we're all good. Never mind. So don't worry, guys. YouTube's giving me your donations. You're putting money into the account, putting food in the dog bowls, as one could say. Like this video, please. Oh, also, I guess we should wrap up the bidding on the Sinai's. Good old reliable biblical roaches. Also, I'm thinking around, I'm going to try and wrap this up around 6. Like, hopefully get through all this by 6. I want to run to the liquor store that has my special imported South African wine to pick up, stock up on it for tomorrow's festivities is what I want to do. And I have to do that before they close, and they have very short hours on Sunday, and we're going to be here all day Sunday. I know. We're going to be here a long time, I'm sure. All right. Going once on the Sinai aegyptiaca. Going twice. Sold. To Herplink with a winning bid of 57. Herplink, it's Herplink. A nice winning bid of 57. Blink. Okay. Into the big giant bowl you go. Okay. Next up, we have, maybe of interest to some people here. Is that a 5 or a? That's got to be a 5. Even I have trouble reading my writing sometimes. 50 Panchlora CF Nivea Little Manatee Florida starting bid of $1. The ones that produce bluish sometimes. And I failed to get these. I failed to get the blues isolated. I will give it a try again when I see another good quality female pop up. And I'm not really sure what I did wrong because they are Panchlora after all. But maybe I'll toss them in with something else in the future. You guys need any resources? No, you still got your apple. You're all looking happy on that apple slice. Good, good. Blue triggers everyone to whip out their wallets. It triggers me to whip out something else. My positive emotions. Subscribe and hit the bell. Taco Bell bong reverberates through your skull. Some manatee ribs are bomb AF. What's a manatee rib? What is that? Care level for those? It's pretty easy, but again, I failed to get the first isolation attempt for the bluish ones. I failed to get them. I was meticulous, though. I was keeping them small groups, and I separated males from females to mature and all this other stuff. Maybe in the future I will just pull the best females after they've been in a mixed colony and just work on isolating traits off of the females. I want the bloach, the blue roach. Is there a lot of people going after these? So it would seem. So it would seem. Man, I need to work on that again. The colony's booming right now. It's taken them a year and a half or two, Tennyson knows, to get back up to booming levels, but they're really going hard. The P. Egyptiaca price was worth it just to have Kyle sing my username. That's lovely. Harpoon hunting manatees for some ribs. Is it like sandhill cranes where they're ribeye of the sky? Has anybody here ever eaten manatee? Oh, I have a story about manatees, actually. Well, I'll tell it after we finish up the bidding for the Panchlora CF Nivea Little Manatee Florida. I'll tell my manatee story. There's the X for those guys. I think I'll save my money for yellow Panchlora. I'm sorry, there are no yellow Panchlora coming up. I lost my original colony of them, and I had to outcross them back to the original Costa Ricans to save the genes. And now I have a mixed colony, but they're not showing much of the yellow. It looks like it's a lot of hets. So yellow Panchlora are not really on the menu for a minute now. Unless you go for species speckled, they make some yellowish ones sometimes. But I'm being straight with you, homie. I'm being straight with you. All right, wrapping up bids on the CF Little Manatee. CF Nivea Little Manatee Florida. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To King Campy with a winning bid of 55. To King Campy, 55. Good job, King Campy. Looks like you really swooped in out of nowhere there. Finally! Chocolate! Finally! Panchlora! I'd like to buy some of your Panchlora. All right, next up we have another group of 20 pseudo-glomerous tarsalis, Thailand. Starting bid of $1. $1 for pseudo-glomerous tarsalis, Thailand. And while we're letting those sit for a sec, I'll tell my manatee story. So we were in Florida this year. We were at the beach in John Pennekamp State Park. Nate and I were poking around at the macroalgae and seagrass and stuff that floated up on the beach. we were poking through those little shoreline snails, and some of them were really cool. Some of them had like little, they're black and white instead of just like solid color like the others. So we were picking out the coolest looking one out of the hundreds and thousands of snails on the beach. And at some point I picked up something and I was like, whoa, it's a sponge. And I like started squeezing it, and then it like started smelling bad, and I was like, this isn't a sponge. And then like the all the neurons in my brain connected and clicked, and I realized, oh my god, this is not a sponge, this is manatee poop. And what do you know, I looked it up, and yeah, it was manatee poop. It looks like part of a sponge. It's not. We had seen other sponges that day too. That was the thing. So like here was this other like, looked like it was a sponge with more like symbionts or something, like, you know, like algal symbionts. Nope, it was a clump of manatee poop that had washed up, and it's an experience that I will never forget. I've forgotten the smell of it though, fortunately, but I remember I didn't feel like I get my hands clean enough after that. So here's an X for the Pseudoglomerus tarsalis now that my amusing story is over. And do you guys need anything? It seemed like you could use a little, give you a little bit of dog food, a little sliche of apple, and that'll be good for you guys. That'll do. You guys will be good. She'll be right. All right, going once on the tarsalis. Going twice. Sold. To solutionist nonsense. To soul non. Solutionist nonsense. The winning bid of 70. Okay, next up we have, I gotta look these up now. Crescispina 40, Crescispina japonica, New York City, New York, starting bid of $1. Crescispina japonica, one of the victims, perhaps rather beneficiaries of the recent Paraplaneta genus splitting. It's basically a cold hardy Derapeltis is kind of how it is. Lizard Bean says, Mr. Poop Fondler. Exotic Willis asking about more Floridana. Yes, there will be more. Beetle Pixel is typing. Yeah, so these, they used to be labeled as a Paraplaneta. They're not a Paraplaneta. Genetically, they're more closely related to Derapeltis and are basically a cold hardy Derapeltis species, which is just crazy. And you can, oh, you guys already had some apple. You guys are fine, actually. You can see the similarity in the adults. The adults definitely, you know, like, yeah, I could see how that's more of a Derapeltis and less of an actual Paraplaneta. Be any portentosomorphs? I believe there will be. All right, here's an X for the Crescispina japonica, the Yamato cockroach, the cold hardy Derapeltis species. Chris Sniper jumping in with a bit of 18. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 18. You guys didn't want the Japanese roaches? Really? You don't want the Crescispinas? Chris Sniper wants them though? Okay. Next up, we have a group of 20, and this is our only group of these available. My colony went through a bit of a rut, and I got rid of my second colony once the first colony was fully lively and going. 20 Gronfidorina portentosa Masola, starting bid of $1. This is the locality pure common hisser stock. Gronfidorina portentosa Masola, our locality hissing cockroaches. There we go. There's that patented enthusiasm. Exotic Wilderness and Chris Sniper really going into it now. 3 more $5 donations for our salvation. No pick. Let's see. TJ's got pictures. That's a good picture. Swiping pictures from TJ. Somebody else already did it. No way. Well, that's good enough. Any LLE mahogany available today? I suspect there may be some. Last pure portentosa I need, man. All right, everybody's hopping on board. Here's an X for those. Again, fresh crop of babies popping up now since I redid their enclosure. To have a gigantic building full of nothing but hissing cockroach morphs and absolutely no cross-contamination, that would be such a dream come true. All right, going once on the Masola hissers. Going twice. Sold. Ooh, could be Headed Tenacity, could be Orang Mango, Control, Refreshing. Let's see. And the winner is Headed Tenacity with a winning bid of 70. Headed Tenacity, your first win at this Bugapalooza, and I think the first thing you bid on also. Headed Tenacity with a winning bid of 70. Congratsity. Okay, let's start chipping through some of these other stacks here, fat stacks. We got 30 Elliptorina Levi Gata, starting bid of $1. V-horn hissers. Looks like we've hit a vein of hissers here. There will be more hissers coming up as well. Whoa, chat's moving pretty fast here. Remember to like the stream. Tess asking mine throw maroons. I have some dark ones. I've actually been working on isolating that. For some reason, I wasn't getting good fertility out of the males. I don't know if that means something, but I am working on isolating those from the Masola. Also working on isolating the stripy ones. And originally I thought the stripier ones were hets for the black, but I think it just happens to be, it's just been chance that they've been producing more black than the other ones. So I'm working on getting basically a tiger form isolated out of the Masolas. So dark form and tiger form, and I think TJ was working with a couple others. People said they backed out when they saw beetle pixel typing. Came out of my stripe project, which doesn't seem to be working out. Okay, so you're going down a similar path to me. TJ saying the stripes don't seem to be very heritable. ... And yet the stripes in tiger hissers are heritable. So maybe it's just not a very strong trait genetically, because they also seem to be, well, no, when you cross them to Aileropida, they're still there. But when you cross them to Portentosa, they become a little more diffused. So I don't know what to say. Guess we'll find out. Here's an X for these, the Levi Gattas. I'm going to give them, here's a little bit of dog food. Feed my children, feed my children. Now, good size. Now, yeah. Give me the dog food, boss. You go off for more species black tigers, Kyle, because I need more, maybe. Paleata cohabiting with Concerfarium would work. That is a big maybe. I think they're a little dissimilar, but you could try it. Any black and white Van Weerbeck? I know I just bumped those up to a larger enclosure to try and get better production. The black and whites, that is. All right, going once on the V horns, the Liptorina levigata. Going twice. Sold. All right, Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 46. Winning bid of 46. Hawks A1. All right. We have a giveaway coming up. We're going to wait just a couple more to do that. And these, somebody had requested these. And so here they are. Not like we didn't already have them coming up, but we have a group of 20. Polyphaga. Saucerai, starting bid of $1. Group of 20 Saucerais here. Not Egyptiaca as we had previously. And I'm going to feed our next things. Feed my children. Feed my children. No, yeah. Such beautiful pictures of a beautiful roach. Andromana holotype, tigers, black and whites are all striped. Hemithorsaster with cubaris white sharks would work. That might work. I could see Paleata with white sharks working. I could see that working, actually. But you're saying Conservarium are vicious in my experience. TJ's trying to isolate the black/dark brown Masola, though. Me as well. Again, I think I'm on an F1 or F2 of trying to do some various crosses. Kind of just want to isolate the brown/black of all the different hissers. I've got some UCRs. The Chestnut Project is pretty consistently turning out to just be a nice chestnut brown. So those hopefully will be released sooner than later. All right, we got some people waking up here. Let's put an X and reward those who have woken up from their slumber. You slumber, a cucumber. You snows, you lows. You catch up on some Zeds. You get out of my heads. Good quotes from a good show. All right. Going once on the Saucerai. Going twice. Sold. To Diana with a winning bid of 70 for the Saucerai. To Diana. Diana has her heart set on Saucerai, apparently. Winning bid of 70 to Diana. All right. We have another group of these. 30 neo-stylo, neo-conservative, neoliberal conservative, neo-stylo, Pyga, rhombifolia, Chinese hobby stock, starting bid of $1. Chinese hobby stock Harlequin roaches up for grabs, ready to go, and some people are out the gate, ready, willing, out the gate. But Hijinger really wants the degenerate Sonic gif of Kyle really badly with another $5 donation. Anybody else? Anybody else? My Saucerai are now big enough to make a lot of noises, but yeah, the sound of the tarsi and the little spines on plastic is something. Allie says, how to get these to breed? High humidity seems to be the thing. Even low ventilation. We will not have Westwood Eye. TJ was kind enough to give me a super boost to my colony, and so I'm trying to get all my Eucharidia to the stage that my Linglong are, which is just living substrate. So I'm working on it. I would love to get them available in 50 counts one day here, or I think at least 20 counts. I think the Linglongs I have are going to be 20 or 30 counts, but takes time, it seems. Somebody asking if anyone lives here. Eric Matthews asked about living in the Bay Area of California. Lizzie B says, I need to win them in an auction so badly. TJ did send me a list of stuff to put up. TJ, if you're there, can you send me your list of stuff you want me to put up over Discord? We'll probably get to them after the break tonight and do that then. So, all right, here's an X for the Neostylopyga rhombifolia. To redeem myself after the $1 loss. Yeah, actually, TJ might have some up for grabs in his group, but TJ just send me it over Discord, please. It'll make my life easier. Thanks, TJ. All right, going once on the rhombifolia. Going twice. Sold. To Ocean with a winning bid of 45, beating out the jack of all invertebrates with his 45 winning bid after putting in a secure 43 bid, bumping the ante up to 45. Okay. All right, we have another group of these. Another thing that went up earlier. We'll get to more new stuff soon, I promise, guys. 40 Hemiblabra, Tenebracosa, Elliott Key, Florida starting bid $1. I had these up earlier, and I had talked about how they'll probably become a mainstay feeder roach more so than discoids in Florida over time. TJ says, can I get a Polyphaga obscura adults? Apparently, my Polyphaga obscura are adults. One's laying an ooth. So they are a tad smaller than Sauceri, which is weird because I was always told obscura were going to be larger than Sauceri. So that's a little disappointing, but still, you're getting ooths. That's a good sign. And congrats. That is good news that we have breeding from a species we don't already have. Cheers. Man, with the weather and looking outside my door and seeing the little younger black walnut tree hasn't lost leaves yet, and the black cherry in my neighbor's yard and the black oaks also just being still covered in leaves with no sign of changing for the fall really makes it feel like this is like a summer day. I feel like I could be in man, what how could I trip myself out? What time of year could this be? This could be a June day. This could be an early June day. I could psych myself out to thinking that this is a June day if I had to, with just the view that I have right now. Other than the lighting. The lighting would be a bit different. But other than that, I could, and there's a couple nice puffy clouds in the sky. I could pretend it's June. I could pretend we're at the beginning of summer. I could. Today. Anyways, let's stop waxing poetic. We'll put an X here for the Hemiblabra tenebracosas, and I'll read these things here. I was always told they were smaller than Saucer. Okay, the old EU stock certainly is. TJ says, but the guy got this Chinese stock from Talk. They're size up enough for me to think otherwise for this locality, but they are wrong. There's kind of a bit of a meme of people in the Asian bug hobbies and whatnot talking up how easy things are, how huge they are, or how super awesome rare things aren't, or how common they are or aren't and stuff. Lizard Beans asking how fast the Tenebracosa breed compared to Dubia. About the same, I would say, from my current experience. All right, going once on the Tenebracosa. Going twice. Sold. Looks like love with scales, but I'm control R-ing, so we're going to see what happens. It is love with scales, the winning bid of 38 to love with the scales. I accidentally wrote down love which scales. A little weird, but oh well. Winning bid of 38. Okay. Next we have a group of 50 Eublabrus Biolii, 6-spot roach, starting bid of $1. We're just going to put that extra information on there just because of the current status of them as synonymous with Distanti. Double ZS in the Carafran, Cardelia hemifera, a couple inches of wood pellets, evenly moist, medium ventilation. Every once in a while, put in some fruit and some dog food, etc. Exotic wilderness adding, basically what I said. Lydia asking about the 20 G. Portentosa University California Riverside you picked up. They are about an inch long. So you could get away with and you can put them in a lot of space or a little space. And Bob Lambert has donated $5 to see the creation of the degenerative Kyle from Roach Crossing GIF. Also, we're going to take this down. Runes Divide. We're back. We're live on air. So thank you so much for that, moving that along. Lizard Bean says, I have a friend who is looking for a roach species to breed for feeder. She needs it to not climb or fly and become comparable to dubia in speed, breeding, and movement. Hemiblaber tenebracosa is kind of there. These would be a good feeder to work with too. Just know they burrow more than dubia do. Also does not want them to be soft and hard to grab, such as lobsters. Any ideas? Tenebracosa are kind of like dubia, just a little bit more, little squishier, I would say. The tongue thing may be too much. I'm willing to commit to the act. You could always go for these Biolii. Photo gallery, you have ruined things. I gotta go, and we're gonna 6-spot roach. We gotta find the picture, the proper picture. Here we go. There we go. We're gonna visit roachcrossing.com. Roachcrossing.com. There we go. Now we got a picture proper. Please, no hawks. Somebody see Hawks A1 typing? All right, here's an X for the Biolii eublaberus. Great price for these. We'll see. Why does this roach have feet on its pronotum? It was into the feet picks game before it was popular, I guess. Only 2 toes, though. I don't know how people feel about it's only got the 2 toes up there, though. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like that roach grown. Oh, looks like bladder beans, unless this refresh provides some refreshing information. It is bladder beans with a winning bid of 32. 32 to beans. Okay. We're making good progress through here. All right, here we go. Another history. Finally something different than the other stuff before it. Well, I guess the Biolii were. 40, Aileropida insignis, starting bid of $1. Better watch out if Dr. Humroyd is here. Dr. Humroyd has a history of going after obscene numbers of Aranavega boliana and Aileropida insignis, and that's kind of like the 2 things. And I guess green spots. Troglodilo green spots are also on the hit list, so I have seen. Mad Dog out the gate strong with a bid of 20. The smooth criminal gift. That's great. Why do I'll see if she wants these, otherwise I finally have them. So lizard beans. Yeah, that'll work. So we are an hour and 20 minutes away from the goal expiring, but I think we're going to hit there. Somebody, if the clock ticks down, I'm sure somebody will step in, and I will make sure Exotic Wilderness or somebody who can capture the precious video will get it all. And I got to watch that GIF like 3 times to try and get the emotions down. It's going to be horrific. It's going to be awful. It's going to be stuck in my head. All right, the Odd Pet getting in. Chris Sniper and the Odd Pet going at it for the Insignis. All right, here's an X for you guys. Figure it out for the pancake hissers. See who really, really wants them. Tennyson said Insignia 6 Van Rear Rebecca hybrids are cool. Are there any of those? Did somebody... Oh, the ones that I made, I guess because the tiger hissers are technically a princessia, I suppose. All right, going once on the Aileropida. Going twice. Sold. And the victor is Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 60. Chris stepping in here to get some pancake hissers. A winning bid of 60. So close, everybody. Ooh, that's fun. That's a fun one. All right. We have 30. Here we go. Simondoa Conservarium, starting bid of $1. The Simondoas have finally made their grand entrance, and here they are. Starting bid of $1 hair of the doll. Any hisser hybrid is cool if labeled properly. It's interesting in concept, but I've just seen so much havoc wreaked over the decades by it. And now it's getting in the way of me getting pure Oblonganota again. I really hope they taste like pancakes, only if you have the butter and the syrup. I'm going to go get another drink real fast. Confused Squirtle seems to really want these, though. I will be right back. Ocean with a bid of 80. With a strong, firm bid of 80. Get some butter and syrup while you're up. How can I tell if my wife horn hissers are pure stock or not? What is your take on the existence of pure Oblonganota? Well, I lost mine, so I can say that. I tried to get some from somebody else, and they, while looking promising at first, once I started getting adult males maturing, it's clear that they are definitely hybrids with Portentosa. TJ believes he has acquired pure stock. If TJ doesn't have it, we're at the mercy of some more osmosising from out of the country, I would think, unless somebody secretly has a colony going from me from years ago. Otherwise, it's looking grim, everybody. It's looking very grim for Oblonganota. Unless TJ's got pure stock. If it is, then we're good to go, because then the person he got them from has pure stock, yada, yada. So, but most stock, if it's available and they have not that much of an idea where it came from, or they're not emphasizing that they're pure, it's got to be compromised. A very long time ago, I received some Princessia from Orin that did not meet my standards. And it was pretty clear. That's a bit of an omen. It's pretty clear that at least those Princessia were not up to snuff. I don't know about the Oblonganota. Maybe I would ask. I would just be. I personally would be a little eye-ish about it. So. You can send me some pictures of your hissers, lizard beans. The problem is if somebody has multiple hissers and they're not keeping a super close eye on containment protocols and whatnot, there's a huge risk there. And Oblonganota hybrids were one of the first things to start getting mixed around and distributed very early on after they showed up in the U.S. So that's why I'm very skeptical. At this point, I think I would prefer to get them to osmose them from elsewhere to be sure of their purity than to get them from within the U.S., but we'll see. All right, going once on the Simondoa Conservarium group. Going twice. Sold. To Ocean without contest with a winning bid of 80. Now that's pretty darn good there, Ocean. Nobody seemed to contest you on that. That's something. Do you guys need something? Speaking of somethings, we'll give you a little dog food. There you go. You guys have a good old time with that. All right, next up we got 200 Pycnoscelis. We got a straggler Pycnoscelis CF Rufa, starting bid of $1, often labeled Tenebrigera, although they match the description for Rufa very well, so they're most likely Rufa, but I'm not ready to drop the hammer on that. But they have been labeled as Tenebrigera for quite some time now. So Chris stepping in with that $1 starting bid to kick off the cascade, we hope. Monkey says, I had a nice colony of Oblongonota, and then a couple sessions of too little moisture resulted in a collection of males only. I'm learning that Oblongonota are quite sensitive to desiccation. I think it really messes with their ability to reproduce effectively. I'm also learning that they probably like a good component of wood in their diet. I remember they did well for me on egg cartons when I would religiously water my roaches very frequently at my parents' house. And I think you wet the egg carton down, it really wicks up that moisture, makes it nice and soft and easy to be chewed. And then there you go. The roaches can get that dietary fiber from eating the right egg cartons, even if you got no substrate, no anything else in the enclosure, they can get it from that. So I remember the poop when I would keep them without substrate on just egg cartons. I remember the poop would always have, it would look like it had little stuff hanging off of it. And that was probably, again, they eat the wood fibers and it kind of congeals and sticks together in the digestive tract. And once all the moisture a lot of the moisture is taken out of it near the rectum, then it is expelled and it has that kind of pulpy look to it. So that's my thoughts on that. Here's an X for the CF Rufa Pycnoscelis, sometimes labeled as Tenebrigera. Whoops, and there's a roach kicking substrate materials all over the place. We're just going to close that on up. That's our next species coming up here. All right, going once. Actually, I'm thinking a lot of my early success with roaches could be attributed to the pulp on egg cartons. Thinking back, like, what did I do right? I was so dumb back then, but everything did so well. And I'm thinking, oh, the egg cartons, it was a constant source of pulp. If they ever ate through all of it, I would replace it out again. So they were able to get fiber, even if they didn't have the right substrate, they could still eat the egg cartons and get the wood fiber to help pass stuff through their digestive tract. So sometimes you get it right. You just do. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 37. Mad Dog getting quite a few roaches. Winning bid of 37 today. All right. And next up, we have a group of 50 Gyna Cappuccina, starting bid of $1. Somebody was asking for cappuccinas for pink roaches. We got them. Here they are. Group of 50 of them. Is the glue in the cardboard or egg carton not bad for them? Doesn't seem to be. I would think that they would have died or had negative outcomes if it was. Dewey says, I swear some fish of mine died because the cardboard I used to cover the bins leaked some contaminants. Now, cardboard, probably a different creature than the egg carton. I've been using cardboard for some stuff too, like pill millipedes, incorporating that into stuff. Not the same, of course, but there's got to be some effects. Again, there's a lot of different cardboard. Sometimes they put a wax on it, stuff like that. Tired. I need a vacation after all this. All right. Look at all those happy cappuccinos, including this one who somehow scaled the rim of the enclosure and got up underneath the rim. That's lovely. We're going to just tighten that down. Beetle Pixels typing GG. TJ has gotten me a list. And it looks like there will be some Westwood Eye included. I think we'll do your list tonight. TJ, we'll do your list when we come back from the break tonight. And everybody, since it's a lot of roaches, everybody just be ready, be aware that some good TJ stuff is coming. TJ's got a lot of stuff that I don't have. So get ready for such things. There's some good stuff. Not a crazy amount of stuff, but there's a good amount of stuff, including, I will spoil it, a group of Eucharidia Westwood Eye. So here's an X for the Gyna Cappuccinas. Charlie said, I was going to try for the cappuccino. I gave up immediately when Beetle Pixel started typing. Lizard Bean says, I'm going to fight. I'm going to get in a fight tonight. All right, let's get to wrapping this bad boy up on the group of Gyna Cappuccina. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel, way up there with a bid of 51. Beetle Pixel claiming the cappuccino with a winning bid of 51, far ahead of everybody else. You guys got to watch out. That's his thing. He telegraphed his attack. He was typing. You could have gotten ready. All right, now we have a group of. Do you guys need anything? Got a big piece of apple that you apparently are not eating. We'll take a little pea. We'll leave you a little piece and take the rest. Split the difference. A group of, are these all adults? Looks like all adults. 3.3 adult. Grampa, Dorina, Portentosa, LLE, Mahogany, starting bid of $1 for the Mahogany Hisser. Somebody was asking if we would have some of these, and here they are, and this is the only group of them going up. Nebula, Sound of Nebula asked about Cappuccino Patula. You'd have to ask TJ about that because he'd be the one with them. And Brandon said, told you. Yeah, Brandon did warn you guys about Beetle Pixel. TJ's got any P Van Rebecca Obsidian tonight. I vouch for them. I have one of mine with me, and she is beautiful. Solid black. Maybe one day we'll get some big stock straight from overseas at some point of the Van Rebecca. Maybe at some point. All right. Here's an X for the LLE Mahoganies. We are moving. We are schmoving through this. Schmoving through things here. All right. Going once on the 3 adult pairs of Gonfridorina portentosa LLE mahogany. Going twice. Sold. And the victor is Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 52. Chris Sniper wants the LLE Mahoganies. Bada boom, bada bing. 52. Boom, bassa boom to Chris Sniper. Okay, we're working our way up to Venoms, guys. I promise we're making our way there. But for now, we got a group of 40 Paraplaneta Americana. Oops. White eye. Starting bid $1. Edit cost. All right. 40 Paraplaneta Americana white eye. This is just the classic white eye American roach. YouTube lag is killing me. Refresh your stream. Sound and Regula said, what's the biggest portentosa variant? That usually the 1972 Cleveland Aquarium stock produces the biggest males, and beyond that, the giant line that I'm working on has been producing the biggest male portentosa that I've been producing. But those aren't available yet. I haven't refined it to where I want it, but there might be some available. We'll do a giveaway after these Americana white eyes. We'll do a giveaway. What's the question? I have a question, actually. Am I doxing myself if I tell you guys my credit score? Can that be used to dox me? I don't think so. I feel like I feel like that would be a very quick and easy thing to ask for a trivia question. And I'm interested to see what you guys would say. Very interested to see what you guys would say about that. No, you have to give us your card front and back. Okay, I can't do that. No, definitely not do it. Are you going to sell? Lucas asked about selling P Magnifico. Oh, yeah, we've got some of those coming up. I need your SSN, Kyle. No doxing, but it might make you a more attractive target. That is an excellent point, and that is why we're not going to do that. I only know enough to dox you. I know you guys know enough to dox me. So we need to. This is perfect for the wiki. Kyle's credit score as of this day. So we're going to avoid that. We're going to actually avoid that information at Chris Sniper's very wise behest, which leaves me wondering, what else can we do? What else can be said once we wrap up the bidding here? All right, here's an X for the white eye American roaches. Okay, I got a good Kyle trivia one. All right, going once on the Americana white eyes. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a winning bid of 41. JoJo getting in on the tomfoolery here. We have a bit of a tomfoolery-ish nature, it would seem. Winning bid of 41 for 40 roaches. Seems like a good deal to me. Mr. JoJo Macro. All right, giveaway time. And the giveaway is for... Our giveaway is for 15 Uricotis Decipiens. And the question is, how many times have I been stung by scorpions? How many times have I been stung by scorpions? And the winner is Brandon. As it shows on my screen. Brandon, you are the winner already. I'm going to post it in the Discord for posterity because it shows this on my screen. It shows Brandon as being right before LC. The answer is 2 times only somehow. I was stung once somewhere in West Texas or Central Texas while completely obliterating a rodent burrow, not like deep in the ground, but just like maybe a foot underground. I was digging to get at the air in a Vega, and at some point I was fisting into a side of it, and I got stung, and I was like, I don't think I want to look for Air Vega anymore. And I went back to the car and I got behind the wheel and I was like, guys, I feel it. It's like, and I think it was like this finger. It's like, guys, there's a numbness that's slowly going up my finger, or maybe it was the right one. There's a numbness slowly going up my finger. If it gets too far, I'm gonna need one of you guys to drive. Just being like, like, hey guys, I'm in the pits right now, guys. I'm not too scared, but I'm just letting you know if something bad happens. And you don't seem to discriminate where you fist. That time I was going hog wild though. That was avarice. See, Alan remembers. So there's that time. The second time was actually scarier because it was in that park in Rodeo, New Mexico, where I think I was fisting underneath the pylons that they put in, the like wooden post things on the side of the road, and or it was in a sprinkler box and I was trying to grab the duff out or go, seeing what's around. And I put my hand in and I feel again this sharp sensation. And as I pull my hand out run 2 recluses, 2 loxosceles. And I was like, well, this is how I die. And fortunately, after that, I think it was a Vihovis or a Hoffmanius ran out of where I was antagonized. It's like, oh, thank God, I'm good. So was just very localized soreness. I think by the end of the day, everything was fine, actually. So that's, that's Bug Boy, Brandon, Bug Boy. So good job. I'm guessing I have been stung by scorpions twice in my life, and I remember both times. So there we go. I write that down here. 15 Etokipians to Bug Boy. All right. Next up, we have another group of Thank you for that. Is that image from? Okay, that burrow image was from before I got stung, but it wasn't from where I got stung. We were further down the road. This was another burrow we were checking, but that was within a couple hours of me getting stung. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for the beautiful images. 60 Elliptorhina Chopardi, starting bid of $1. Ice cream. I hear an ice cream truck. Starting bid of $1 for a group of 60 dwarf hissers. Oh, hi, Bug Boy. Hey. The Roach Crossing boys with an eye meetup. Here you go, little fellows. Get a nice snack. Oh, it's more than a snack for you guys. You guys are hungry. Especially these big ones that just been sitting out there. Look at them go. Oh my gosh, guys. These roaches, they're so protein hungry, guys. They're going to eat all my animals because they're protein hungry. A beautiful picture by Photo Gallery of an Elliptorhina Chopardi going on there. Here's an X. We're gonna speed breeze through these Chopardi. If you want them, come and get them. Here's your chance. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Could be small Gwenny, could be that Roach girl. Look, now I'm doing the hand motions here. It is small Gwenny with a winning bid of 75, just beating out that Roach girl. So close, but small Gwenny with a winning bid of 75. For the show party. All right. Do you guys need a little sprinkle? You need a sprinkle beyond the binkle? We'll just put a little bit in there for you guys. All right. 20. Polyphaga. Saucerai. Starting bid of $1 for another group of Saucers. Giant sand roaches, which we are finding out are probably actually bigger than Obscura, maybe. The ice cream has gone away. See, you could convince yourself, from my perspective right now, that it is not October and that it is actually early June or late May. Everything still looks pretty green and verdant. There's a nice gentle breeze, big puffy clouds. The ice cream man just came, you know. You could. Seemingly the largest Polyphaga species. Polyphaga species undescribed giant. Polyphaga species undescribed bullet super cool black gunmetal purple comma Asia locality. What we got coming up here? Got a couple more fun things. What are the funnest of things? The funnest of fellows. The finest of the fun fellows. Which we do have coming up. I see into the future because the stacks are right there. All right, here's an X for the Sauceri. This is crazy talk. It's 44 here with snow on the mountains. This is crazy talk. Jeez, fall hits like a truck out there, apparently. I remember driving through southwestern Colorado with Will in September, and it was like going down into the high 40s, low 50s. It was kind of crazy. Charlie Bug says, I'm good to email you after day 3 for my day 1 winnings, right? Yeah, just take your time. Consolidate your stuff. It's not, I just want people contacting me in a timely manner. It's not ridiculously important, but the sooner you get stuff to me, the sooner I ship stuff out and the healthier your stuff's going to be. Elsie says, I love convincing myself it is a different time of the year as well, but you're in you're out in Cali and you guys have different seasons out there. Like you're wet and you're dry, so it's very different from being in the eastern temperate area where it's like, yes, I'm in my small fall groove right now. It's harder to deny, I guess. Especially when the only thing that's evergreen basically is pines. What seasons in Cali? Is it just heat? Brandon says, funny how I haven't gotten any more Uricotis because I don't like how the nymph magically crossed the barriers, but I couldn't pass on potentially free Decipians. All right. Wrapping up the Sauceri, Polyphaga Sauceri group, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JFell80 with a winning bid of 37. A great deal, JFell80. 37 for this group of Polyphaga Sauceri. JFell80. All right, add to it. We got a group of 40 Lukey Hormetica subcincta starting bid of $1. Group of Lukey Hormetica subcincta. Our last group of subcincta, I believe. What else we got? We got a fun one coming up next. We got one I hope to see some blood over. I'm surprised we haven't had more bloody ones. I'll try and change that. I see another giveaway on the horizon here. let's just set that aside and try to reprioritize some things here. Okay, that's reasonable. All right, I think I got this planned out. I got this. It's on fleek. It's on lock. It's for real, for real. No cap. No cap, everybody. No cap. All right. There we go. What was I doing again? Oh, the subcincta. Please don't let it end up being less than 70, Diana says. Northern Cali has a windy season. North Cali actually has seasons. Please tell me there are more Chaparda. I can't remember if there are around. I know I have a lot of them, but somebody asked about Luki Hormetica grossi. Maybe. Maybe that's in the upcoming roster here. All right. Here's an X for the subcincta while I prepare our next in lines, prepare our next of kins going ons here. All right, going once on the subcincta, the Reed Glow Spot Roach. Going twice. Sold. To the winner, which could be, it's probably Beetle Pixel. It seems it will be Beetle Pixel. To the winner, which is Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 41. A great deal for these subcinctas. More into the Beetle Pixel conglomerate, the Roach Pixel, the Isopod Pixel conglomerate. All right, now we have 40 Blaptica Dubia Pyrite, starting bid of $1. The Fool's Gold Blaptica Dubias for anyone who wants them. Do I have a picture of Blaptica Dubia Pyrite somewhere? Maybe TJ's got some. I don't seem to have any images of my pyrites. Does anybody? Gold? Trying to see if I put anything up on Roach Crossing. Amber Dubia images. Somebody posted pictures of pyrites at some point that I sent them. I don't know who. TJ has some good ones. To Invertebrate Dude website, unless somebody beat me to it. Yep, he beat me to it. Have sympathy. These are for my father. Never. Everybody's just like, no. LOL, no. All right, going once on the pyrites. You guys have no heart. He's trying to get bugs for his pops. And you say, no, the fool's gold is ours. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To For the Roaches with a winning bid of 67. Did I put a piece of dog food in here? Yes, I did. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. For the Roaches, 67 for the Roaches. 67. I am his father. For the Roaches. All right, I am your father. 50. One group of these. Get them while you can. Gyna bisanulata, starting bid of $1 for patchwork roaches. Here they are. Get them. They're here. Rather mundane, sudden appearance of them here. Allie Lass says, I was denied my ciggies, my cigarette boys. You are crazy. These never did well for me, sadly. John Froster finally started to pop off. Not gonna lie, I like the darker brown females versus the yellow/gold. It is the main distinguisher between the strains. Also, the nymphs are kind of are a bit grayer, but honestly, the ambers can have some pretty gray nymphs that still mature to the yellow adults. So, Tessa said you're crazy. Kylie, my mom found the pyrite named Clever when I got them. You've won Charlie's mom points. Good. I need to win I need to win points. Points are good, even if they're all made up and they don't do anything or whatever the cruise line is, quote, is. Tennyson says, I have so many bisannular and cappuccino. Roach people of a decade ago would be coveting us. These things that were so precious to them we now have an abundance. We can be thankful for such things. All right, going once on the bisannulata. Going twice. Sold. And it looks like Beetle Pixel again, but I'm going to control R. You got to beware of the Beetle Pix. The pixel's made of beetles. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 72. Beetle Pixel, again, cleaning up, cleaning house. Beetle Pix. Loves Gyna. Okay. Next, we have a group of 50 Theria Pediveriana. We've had our discussion for today. Welcome to have more discussions in the future. I already sound like a broken record enough as it is. Beetle Pixelpalooza. What makes them pyrite? They are the old European gold line crossed to just regular feeder dubias and then selected to be kind of gold again because everybody seems to fail with the regular gold line in the US. We don't know what it is. They just seem to suck compared to regular wild type dubias. So I decided to cross them together to make some, to try and save those traits and make a sturdier line. And I did. And I didn't really refine it perfectly. I mean, it's consistent enough that the males and females, adults, like I didn't take it as far as I could to recreate gold with new stock. I took it as far as I wanted to, as I could, I suppose. And that's the pyrite. So they're not actually golds. They're fool's gold, but they're close enough and it's less of a pain than the actual golds were. They're Bernhard tie. You didn't spell it right. It's isn't it Bernhard tie? Bernhard tie. I gonna have them. It makes no sense. Beetles were yesterday, says on Monkey. Beetle Pixel Palooza is right. Some days it do be like that. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, wait, is that a moldy piece of dog food in here already, or a moldy piece of fungus mold? A moldy piece of dog. Oh, it's just fungus mold. Okay. Well, that's good. That's fine. All right. Here's an X for the domino roaches. What's the doctors hate him? More like roach bug enthusiasts despise him, as maybe his wallet also despises him too. There's the X going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Hawks A1, but I'm control R-ing just in case. Ara. It is Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 52 from Hawks A1. KRM2, you were close, but no dice. 52. There's some big stacks of bugs growing out in the other room, everybody. All right, here you go. Here's your chance for these. Our only group of them. 20 Lukey Hormetica Grossi, starting bid $1. The Mega Glow Spot Roach, our one group of these guys up for grabs. When I get my own house, I'll be unstoppable, no limits. I like to hear that. My future financial prospects like to hear that, honestly. Also, please like the stream, please. And one more super chat. Chat, can we get one more super chat to fund the creation of an abomination? Can we do that? Can we? Blado Beans is in on this. There's a quiet before the storm here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bids. but I know it's not going to last at that. You guys are just flirting with this. I know we can do better. Here's an X. Let's get this going. Somebody's got to jump on these. I wanted blood. I was expecting blood. The Grossi are expecting blood. I hear them all cheering from in the cup. What's that? The organs have to come out too. No, that's too much. You guys are too much. All right. Here we go. Wrapping up the bids for the Grossi. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like it's either Beetle Pixel or Blatto Beans. So close. Let's see. I'm control R-ing. And it is Beetle Pixel again with a winning bid of 88, beating out Blatto Beans. Beetle Pixel is unstoppable. Is there anyone who can stop this rampage? The rampage de Pixel is most unbelievable, man. All right, here we go. Somebody need feeders. I got them for you right here. 500 Eublabrus, Distanti, Ivory. He can't keep getting away with this. Starting bid of $1. I do not enjoy packing these guys up. Do not enjoy it all that much. I wanted to pad my current colony. I'm sorry. Touches your face. I'm sorry. Several people are typing. Beetle Pixel is hungry. More than that, Beetle Pixel is hangry. Beetle Pixel is pixed. Is pixelated. Is what is going on there. Feed my children. Did I feed those? I fed those children, okay. I ate those children. All right, we got another giveaway coming up, too. I'm imagining a Beardy at the computer now. Ooh, spicy, forbidden. Spicy and forbidden things. But forbidden in a good way, forbidden on the horizon here. You guys need a refresher of that. I know, I can see that. We're not gonna leave that as is. We're gonna do a quick. I'll put that right there. Give you guys a little bit of this right there. Everybody hunky dory. Are we hunky dory? Ooh, an exuvia. We like to see an exuvia. That means only good things are happening in that cup, which means the people who bid on it will be happy. We like to see the happiness. What is that? There we go. Get that off of there. All right. We got a couple of really tasty, groovy things coming up here before our next giveaway. What's this? Oh, what's this? There's roaches everywhere. We'll give you dog food for you and dog food for you. Everybody gets a dog food. He's flipping them. They've been terrorizing these auctions for 2 years straight. Imagining the Beardy is just eating all the stuff. What did I put up? Oh, the 500 Eublabrus Distanti. The instant Bladicom posting bin. Oh, those are some beautiful clouds. We're gonna look at this. Look at how beautiful the clouds are, everybody. Now those are lovely. Don't like looking at just a garage, but but the clouds, we'll take that. Weird interference going on there, man. All right, Smiling Friends Season 3 tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait. I'm going to binge that next weekend probably once I get through all this stuff. All right, going once for the gigantic pile full of Eublabrus Distanti. The Kyle pile. Going twice. Sold. And the victor is Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 133. Chris Sniper is victorious. The grand champion is victorious. in getting 500 ivory roaches. Enjoy, Chris. Sniped them. All right. We're going to do one more mid-groundy type thingy, and then we're going to get into some hardcore stuff, and then we're gonna keep going through. We got 25 Blaberus species Honduran Steves going up for grabs here. After this, we have 3 items, and we're going to do a giveaway, and then we're going to keep on plowing through all this stuff here, and then we've got even more after my break to eat dinner and go get hopefully some good wine, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap up tonight. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a good, grand old time. Oh, that lighting is beautiful. Pretty clouds indeed, says Charlie Bug. Pretty clouds in doobity-deed. All right. We have an X for the Blaberus species Honduras. An X has presented itself. And I see some frantic typing, and we likes to see that. Me likey see the typing. Going once. Going twice. Sold. And the victor could be the odd pet, could be Orang Mango. We won't know until the screen reloads. And it is the odd pet. The odd pet redeemed from being in the jailhouse, has now become the victor of the biddings, the winning bid of 36. Can add this to your millipedes on the way. Okay, let's kick it up a notch. We have 15 Hormetica Stramosa Ajuano Ecuador, starting bid of $1. These swole-horned roaches, starting bid of $1. Hormetica, not our only Hormetica up for grabs today, today because it's Roach Day. It's Roach Day. Dianus is brought back from the Shadow Realm at the odd pet. Yeah, that's another way to put it. I'm gonna go and get another drink because I need hydration. Apparently, Father, I crave water, and throw out some of these moldy bug food scraps. All right, somebody put 31.5. We don't take that round these parts. We don't cotton kindly to decimal numbers round here. All right, here's an X for the Stramosa. Also, please like the stream if you could. 1 drink, 1 bug display. We're still sitting at 4 out of 5 super chats. Brandon says probably top 3 favorite roaches for me. They're gorgeous. Stramosa. Almost fainted when I saw mine mature a few months ago. Boy, if you think those are pretty, you're going to like some other stuff that's coming up. All right, going once on the Stramosa. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 64. Beetle Pixel is just an absolute menace this auction. Just a regular menace most auctions, but this particular auction, an absolute menace, if I do say so myself. Let's see, you guys good? I'll give you a piece of dog food. I think I've crapped. I hope not. I think I've cracked Hormetica care. It's just stupid high humidity. And hopefully Parahermetica is like that too. Oh, hello, friends. The hour has come. We have a group of 12 pseudo-glamorous magnifica kook fuang, starting bid of $1. You've been patient. You've been waiting for them. You want the emerald roaches? Here they are. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rupees. Is there going to be more Stromosa? Actually, no. But that doesn't mean that's the end of our Hormeticas. I got to look at your wide horns in general. Lizard beans. Let's me see. That picture looks pretty good. Bladder beans. The first picture did. The second picture, I'm a little sussy. Little sussy. It's from what I have. The color is going to give things away for sure. Like if there's any portentosa in there, you're going to start seeing. Okay, there we go. If there's any portentosa mixed with oblonganata, you're going to start seeing some brown males at some point in time. That's just how it's going to be. Here goes the bloodbath for Hermetica. Stupid high moisture or just ambient humidity? Jump scare. So I left mine with their poly like 95% polycarb coverage lid on all summer, and they're doing pretty good with that. I'm trying not to let them get soaking wet because I don't think there are many roaches that like to be soaking wet. So I add more hardwood pellets unhydrated to sop up some of that moisture if it gets too moist in there. But kind of an even moist substrate. And then I think if you can keep the air in the humidity in the air in the enclosure to the point where there's always just a blush of condensation on the back, I think that will do it for both Hermetica pretty darn well. And then I've been trying to figure out if they like wood or the white rock compost or leaves more, and they're kind of going for a little bit of everything, but I'm still toying around to see if there's a preference for any over the others, but they're doing really well. The only group, I don't know about that. We'd have to see. There might be some caveats to such a statement as well. So there's an X for the Pseudoglomerus magnifica kook fuang. And we're going to say going once, going twice, sold. To that Roach girl. Hey, there you go. That Roach girl. You did it. That Roach girl with a winning bid of 300 for the Magnifica kook fuang from that Roach girl. And you can catch a glimpse of them feeding on the fresh apple in here, and they're good size too. There you are. Okay, now that we've gotten our pulses up a little bit, heart rate's up a bit. Hey, you saved $100 off of that. That's not so bad. All right, 20 Panchlora species Guadalupe, starting bid of $1. The other thing is, even if stuff has a retail price tag on it, there's no guarantee it will be in stock when you go to get it, is the other thing. Here it's right in front of you. So Charlie Bug suspecting he's set on black roaches. He's so satisfied with his obsidian hisser. And let's get the next stuff loaded up here, shall we? Whoop. Bobby. I'm okay, Dad. Let's see. Shazam. Here's something I know somebody's gonna really want. How you lads doing in there? Yeah, you guys are good. Y'all are good. We don't cotton to freaks round these parts. Okay. That's supposed to be that number. Numero uno, amigo. Smells pretty good too. That's good. All right. Got our giveaway planned. We got our next couple of things laid out. We're down to business. Here's an X. What color is this? TJ, I think, was calling them like the ripe banana or old banana roaches or something like that. Some of them, mostly the females, have those little brownish markings on the wings. It doesn't seem very consistent, in my opinion. This is a high humidity species also. High humidity. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like orang mango, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. It is orang mango with a winning bid of 45 to orang mango. Winning bid of 45. Roaches have really picked up this afternoon. Have really done so. All right, we have our next giveaway. We have a group of 10 Gramphidorina portentosa giant project stock. And I got a question right off the bat. How many times that I know of have I been bit by spiders? In my life? Oh, the interface. And I hate to break it to you guys. Diane got it right off the bat. The answer is 2. Diana, you got it right off the bat. The answer is 2 times. I remember both times when I was a kid, maybe in first or second grade, and I picked up a wolf spider I caught in the front yard, and I cupped it in my hand, and I was walking it back to the garage to get a container to put it in. And when I got into the garage, and I don't know if I squeezed too tight or the change in my stopping walking or whatever, but it bit me right on my palm, and it fell to the ground and it ran off. And I will never forget that as long as I live. Also funny that I got stung by scorpions only twice. And the other time was on the same trip where I got stung by that Hoffmanius. Will and I were digging through some dilapidated cactus pads and parts and whatnot in Arizona. And again, going through these pads, and there's all these recluses pouring out and whatnot. And at some point, something crawls up my shirt, and I go to like stand up or something, and my shirt presses it against my skin, and I feel it, something bite or pinch down on me. And I thought, all right, I'm definitely dead this time. Because I thought a recluse had crawled up my shirt and got pinched there and had bit me. Turns out it was just some random falsehood that did that, but it didn't stop me from like being freaked out the rest of the night and thinking like, oh man, nobody knows what their venom's like. Oh God, what's going to happen to me, etc. And those are the 2 times that I know of that I've been stung, that I've been bit by spiders. He tends to learn after the second time, it would seem. Ate the wolf spider, assassin bug bites are next. Perhaps. So, Diana, congrats. You've won some giant project stock, Portentosa. The average size is going up, but it's not consistent yet. It's definitely not consistent. Centipede bite when it actually happens. Have I been bit by a centipede before? Not that I can think of. Okay, this container does not have a number on it. Good job, Kyle, while you were packing. Excellent. Definitely setting a high standard. There's probably more than this in here, but we're just going to write 30 on here to be safe. We have a group of 30 Aglauterix, Gemma, Key, Largo, Florida, starting bid of $1 for the little gem roaches from Key Largo. El Key Largo, Florida. These are a good feeder for Florida's Phrynis species if you are so inclined to have such a need. And why won't this? Let me undo the formatting. There we go. There we are. So if you need a feeder for your Florida Phrynis, look no further. Got a little bit of interest. That's cool. We'll get the ball rolling. We are actually soon. We're in our last like 25-ish for this section, and there is some good stuff coming up in all of this. In fact, we have a final boss, or we have a penultimate boss before our true final bosses happen at the auction later tonight. But we actually have a mini boss coming up at the end of this set of stuff. All right, going once on the little gem roaches. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1. Hawkies A1 with a winning bid of 31 from Hawks A1. 31 Hawks A1. Hawks A1, you've got a pretty substantial pile building. I can say that much. All right. 40 Aileropida insignis, starting bid of $1. Another group of pancake kissers. This might be the last group, but I'm not 100% sure on making such a statement. Man, if only I could go back in time and get the Archbold Gemma again. Maybe we don't go back in time. Maybe we go forward in time and get them. Although we're running out of stuff that we really want from Archbold because we have the Pasilids going, and we have the nearby Venus Chicoblis, and we have the Lake Placid Air de Vega. So we're kind of, I guess we could always use the Anisomorpha, but maybe we go back to Archbold for the Gemmas and for the Compsodius cuculatus or Myrmecoblata. The light of the evening sun on the tops of the trees. 'Tis quite beautiful. All right. Here's an X. Taranchi off the bat with a 40 bid. Chris Sniper tossing out a 1. A pitiful 1 in such a context. 8 spiders a year, and Chris Sniper blissfully unaware of Taranchi's bid of 40. Alan's saying, I don't know, man, 8 to 10 hour drive is a bit too much for me now. Before we die, we are doing a Texas trip. We have to go and get the freaking brown panchlora, and if that's all we get, that is all we get. So, all right. Sorry, Taranchi. I had to stir the pot a little bit. Going, did I put an X? Yeah, I did put an X. Okay, going once on the A insignis. Going twice. Sold. Two could be Taranchi, could be Ocean. Let's refresh. Little teaser here for the GIF. And it is Taranchi with a winning bid of 47 to Taranchi. Taranchiula. Taranchi. 47 to Taranchi. All right, next up we have $40. Eublaberus serranus pantanal. Starting bid of $1. Everything's a dollar starting bid, although reptiles will be different. They will probably be $20 starting bids, most likely, for tomorrow morning. Which also reminds me, I can do it tomorrow morning, but I'm going to have to bring up all the herps. All the herps going up for grabs tomorrow are going to have to be brought up and lined up and shot before the wall. My Lake Placids are doing pretty good, actually. I think it's my humid air right now. I got an idea for what I'm going to do for them over the winter, which seems to be my hardest time of year for them. I got an idea. The sand that they live in, the Arenaviga floridensis lives in, is pretty abrasive, though. It's soft, but it's actually not as soft as the sand in my yard here. The glacial sand is a lot softer. So, all right, let's put an X here. You can use these for bladder composting. You can use them as a 1-to-1 substitute feeder for Eublaberus posticus. I don't understand why there isn't more love. Maybe there will be. Okay, there's a little bit of love generating here. Feed that love, guys. Let's sing Kumbaya and get some Eublaberus serranus, some headlamp roaches. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 18, just beating out Bug Boy. Hawks A1, a winning bid of 18, defeating Bug Boy. Astonishingly, I'm aghast. All right, there's one person I know, I'm pretty sure wants these. So here they go. 40, Eurycotus, Floridana, Big Torch Key, Florida, one of the most unique and the first recognizably unique of the Eurycotus Floridana localities, until we got others like League City and Hidden Lake and whatnot, and Elliott Key. Pasta kiss. Mwah. Kumbaya, baby, from Zen Monkey. So one day I can dream big. Maybe one day I'll finally have groups of Arenaviga floridensis up for auction, or even just for sale at this point. Those things have caused me so much strife. And the Texas Canyon Arenaviga, which I think are supposed to be one of their closest relatives, also they do okay for me. You can tell they probably got some more adaptations to drier places than the floridensis do, but still not doing as supremo as they could be, I guess. Supremo. Any more Arenaviga today? There should be. I can't remember all the ones that I packed up, but I'm suspecting that there will be some more. Got to be Tonkawa somewhere in all this. I know I packed them. All right, going once on the Big Torch Key, Eurycotus floridana. Going twice. Sold. Control R-ring because it's pretty close. Nobody put any bids in the interims. Let's see what's going on here. It is Chris Sniper beating out Mad Dog, beating him up mercilessly. Beating him to the punch. That's life. That's showbiz, baby. Okay. This is a fun one. You guys should like these. This is a classic. I'm so glad we have these in culture. Roach species. We have a group of 50 Schultesia lampyridiformis, the firefly mimics. Here's a nice big old group of them. TJ says his Tampa Aeronavega floridensis are doing pretty well for me, and I just upgraded the Ocala to a larger bin to hopefully get them to saleable numbers. You try to ask my Orin or zebra roaches. There should be some zebra roaches. My Doralea orani are recovering from a near colony collapse a year-ish ago, but they're rebounding very hard and just getting fresh adults now, and they I look in the colony, it just has that energy of like, oh yeah, this is going to go crazy pretty soon. So over the winter, probably start putting them up for auction. Definitely the spring Bugapalooza, there should be a lot of Doralea orani because they're starting to go crazy. TJ downsized his Lake Placid Aeronavega floridensis due to a crash. It happens. Oh, Schultesia, my beloveds. What a lovely little dude. What a just lovely little dude that we have on our hands here. And that is that my picture? Is that my image of Schultesia next to was it Photurus or Photinus? I think it is actually. It's obviously not the same species they co-occur with, but it's similar enough you can see what's going on. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 57. Beans needs these boys. Winning bid of 57 for the Firefly Mimics. A species, again, that's been around a surprisingly long amount of time. Feels like something we would have just gotten in recently. Okay, I've been debating on getting them, and there's no debate anymore. All right, 20, Eucharidia, our first and our only species of Eucharidia up for grabs. Eucharidia Linglong from Guizhou, China. Starting bid of $1. The pretty little flower roach. And we will have some Westwood Eye tonight as well. Yeah, next to Photurus species. Yeah, I always mix up Photurus and Photinus. Bob Lambert asking, how do you keep these? Bob, is that about the Schultesia or the Eucharidia? Let me know which one, and I'll answer it in here. 21 dot fight. Blado Beans is coming out strong. Exotic Wilderness. This is my most fecund Eucharidia. They are at very good density, and I don't think I'm ever going to lose them. I think I got them on lockdown. I think I got them figured out. My other Eucharidia is kind of fluctuating, and I really think it's probably a humidity thing. But you know, I'll work it out over time, or I'll beg TJ for big groups for them to just get a momentum going and have it going forever if I can. All right, here's an X. Bobber says Firefly. Oh, for the Schultesia. They like it pretty dry, with like the back third of it moist, good ventilation. They seem to nibble away at woody materials in the enclosure, but not at a crazy high rate where I think it's totally necessary, but enough that it might be a good idea to use some fresh mulch or something, or some cardboard or something in the enclosure, and then just the standard roach food as well. But the ventilation seems to be pretty key, and they might be a species that likes more dry conditions but high air humidity. Although in the wintertime, mine still do pretty well, but I'm misting a bit more in the winter. All right. Going once on the Eucharidia Linglong from Guizhou, China. Going twice. Sold. To Herp Link with a winning bid of 111 to Herpling, beating out KRM2's bid of 102. Further up the rung, 111 from Herplink. Okay, and we're getting into our kind of last stuff. I think I see our penultimate bosses here. I'm going to get these. We got a 3 stack of our final bosses for these things. Here, get these guys all put down and sorted out. Okay, we got a group of 30 Blabrus cranifer, University of California, Riverside. I want to say this is the only group of these available, but I really am not sure about that, actually. I think I might have packed one more group of them, but I cannot commit. So if you want them, get them now. It might be the only group. If you're on the fence, then continue to sit on the fence, if that is your prerogative. I'm down to 1 adult male of my Euro strain, but my Orans are rebounding. So hopefully mid-winter or spring auction, we'll have some cranny for Orans up for grabs. The Firefly mimics can also glow in the dark, but it requires some phosphorescent paint. I just learned about phosphorescent paint the other day. I was interested in it. I'm going to see if feeding it to Luki Hormetica will actually make the spots finally glow. Would you revisit Linglong care, please, if you didn't already? Otherwise, I'll press rewind. The care I was talking about before was Schultesia lampyridiformis care. Actually, I can do Linglong care in a second after we tend to these cranifer, as there seems to be some interested parties here. We can get into the Eucharidia care. But we're into our last, it's about 20 roaches until we take a 2-hour break. And then we will pick it up and go through the rest. And we got about as much remaining as has already gone up as far as roaches are concerned. As much has already gone up in this session. So pretty evenly divided the sessions today. All right, going once on the Blabrus cranifer UCR. Going twice. Sold. Control R-ing, because we've got a bit of a war going on here at that last second. It is Small Gwenny on my screen with a winning bid of 48. Small Gwenny snatching victory here. Winning bid of 48. Okay. Next up, we've got a group of guys who need some dog food. We have a group of 20. The 48, not 45. Kyle, auction faster. Yes, it is 48. You have one. 20 Princessia Van Weerebecca. Of course, that's this long convoluted scientific name. Old Cape Cod roaches. Stock. Is Cape Cod all one word? I'm pretty sure it's 2 words. Cape space Cod. Cape Cod roaches. Stock. Starting bid of $1. The old Cape Cod roaches stock, believed to be pure stock of Princessia Van Weerebecca since Big and whatnot was lost. 50% in only 7 hours, 40 in chat, and only 31 likes. An abomination. Let us get some more likes. And guys, we only have 3 minutes and 53 seconds to meet the goal for the degenerative Sonic GIF. Me doing it. We have 3 minutes left. Only 3 minutes left. If it expires, if we don't hit our super chat goal in the next 3 minutes and 35 seconds, we will not reach that. I will not do it. You gotta. If you want it, if you want that gift, consider the super chat. It's waiting. It's right there. I'll record for one more teal super chat. Somebody, you can do it. Come on. While that picture is of my old big stock, that's not. It's good enough. A lot of them look like that, but there are more dark individuals in the colony as well. All right, Decaf Cranberry said to Jen, so we're doing it. We're doing it. We did it, guys. Exotic Wilderness, do you want to do the honors? Can you do like the screen recording or whatever for when we do that? Are you willing to do that? I think you know how to do that. Somebody who's more technical than I am. Here's an X. Thank you, TJ, for that picture. Here's an X for the Princessia stock. Yes, let me get it set up. Yep. Let me go get it set up. All right, going once on these Princessia Old Cape Cod Roaches stock. Going twice. Sold. To Solutionist Nonsense with a winning bid of 53 to Soul Non. Solutionist Nonsense beating out Ectotherm Joiner and Hawks A1. Solutionist Nonsense 53. All right. We'll put something else up for auction while I get ready to do my grotesque thing. Also, Brett from Cape Cod Roaches, he texted me the other day. He's alive. He's alive. He's been away for a while. He's looking to kind of get back into bug type stuff. So he's not dead, just so you all know. Ectotherm Enjoyer says, I will win a bid today, I swear. Let's put this group of 30 Bursatria Cabrera eye up for grabs. Starting bid of $1. The striped burrowing roach. Probably my favorite of the burrowing roaches. Nobody quote me wrong on that or something. And I got to look at this freaking Sonic GIF. Let's see. Deranged Sonic GIF. Wow, well, that's all right. Right off the bat, I got it right there. I didn't even have to do much digging. Everybody knows what it is. There's a lot of these. I'm not very comfortable with that. This one goes too fast. We need the slow one. I have to appreciate it. I have to internalize it. Okay, let's see. Slicks back the ears / the hair, sticks out his tongue, menacingly bites forward, and then does the hand thing like he's going to get some good grub. I really don't like this, but I agreed to it, so I'm going to do it. I got the screen recording ready. All right. Let me know. I'm going to give it a go. So maybe start recording now. Let me wait for the GIF to start. Okay. We got the... God, it's so awful. Sorry, I didn't give you a countdown. Does that mean I have to do it again? The problem is I have the GIF up here, and I'm trying to synchronize with it because I don't think I can do it myself. Someone check it with the wiki favorite burrowing roach. All right, we'll wrap the Cabrera eye up while I wait for the feedback. I don't know if I can give you a countdown. I don't know how much longer I can stand looking at this. At this atrocity. All right, going once on the Bursatria Cabrera eye. Going twice. Sold. For deranged Sonic dollars to Smugger Smoogler for a winning bid of 42. Smugger, your first win at the Bugapalooza. I'm surprised it took so long for you to emerge from wherever you've been hiding. Okay, Exotic Wilderness has posted the GIF. Did you get it? I can't believe I've done this. It's ready now. One more time, bud. Okay. I'm going to count down from 10, and then I need you to start recording, and then I'm going to try and synchronize with this scary GIF that I keep watching, all right? 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, he winks. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Please tell me you got that. Remember the eyes. I was trying to remember the eyes. Trying to be as devious as I could while focusing. Did he get it? It sounds like he got it. Sounds like you got it. Decaf Cranberry, you are the unholy person who facilitated this. I want you to remember that. Ray Ewing says, what is your email? It's on your website, correct? It is in the description. Alan says, I died a little. Diana says, good job, Kyle. Thank you. But you forgot the ears/hair. His ears are up here. That's where my ears would be if I were a Sonic the Hedgehog, I think. This makes me so incredibly uncomfortable. But now we have some good meme content. Exotic Wilderness, I ask if you could even put a grayscale filter over it and put some graininess on it. That might make it even more degenerative. Okay, while we wait for that to cook, we're going to do some 40 Luki Hormetica Varicosa Venezuela starting bid of $1. That was greasy, Kyle. Greasier than your greasiest roach. Hey, at least I got in character. I got into character, and that's what matters. And now we will have a legendary GIF. This better not awaken something in me, said Brayden. Brayden, no. Decaf Cranberry says this will weigh against my soul in heaven or something. In the Bible, there are only 2 unforgivable sins. The blasphemy of the Holy Spirit and encouraging somebody to make degenerative Sonic the Hedgehog content. Those are the only 2. It's right in there. I didn't make the rules. That's what God said. And unfortunately, you violated number 2. So it was nice knowing you. Some say that hell is the eternal punishment. That's not true. The eternal punishment is the consequences of driving people to the Sonic fandom. That is the actual hell. Jacob Moss says it's good to move out of our comfort zone once in a while. Diana says true. Decaf, you're going straight to hell. Sorry. Some beautiful pictures of Varicosa, Venezuela. It's a shame that Colombia met with an unfortunate fate before we could get them and truly appreciate them. But hey, we got Venezuela. Maybe one day we'll have the Colombians as well. But Venezuela are going gangbusters, so that's the best news. So we got U.S. hobby stock, Varicosa, Venezuela, and then Colombia, which we do not have, but may have one day. Here's an X for the Venezuelan Varicosas. Delicious. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To D-Great Hypercarry. No, to Blado Beans. With a winning bid of 70 from Blado Beans. From Beans. Beating out 2 notorious snipers, Beetle Pixel and D-Grade Hypercarry. Now that's one for the books. I got to remember this in the future. This ultimate showdown that just happened. This is going to something. Costa Rica. We have Costa Rican Uricotis decipiens in culture, or what did we figure out that the stock that's in culture is from Costa Rica? Somebody bring me up to speed. I have to be on hip. Okay, you guys are looking good with us. I'll leave you as you are. Maybe we'll give you a couple of crumbs. We'll give you some dog food crumbs. All right, 20. This is the last set of these up for grabs. 20, Elliptorhina David Eye. Starting bid $1. The hottestest, driestest, most ventilatedest liking Elliptorhina, possibly of all the hissers. Kyle, can you check the Discord? Someone apparently made a mistake in their bid and ended up winning pseudoglomerus by accident. I got this stuff. All right, I've checked my things. We'll see where that goes from yonder. Exotic Wilderness with a firm bid of 70, starting off with a group of 20 Elliptorhina Davidii. The video is downloading. Are there going to be more Varicosa Venezuela? I think that was the only group. I could be wrong, though. I'm not 100% sure. I do see an Aeronavega on the near horizon here, and a couple of other faces we have not seen just yet today as we go along. All right, here's an X for the Davidii. Ectotherm enjoyer. Maybe you'll catch a break at some point. An X for the Davidii. We'll see if anybody wants them. What is the common name of this one? This is the David's Bumpy Hisser, or just Bumpy Hisser. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JFell 80 with a winning bid of 71. 71, beating out Exotic Wilderness by $1 to JFell 80. All right. Question regarding the item on the bid is permitted as per rule if anyone is confused. Yes, it is. Thank you, Alan, for clarifying that. Okay, let's do another Aeronavega. Tried and true, the ancient stock that is the Aeronavega Tonkawa near San Antonio, Texas. Starting bid of $1. This is the beginner Aeronavega. Super easy. Bullion are pretty easy too. At least the McAllens are. But this is, here you go if you want some Aeronavega. Get your experience in with these guys because it is the easiest, most forgiving one that I have worked with. Lydia said, you know if you'll have more Panchlora, specifically Nivea? Maybe we will. Lizard Bean says, my stream keeps lagging. I was sweating. You were sweating and dreading. Just, control R, homie. Try that. These are the ones I just got babies from, said Charlie Bug. Yes, I saw your excitement that you had gotten some babies from your group. That's wonderful. Welcome to Aeronavega. Woo! All right. We're just gonna go right ahead. No holds barred. Looks as though we've got a little bit of interest here in this beginner Aeronavega. The stepping stone to your journey to true Roach enlightenment. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 37. And there's the GIF that I'm regretting. I'm starting to regret contributing to. I wonder how degenerate I'm gonna look when the video is done and uploaded. Okay, somebody asked for these, so somebody's gonna get these. We have 40 Uricotis Decipiens starting bid of $1. The zebra roaches. Here's a big group of well-started young guys. I'm going to give them some apple, actually. Okay, so click here. You're getting a little bit dry, and I don't have my mister here with me. It should be okay. You guys should be all right. Lots of Decipiens. Lots of Decipiens right now. Brandon says, my Aeronavega species, Florida Canyon, Arizona, had babies the other day. after thinking I wasn't going to get any. Are there any Halloween hissers? I believe there will be. I don't know if they're going to be now or after the break, but it's on the table. It's a definitive possibility, I should say. Okay, here's an X for the Dickipians. Come on, look at this beautiful roach, worthy of much praise and admiration. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Mad Dog for a steal. Let's see. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 45, though. All right, go ahead, paste that there. Mad Dog with a winning bid of 45 to Mad Dog. You outbid your congratulations. You played yourself. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, those are Yuriko's Dickipians. We have another are they? Wait a minute. No. I am a fool. Guys, we gotta run it back. Cancel that last auction. We gotta run it back, guys. These are Loboptera Dickipians, not Uricotus Dickipians. We run it again. Sorry, everybody. It's 40 Loboptera Dickipians. We do have Uricotus Dickipians coming up too, but it's 40 Loboptera Dickipians. I'm sorry. I thought I mistook these for small Dickipians, and then I realized, why is that one stripy on the side? And I realized that there were adult Dickipians in here. So we do have Uricotus Dickipians coming up in fair numbers at some point today, but this is Loboptera Dickipians. Run it again. I'm sorry, Mad Dog. Just, you did win. Maybe we can talk about that. But they are Loboptera Dickipians. Sorry, everybody. Here's an X. There's only like two things that can happen with Gyna Cappuccina and Argala Cappuccina, and Loboptera Dickipians and Uricotus Dickipians. And we hit the jackpot. All right, going once for the Loboptera. Good friend for hissers. Going twice. Sold. Two, looks like photo gallery. No wonder these were so dry. I set them up that way on purpose. Two, Fimidams with a winning bid of 27. Fimidams, is that your first win? With a winning bid of 27? That's your first win. Congrats, Fimidams, and an interesting thing to have your first win on also. Okay, blasting on through. We have a group of 30 Panchlora species. Costa Rica, starting bid $1, not yellows. Just the regular species Costa Rica, not the yellows. Regular all SPA Costa Rica. Octa King says if the zebras are coincidentally also 40 pack, I just keep those results. Also Cappuccina Patula. Yeah, well the Gyna Cap I write the species name on here, so that would just be written down as Patula. Fimidams Dimodome. Fimidams Dimodome Loboptera Dickipians. Exotic Wilderness is exporting the GIF of the Kyle Creepy Sonic copy pasta. Here's an X for these guys to get them going as we come down to our last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're down to our last 15 roaches for this segment before we take a break and return later for some after hours bidding. All right, going once on the species Costa Rica. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Mad Dog, but could be Lydia Bree. I'm gonna slice off a little apple for these guys while the deliberations happen. And it is Lydia Bree. Lydia Bree, I see, with a winning bid of 28. Or copy paste in here. 28 to Lydia Bree. Good job. You wanted some Panclora? You get them. All right. I think this is our last group of. I'm not typing this out. I'm going to copy paste it. $20 Princessia Van Weerebecki Old Cape Cod Roaches stock. Starting bid of $1. Dollarino. Dollarski. Man, I would have fun to drive on the freeway tonight to get to that store that has my special wine. That could be a little fun trip. Hopefully I don't run myself out of time if I do that, though. I don't know. Oops, we got to copy paste that to the doc as well. I'm sure Exotic Wilderness is very eager to show off the GIF to the world, the horrific creation, to much shock and much awe as well. All right, line them all up. Getting the last of these guys ready to go here, and there is some good stuff. I'm seeing some good stuff lying in the wings here, some stuff we haven't seen before, a lot of that actually. All right, X for the Princessias. The Old Cape Cod Roaches stock, Princessia Van Weerebecki, going once. Going twice. Sold. Refresh your streams, everybody. To Ectotherm Enjoyer with a winning bid of 42. We're going to just write you down as Enjoyer because we already have an Ecto or an Ectral, and I don't want to mess you guys up. So, winning bid of 42. Ectotherm Enjoyer. Bada boom, bada bing. All right, somebody was requesting these. I'm going to put them up while I go to the bathroom really quick. We have a group of 40 Paranophita lirata, starting bid of $1. Our only group of Paranophita lirata, the lyrate assassin bug mimic. And I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick and maybe grab another drink, maybe hydration. All right, let's see how our Paranophyta lyrata are doing. Into the stream finally freeze up forever for me? Let's see, did the chat freeze up? No, we're just, chat's a bit slow right now. Everybody is focusing on getting these Paranophyta, I guess. Do these do better in a drier setup? They're a dry materials, but moist corner, moist back part, and high air humidity seems to be the best for them. So they don't like to be wet consistently. They don't like to be terribly stuffy either, but they do like their high air humidity but kind of dryish materials. There's an X for the Lyrata. Exotic Wilderness seems to be in the definitive lead at the moment. And you guys look happy. You're having a good old time eating your apple. I don't know if I need to add much to that. You seem pretty cozy in there. Okay. All right, going once on the Lyrata. Going twice. Sold. To uncontested to Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 60. That's pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy in my eyes, man. That's unbelievable. Okay, we have a group of 40. Eulastoblata abortiva, starting bid of $1. And I have locality info for these. If I can just pull it up, abortiva. Near San Pedro, Texas. Edit locality. There we go. This is a delightful tiny species that takes quite a surprising amount of abuse and goes well with other species like hissers, kind of drier-ish species. I would not keep these with like a Hormetica or something like that, but for hissers, a good companion. What does it care for the vibrant cockroach, and how should I breed them? That would be sort of typical hissing cockroach hair with bark and rich organic matter substrate, but then also they like more air humidity, I think. You can't just throw them in a well-ventilated 10-gallon at 30% room humidity and expect them to do well, has been my more recent experience. They need a little bit more. Good companion for Big Torch Key. You know what? I think they could be kept with Eurycotis floridana. They're very similar in terms of their needs and their thresholds. Here's an X. Oh, wait, my chat lagged out. Apparently some people have been going for them. Good. Excellent. All right, going once on the abortiva. They call it the fragile cockroach, but it is very, very far from being fragile. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Blatto Beans, but could be Mad Dog. Let us zoom in and see. It is Blatto Beans with a winning bid of 31. 31 for what has been jokingly called the abortion cockroaches. A hilarious haha. That's funny. I didn't copy paste their information. My pacing is off, guys. You can tell I'm getting fatigued. I'm becoming fatigued. How much was it for? What did he say? 31 to Blatto Beans. Okay. All right, here's a fun one. We have a group of 30. We haven't seen these yet today. Paraspherus punctatus Macau, starting bid of $1. The punctate roly-poly roach, and the easiest, in my opinion, of all the Paraspherus out of the two that I've worked with to breed. Lydia says, hey, sorry for all the questions. I was wondering what the differences are between P. nivea and P. Costa Rica. It's possible that species Costa Rica is actually just nivea. We don't know. Panchlora taxonomy is a nightmare, as is a lot of roach taxonomy. So it's possible species Costa Rica might actually just be nivea. Might not be. I don't know. Crossing the two would give some evidence, but as far as husbandry, seem about similar. Colors and markings are very similar, but again, with Panchlora, a lot of them look the same, especially from above. You got to look at like the male subanal plates and stuff like that, and even then, there's more to it than that. So, you can use them interchangeably as far as like what you would use nivea for as a feeder or husbandry wise, etc. But the roly-poly roaches can climb smooth surfaces. They are quite good at it also. Octaking says, I have some of these from Kyle, and they're so freaking cute and fun to watch. They're just silly. Look like shiny isopods who act like roaches. Yeah, they do get up to silly antics, especially when you have a ton of them. Much better than isopods, perhaps one could make such an assertion. And do you guys need anything, my little friends? My friends. We'll give you a little bit of apple. And maybe just a little crop dusting of some dog food debris. Maybe just a little bit. And as the name suggests, they do roll up into a ball. They may not stay there forever like some isopods and pill millipedes do, but they do conglobulate. Here's an X for the Paraspherus punctatus macaw. I think that's how you pronounce it. I need to get Martin back in here because I think he told me how to pronounce it once, and it's apparently in one ear and out the other. All right, going once on the punctate roly-poly roaches. Going twice. So we're sold to Teeth with a winning bid of 75. Just again to our person named, oh my gosh. It's so awful. Okay. You can see I was doing my best to get the energy right through it. But you can tell where I was phoning it in. But then by the end, you can see I really embrace the degenerative Sonic fandom. You can tell I really get into character in like the last second of the GIF. So I think that's beautiful. We're gonna pin that. We're gonna pin that in here. And if it's in the meme den, if you could post it in the meme den, I'll also post it in the meme den as well. So the overlay of the OG good or not, yeah, I like that. It helps to drive the reference home. I like that a lot. All right, so 75 is the winning bid from Teeth. Just Teeth. Nothing more, nothing less. Not wisdom teeth, not canine teeth, just Teeth. All right, next up we have 50. Absolute cinema. And you guys paid for that. You guys bought that. You guys, it was a team effort. All of you share that sin. 50 Panchlora species, Redlands, Florida. There are some whisperings that these could be Panchlora exolita, not confirmed. I'm hesitant to put that label on them, but it is definitely distinct. Here we go. I'm gonna pin this in here. Man, the awkwardness of it all is what really makes it beautiful. And the overlay in the background, you did a great job with that too. And again, the last couple of seconds where I really get into character brings it all home. This is a paler species of Panchlora. It's one of the things that seems, and the difference in the male size compared to Nivea sets it apart from that species. But the females are very pale. It's a very pale species compared to the more richer green you see in something like Nivea and species Hobby. So, and was that, I think that photo gallery, that image is comparing Nivea to species Hobby. So I'm going to go ahead and nix that. But TJ's picture should be spot on. We're going to nix that. All right. We got some interest here. These were collected on a papaya plantation that no longer exists. They have since switched their business model. I was informed, from growing papayas to growing something else. So they clear cut all the papaya groves and got rid of all that stuff. So it's unlikely that we will be able to get these again if they are ever lost to culture. Fortunately, they seem to be pretty easy. Seeing red ... next to Panchlora. Oh yeah, that would be cool if we had a red species. Here's an X for those. And somebody asked about Princessia care. Same as other hissers, but a bit more humid. They don't seem to like, they don't seem to be as dry, not nearly as dry tolerant as Leptorhina, and they won't take that extra abuse like Gronphotorhina portentosa will. So you just got to make sure that they've got some good humidity, not wet, but enough, because they seem kind of sensitive to it. All right, going once on the Panchlora species, Redlands, Florida. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Bob Harrison, but I'm going to control R and I'm going to give a little slice of apple to these guys. It's pretty humid in here, but they'll take a fair amount of humidity. So that's all fine and space dandy with them. Or was it Tuscaloosa? Oh, species Redlands. Never mind. Thank you, photo gallery. Compounding the Panchlora issue, you can see just from looking at them above, I knew that the left was Nivea, but I thought the right was species Hobby when it was actually species Redlands. We would need to flip them over to see the subanal plates on the males to be sure. And we had an escapee from over here. All right, and the winner is Mad Dog with a winning bid of 37 to Mad Dog. Ooh, they like the addition of the apple. Good. Mad Dog. Okay, guys, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. I got some good stuff coming up. We got a group of 20 Thuria Regularis, starting bid of $1. We're going to run this one pretty fast because it's a smaller group. We're going to run it by pretty quickly here. And thank you again, Exotic Wilderness, for making the super chat goal come true. We have another meme to add to the list, along with, I sell pregnant women, Kai getting bit by the scolopendra alternans, the shocked long-haired Kyle looking down and whatnot. Is anyone else experiencing a local ladybug apocalypse? The Asiatic ladybird beetle has not been all that common in Michigan. When I was a kid, I remember being able to find them in droves. They come into the house in droves too, but at least in suburban environments, it's not like it used to be, which is good, but also makes you wonder what's up with that. Why? If we could understand why, that would be quite informative. All right, here's an X for the Thuria Regulators. Just a group of 20, everybody. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Confused Squirtle with a winning bid of 57. We're going to just put you down as Squirtle because we don't have a non-confused or paralyzed Squirtle here to my knowledge. Winning bid of 57. Squirtle. Do you guys need anything? I'll give you a little, just a little. Give him a crumb. Give him a little crumb, just in case. Okay, now one of the moments you've all been waiting for. You have a group of 40 Periplaneta americana venom, starting bid $1, also contains pure Armadillidium vulgari magic potion. Contains, not containers. So here we go. 40 of them. Starting bid $1, and you get a free colony of pure magic potion isopods with it. What can I say? I don't know exactly how many, but they lurk among them in here. It's almost impossible for me to send out venoms without some magic potions getting caught in the fray as well. Just how it is. That's just how it is on this bug of an earth. Photo gallery showing some images as well. Beautiful picture of the white eyes on the venoms there, TJ. Good photography, much better than mine. Octa King says, yeah, I grew up in Minnesota and now live in New England, and for some reason today it's like it was in 1998. Oh, okay. So you are seeing a whole bunch of them now. They're not really in my neighborhood. Or not abundantly. We do get a lot of brown marmorated stink bugs. Maybe I'll catch one and put it up for auction tomorrow. All right, here's an X for the Americana Venoms. You want it? It's yours. And you get the free magic potions. You get the Roach and the cleanup crew all in one, and I don't have to bother with separating them, and that's the best part. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 58. Hawks A1, you're just something else at this auction. It's like Beetle Pixel and Hawks A1 left and right, even beating out Chris Sniper and Plastic Animal. Plastic Animal not having the best time, a little bit stressy, depressy, lemon zesty even with regards to wins. I don't know if you've won anything or really bid on anything, to be fair also. All right, we have a crown jewel of Eurycotus floridana localities. We have Eurycotus floridana, League City, Texas, starting bid of $1. This is the smallest, matures to the smallest size of all Eurycotus floridana localities. One of my favorites because it is Quirk-chungus in that respect. And we've got quite some interest in them already. We have some floridana aficionados perking up here now that I've mentioned the smallest locality of League City, Texas, acquired completely by chance. Charlie Bug says, I have a ton of the stink bugs around recently too. I have to be careful closing my window lest I catch them in the hinge. Lucas says, last question about them, but what size enclosure would you say would be good for a Princessia long term? I have mine in a 10-gallon, but you can start them smaller and scale it up as the colony gets bigger. Do you think the fragile roach could live with Eublabrus marjora? I don't think that's a good combo. Exotic Willis says, I want one from all the states they exist in. You and me both, brother. You know when we'll be having the next break? Probably within 15 to 30 minutes. It depends on how crazy our mini boss round goes, which is coming up very soon. All right, here's an X. I don't know how to spell what is written there, but some archaic runes apparently wants the League Cities, apparently. All right. Okay, going once on the Floridana League City. Going twice. Sold. To it's showing the archaic runes on my screen, but I'm control R-ing to see what it says. It is Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 61, beating out whoever this is with the archaic runes for their thing. I don't know who that is. I've never seen them before. It might be an actual demon. Sorry if you're in the live stream and you know who you are. I've never seen that in Discord before, so I'm a little freaked out by it, a little scared. All right, I think this is a first time offering, maybe. 15 Aranavega species, Bakersfield, California, the first Aranavega to break the California Aranavega curse, the first one reliably bred in captivity from Bakersfield, California. I think those are Norse runes. So they are runes. Are they runes? Are they? Let's check on you guys. Oh yeah, you guys are looking pretty good. Couple of molts. Seems like surprisingly a lot of them are up on the paper towel. This is kind of interesting. I'll give you a little piece of doggy food. Top you guys off there. All right. Aranavega CF Nalepi. All right, that's enough of that. Here's an X. So, here you go. Anybody figure out what those runes are, or who this mysterious spirit that just visited us to bid on League City Floridana and peaced out afterwards? All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 25. Exotic Wilderness picking up some stuff in these last couple of rounds here. Winning bid of 25. Okay, our last three things before our super extra special mini boss round at the end of things with some coveted stuff, some new stuff, yada yada. Yara does. Yara, what was that? It looked like a gnat or something in this species here. Okay, we'll give you guys a little piece of that and a little piece of this. Just a happy little piece of apple. Happy apple. There you go. You guys deserve it. Okay, we have a group of it's even the same runes. Okay, thank you. 8 spiders a year helping to crack the case. 15 Darapeltis Paulinoi, starting bid of $1. Paulinoi, the ornate velvet roaches. One day we'll get back and not kill the Jinkas and Masai Maras. They're Norse, says Diana. Diana, our local Norse rune expert. And who taught you the knowledge of the arcane, Diana? Ellie Lass says, do the apples still have the peel or no? I'm afraid to feed apples because of any pesticides. Yeah, I don't really worry about that anymore. They just slap the whole thing in there. And some of these apples looking like a snack, though, to be TBH, fam. This apple looking like a bit of a snack. It might be because I'm hungry again. Chris Sniper throwing his hat in the ring. Jinka died out of culture worldwide, I'm afraid. But Masai Mara is still around, right? Probably the same species. Dinah says, oh, my friend that's really into Norse culture. All right. We'll take your word for it. We won't question you any further on that. All right. A little bit of interest in them. We'll just show them off while they're snacking away here. Something I found important or helpful with Darapeltis is reusing a chunk of the old substrate when you set them up again. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be helpful in keeping them doing their best. In EU, Masai Mara or whatever are still okay. That's good to hear. Still exist barely. Well, we're going to have to get them back again. And maybe one of these days, I will get my hands on Erythrocephala. It's been decades since I first learned about them. And the last time I had an opportunity to get them, the guy he was like, oh, I got to wait for them to breed, blah, blah. And then that was Dexter from Double D's and never went anywhere, unfortunately. Here's an X for the Polino eye. Now I'm sad, although we have two lovely, we have enough Darapeltis in culture right now, but I think they have Erythrocephala in Japan, so that's promising. That's promising. All right, going once on the Darapeltis Polino eye. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 40. Beans sliding in again here. We'll see how good you guys are at slipping in when we get to our final rounds of stuff. 40 beans. And somebody is calling me. I'll have to get to them in a bit when we are, unless it could be something important. I will be right back. Tis but my father, probably calling to check in on me. So we'll if they're watching, they'll just have to wait because we're almost done. We're down to our last 5 things. Let's get into it. Let's do a group of 40 Rhabdobladini species, Coda Kinabalu, starting bid of $1. The Malaysian, one of the, well, they're not Epilamprinae anymore. They're Rhabdobladini. And they've gone through a couple of name changes two as well. The Bornean leaf roach, Rhabdobladini species Cota Kinabalu. That picture's okay of them. I'm sure TJ's got better ones. This one's a little bit more artsy. There we go. A couple of people were very into these for a period of time. They were coveted by a few peoples, some of which are in this chat. And perhaps they've moved into other roach tastes, such as the patrician's choice of the Aranavega. So definitely the easiest Epilamprinae / Rhabdobladini to keep has been my experience. They will take crowding and abuse much better than all the other ones will, and poor husbandry and running out of leaves and all the other things that go along with that. All the other things that typically accompany such things. We're going to just give you guys a little tasty taste of that. All right, here's an X for the Rhabdobladini species, Cota Kinabalu. Before we go to our last thing before our real heavy hitters and then before our break. All right, going once on the Cota Kinabalus. Going twice. Sold. To 8 spiders a year, who we've been abbreviating as just 8 spiders. I am surprised these did not go for more. They're very cool. 8 spiders a year with a winning bid of 32. Did we already spider? Yeah, I guess it was in the old list that I had you list. It's not pulling up for this one, but it's all good. It's all good. Okay, and now our last one before our end game stuff pops up. We have 20. You used to love them until they started being a pain. Yeah, that's what I was kind of referencing. 20 Eublabrus Marajora, starting bid of $1. The Marajora's Mask cockroach, one of the holy grails of the Eublabrus, which we received, I think, 2-ish years ago. And we will now clutch them tightly as we do all of our Eublabrus species. And what a great picture from Blada Beans. A wonderful picture of Eublabrus Marajora there, showing off the Majora's Mask-esque looking pronotum markings on some individuals. the craziness. Here they are. Is chat quiet again? Have we gotten... Maybe everybody's hunkering down to get ready for the final, the big three here. The big three. Maybe. Let's see. Nope, everybody's just quiet or poised to strike on these good deals. Let's put an X here for the Eublabrus Marajora. Now, this is what I like to see. Keep it coming as we get to our final three before our break. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 81. We had no idea Beetle Pixel was interested in Eublabrus Marajora, and there he is to get them with a decisive bid. There it is, but don't rest on your laurels just yet, folks. We have our three heavy hitters. It's mid-boss time. It's mid-boss for Roach Day time, and here they come. We're bringing back another group of Eucharidia Linglong from Guizhou, China. We've got them joining the fray again. And I'm going to give them a little piece of dog food. Just a little piece of it. Maybe a couple more little crumbs of it. So we brought them back, but we've got some things I have never offered before on the horizon, the immediate horizon. Charlie Bug says I would play with the hisser I was handling. Brand said that Marajora was his favorite Eublabrus by far. Lizard Bean says when one passes, I will be making a Majora's Mask with it out of bug parts. That's crazy. Zach Willis says I'm crying in the corner because of how much I just dropped on bugs, and we're not even done with Roach Day. We're not even into everything else day. So, have you tried not jumping up the price way high? Apparently they have not. We're okay with that. It's okay if they jump it up something fierce, from my perspective, of course. All right, I can see that there's some hesitancy to get involved in this situation. We're just going to light a little bit of a fire under the butoxes here of people by putting an X to signify the countdown has begun. Pronounced like Guizhou. Okay, thank you, Brandon. Thank you for that. I appreciate such things. I just remember being taught how to pronounce shaman, and that stuck, but the Guizhou has not stuck yet. So thank you. Xiamen, China, and Guizhou, China. Thank you for that. King Campy says, exactly this. I wasn't actually being serious this morning when I said you could take a second mortgage out for this. All right. Let's wrap this up for the Linglong from Guizhou, China. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which looks like KRM2, but I'm refreshing just in case. You always know it gets a little bit cray-cray at the end here. And it is, on my screen, it shows Ocean with a winning bid of 99. Ocean with the winning bid of 99, just beating out, was that KRM2? Just beating out KRM2's 106 winning bid with 99. That very rarely does 99 win. I don't think people even usually throw it out there, so that's a first in itself. So that was really good for a mid-boss, everybody. That was some good stuff. All right. Now we're going to move on to something else. We're going to do a group of 12 Pseudoglomerus magnifica. But wait a minute. This isn't the Cuc Phuong variety. This is a group of 12 Magnifica North Vietnam Gold The first time I've offered these, my colony has finally gotten itself together, and I can offer some of them. And there's my dad calling again. I'm going to go, just in case it's an emergency. I'll be right back. No. This is the last two before I'm going to take the break. If you guys want to go to the Johnson Winery and pick me up some cheap, go to the Mike's Liquor and Johnson Winery red wine and some cheap sake, I would love that. I would really appreciate that. And yeah, if you did that, I would really love that. I can like lay down and rest for a little bit before the final rounds and stuff. Like, we're in the middle of the heavy bid right now, so I got to commit to that. So thank you if you guys are going to offer that. Thank you so much. Love you, bye. All right, I'm back. And has anything changed? Or Circa has placed a bid for 201 to one up Exotic Wilderness's 200 bid. Also Exotic 200 for Emeralds immediately after saying, man, I spent so much on bugs. Are these easy to keep? Seem to be, I think TJ has better success with these than he's had with the Kook Fuongs. I think TJ would say that they're pretty easy. Mine just took a while to get going, and maybe I screwed up with them here and there. I don't know, but they're doing pretty well right now. So they're about the same as Kook Fuongs, I guess, would maybe be the synthesis of those two viewpoints. Here is an X for the North Vietnam Golds. Circa, no, you said you weren't bidding. Circa, your financial stability. Circa. All right, here we go. We're in the countdown now. Going once. Going twice. Oh, blue. Sold. To Circa with a winning bid of 301 from Circa. Circa, your first and only win and bidding, I think, at the Bugapalooza, and it's for that. And we have a visitor. I was distracted during the countdown. Maybe that second was the whole reason why. Here he comes. Do not press anything. Do not step on my keyboard. Maybe this was fated to happen, that Baloo would come and distract. Well, yes, I love you, buddy. Hello. It's great to see you. Okay, we got a stream crasher here before our final item. We have my beloved Blueberry. He's a good Blueberry. I love him. He loves to be picked up. It's his favorite thing. He's purring. He's a big bag of the purr right now. He's a little purr. He loves being picked up. He's a good boy. He came to see me. Mwah. He's a good boy. He's out catching the chipmunks. And coming in and saying hi. He's a good boy. He's a good little boy. Mm-hmm. He's a good boy. He's not for sale also. He's definitely not for sale. He definitely is not for sale. Mm. He's a good boy. Yes. Oh, sweet boy. Maybe we have a little snacker later. Maybe we get you a little bit of the catnip. A little bit of the catnip, Baloo. Huh? You're a good boy. Yeah, it's good to see you. Mwah. All right. And that's part of my decompression ritual for the day. 100 Baloo Cat. You'd have to add probably another 3 zeros on the end of that before I would even consider. Or more, honestly. Circa is digging in the couch for quarters as we speak. And Circa says, I don't know how much that would cover, but I'll be bothering you about Carousel Card, Kyle. I mean, I wanted them. Well, you're getting them, and congratulations. And here you are. They're right there. You do have some Roach credits, too. That's helpful. Okay, and finally, Blues. He's having a little sit on the towel I have down here for where I rest the bugs that are for sale. He's having a little sit. I'm giving some scratches. Finally, we have one of the truest of the mid bosses. Oh, he's purring. You purring, little guy? Yeah. Oh, I need to pet the cat more after this. We have one nymph pair of something completely new. We have a single-sexed nymph pair of Blabberus cranifer from Tikal, Guatemala. A singular sexed pair from Tikal, Guatemala. Wild type locality of Blabberus cranifer. No, not Orin, not UCR, not Kelly Valentine, not Euro, and they are the largest cranifer I have seen. They're more on the size order of Blabberus fusca, which also makes me wonder if it's possible that black wings, I've said this before, the black wings might be a convergent feature of multiple different Blabberus species that are closely related that live in Central and South America. Do we have a pic of these guys? I'm going to have to go to iNaturalist for Blabberus cranifer. The Death's Head cockroach. Let us see. We do actually have some wild images of these guys. Here you are. They've been doing well for me. I've gotten one litter and waiting on. Seems like another one is probably right around the corner. And so we finally have some wild type cranifer for once. Here's another one from similar location. You can get from nearby. You can get an appreciation for the length of them as well, and they do look very distinct from all the captive stock of cranifer I've seen. They look very distinct from all of them. So there you have it. The showdown. Let's see if anybody dares contest Exotic Wilderness with a starting bid with the resting bid of 41. We have an X. An X is in play, everybody. That means that we are going to begin the countdown. Show us or it doesn't count. Hey, maybe that'll be the cool bug I show later. Maybe that will be the cool bug if I put another super chat thingy up. All right, going once for the cranifer from Tikal, Guatemala, a momentous, huge landmark in the roach hobby, finally getting locality Blabberus cranifer. And let me tell you, this was definitely a labor of love on part of the person who made this happen. Going once, going twice. Sold to Bug Boy with a winning bid of 51. Bug Boy getting in on Confused Squirrel. Oh my God. 51 from Bug Boy. Congratulations. You are getting some very special cranifer. I hope you treat them very well and get a gigantic colony of them going, because that will greatly benefit the entire world if you do. Not Beetle Pixel typing. All right, everybody. It's 6:10. I'm very tired. We're going to do a 2-hour break. I got to sort the roaches. I'm going to text me at, we're going to just, We are going to take a 2-hour break so I can rest up and stock up and other ups, food. And then we will be back and we will be finishing up the roaches this evening. We still got plenty of roaches to go, everybody. So get hyped, get ready for that. Obviously, there's some stuff on the promo material that has not gone up yet, so keep that in mind. And I will see you guys all. I gotta go write my little note thing actually. Oh, Mr. Bawoo, aren't you just a sweet little thing? Where'd my big Sharpie go? Oh, it's hiding over there. All right. Kyle will return at 2 hours 8:15 p.m. Eastern. More roaches, everybody, at 8:15 p.m. I'm going to lay down and shut my eyes for a bit. See how's that look. Maybe here is a better angle. The sun angle's gonna change anyways. Okay. I'll see you all at 8:15 p.m. Eastern time. It's a bit romantic in here, methinks. Oh, methinks. Society. Ooh. And that's my alarm. Here we go. So there are a bit fewer things here than I thought, but I assure you there's plenty of goodies in here still, including, as we have gotten accustomed to doing, La Grande finales. So we're going to put that stack at the back for La Grande finales, finalements. And we're going to start getting at these other guys here. Got this because we're probably going to need, some of these need a little bit of hydrating. A little bit. Some of them do, some of them don't. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, so apparently the interface just froze, and you guys could still hear me. Well, that's fine. I refreshed the stream regardless, so we are better off. Anyways, so here we are, the end of Roach Day, with a whole stack of stuff here to go through. At that, we're going to go ahead and start getting everybody here. The freaking Sonic thing. Bidding resumes. Send it to everybody. Ping everybody. Add everyone. Bidding resumes in hashtag bid central. Send. All right. So unfortunately, the store was out of my special imported wine. Oh. But they did have one of my favorite sakes, which with sake I found you go really high quality and you get good stuff, or the Gakeiken really low, cheap, inexpensive stuff I also really like. It's the second half of Roach Day. We should be fished by like 2 or 3 a.m. I won't be surprised if we're done by 10, honestly, with this group here. But we do got some good stuff coming up. I need a Red Bull. I need a 2-week all expenses paid vacation is what I need. Is really when you might pop another amphetamine. Jeez. Wait, I'm actually here for auction time to get outbid. All right. You guys are welcome. You have my permission to spam that GIF. I deserve it. I asked for it. I am going to put another goal up here. Didn't I have a goal? Didn't I have something I was going to show off if we hit something specific? I can't remember. We'll see. Deluxe bug. Okay, set a timer for 3 hours, although who knows, the stream may end by that. We have a goal for seeing a deluxe bug. 10 $2 super chats is what we got there. Locality cranny for, oh yeah, maybe we'll double up on it. My BF, excuse me, is out getting cheesecake for me. Last goal was the Sonic GIF. We reached it, and Exotic Wilderness was kind enough to make it and spam it with the original Sonic GIF in the background. Having it covering my phone screen is terrifying. I have a couple of non-bug friends I need to send that to. Actually, I'll do it before I die tonight. So All right, let's hop right in. We got a group of 40 CF Doralia species, Philippines, starting bid of $1. Get her done. Get her done. I haven't heard that in a while, unless I said it on here because it's a dated reference. It's an ancient dated reference at this point. I'm staying in this chat until actual bidding to hide from the GIF. You won't be able to hide from it. It's now part of the canon. It's going on the wiki. Hopefully there will never be I will never have an article on WikiFeet. I can say I could die happy if I die without an article on WikiFeet. So, oh man, am I tired. And the weather is not helping. It's hot and dry. It's so dry and so hot for October. It's October 4th. And it's out. The outdoors is cooked. Well, WikiFeet now is a new trust me, you guys don't want to see my feet. Maybe, actually, I don't know if they're good or not. I'm not willing to go there. Not willing to go there. We can look at roach feet all day, though. Here's an X. Ooh, that's a nice picture. TJ, that second picture you put in, I really like. Really like these guys. Seem to be higher humidity species, as many things from Southeast Asia seem to be. Or at least many things from the Philippines. The Philippines seems like the kind of place where the air humidity is constantly about 100%. From what I have been told. But Hitchinger is placing a bid. All right. As we get our feet under us, a lot of feet references I'm noticing. Me and Chris have spoke. The wiki is in fact happening. Oh my lord, with Kyle Lorne? No. What is your shoe size? Completely unrelated. Who are you, Edison? I've never seen you before. At Diana, not sure how we are going to get it to you. The Bang Energy. They're saying high 80 until Thursday. The reports I was saying was high 80 until Tuesday, but if it's until Thursday, that's crazy. I checked. I did not pack up any Archimandrita for this. My CF Tessellata are probably going to take until the end of winter. Probably by the spring auction, I should have a good colony going. But I was down to one female, and I tossed her in with some millipedes. She ended up having one more litter in her, and that's where my whole colony is coming from. So TJ says he really likes to see if Doralia. They only crashed because he let several inches of Alphatobius and Dermeses infested frass build up until they were being outcompeted. Zenmonkey says, on the bright side, Kyle, you know where to go to find trivia questions. What happened to the 40-gallon communal with them? I would assume that's a TJ question. We're going to put an X here for these guys. I do like them. I really should keep them more humid for the winter, but they did fine last year with whatever strategy I applied. So, and they seem to be pretty easy for TJ as well. All right, going once on the CF Doralia species Philippines. Going twice. Sold. Bam. Could be Mad Dog, could be Leah. So ridiculous. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 31. Mad Dog, I would, again, with how your humidity seems to be, I would keep these pretty low ventilation would be my suggestion. My professional opinion. Leah the GIF. Winning bid of 31 to Mad Dog. Some of you guys got some big piles of roaches forming out there, I have to say. Ooh, this is probably like a 40 count, but I'm not 100% sure. And we are going to give you guys a little bit of moisture. This is something very special. We have 40 Reticulatermes Arenicola, Silver Beach, Michigan. Starting bid of $1. one of the Great Lakes region's only endemic insects. There's a couple other ones, but check it out. You can even see them in the side. They've unionized, they've organized. You can pull them back to here. You can see them up to their nefarious acts of eating wood. And these are straight off what remains of the dunes on Silver Beach. 40-gallon communal with CF tessellata? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Charlie Bug said, I've been trying to get a Dynasty's Grantee. I shipped to me for weeks, and the temps around here have been 80s plus for like 3 weeks straight. Do I have any pictures? Can we find a picture of Reticulotermes arenicola? I mean, it's got reproductives and stuff in it too. You're good to go. Where is arenicola? Was it dissolved? Did they dissolve it and all the traces of it wiped from everything? So results for arenicola. Genus. Am I being gaslighted? Arenicola. There we go. Okay, arenicola is still valid. Man, I must have had it misspelled. I'm going to correct it. Arenicola. Had it spelling. All right, there we go. Arenicola. Let's see if there's any images that aren't mine. We'll just grab this image from Bold Taxonomic Systems. There you go. Of a soldier. All right, here's an X. I'm glad I'm not being gaslighted. I was about to have a panic attack. I can't take much more of this right now. It never happened, Kyle. There's nothing. There's nothing to see. I gotta get some more Reticulotermes. Everybody needs more termites, right? That's not a roach. Termites are roaches. Wasn't expecting to see a termite. Termites are roaches. Just remember that in the future, if termites ever get listed, they're just specialized cockroaches, so they go on Roach Day. All right. I already put an X. All right, going once on the Reticulotermes arenicola colony. Going twice. This has been established since 2022. Sold. Boink. To, looks like Barnacle. We're going to see. Blatto beans. Hey, the picture. That was the day we went out and found those. Blatto beans with a winning bid of $30 for these guys. A good find. And yes, that is the very picture from the very day that we went out and found that with the squad. Oh man, that brings back good memories, good times of the homies there. Me and my Slavic husband Brandon and his Slavic husband Will and our adopted Chinese child Kai. Those were the days. Few homeowners say this about the more termites. All right, who's up next here? All right, we got termite but not termite. 50 Panesthea, Angustipennis, Cognata, Laotian, the Laos ones, starting bid of $1 for these guys, the Cognata, Laos, the Laotians, the different strain. I have not seen much of a physical difference between the two, and yet I keep them separated. In that respect, we got any mantids today? No, we have no mantids, although I will be probably be putting some up for sale next weekend, though, and I should have some orchids. Tennyson says it was for Kyle. TJ had a tessellata with a bunch of other species. Oh, it was in a communal with Anodinobolus and Atopochetus millipedes. and the Otelpochetus gradually fizzled out. I'm not 100. I don't know why. Maybe they didn't like the humidity over the summer. But the Tessellata did find, and I think I did find the male or remaining Anodonoblis in there. But yeah, so thankfully, the most important thing, which was the Tessellata, survived. Man, I want to look for bugs with y'all. You guys look like absolute delight to hang out with. We've been known to be quite the squad, the Slav squad +1. It's been. I got to be honest though, we've. It's not that we don't all keep in touch and whatnot, but we all have kind of that time of our life was very different. Will has since bought a house. Will's bought a house. Brandon's moved in with his girlfriend. Kai's off doing his graduate / doctoral work, and I'm the bug man. I am a constant apparently. So let's put an X here for these guys. Oh, look at that beautiful picture of all those Panestia. It really brings me much joy. And let's see. Elsie says, can you tell me tips on CF Dorlia species? I failed with them 2 times now, and I'm not sure why, but I really love them. I'm going to look at your air humidity. I'm going to say it's probably air humidity / airflow. Probably you want to restrict it so that they don't dry out. I think that they're probably pretty sensitive to drying out in your conditions. People wanting to go on a bug trip, that could be fun. And Verberdude said, because they really are not picky and eat so much supplemental foods compared to other Panestini. We need a bug seeker meetup. Yeah, maybe we do a big one in Arizona one year or something. I could see it happening. All right, going once on the Panestia Laotian. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog 4621, actually beating out Phil D here and Love with Scales. Mad Dog. Oops, there's materials on here. Mad Dog with that dog in him winning bid of 45, beating out even the almighty Phil D. Mad Dog. And they're probably fine without supplemental food. They got plenty of wood in there. There's a giveaway. We're going to wait a little bit for that. All right, here's something cool. This is new as of this year. We're a group of 30. Parcoblata, fulvescens, Apalachicola, Florida, starting bid of $1. New locality, pure locality of Parcoblata fulvescens. This is one of the drier preferring Parcoblata species. Everyone come to Iowa. It's in the middle. Shorter trip for everyone. And I'm asking if they will. Animal Hawks asking if they have to eat hardwood, how would they do if they eat softwood? They might do okay with well-rotted softwood. Termites will eat softwood, though. Lizardbean says, I needed more termites for my giant red velvet mites. Leah says, I'd be down. It's only like 4 hours from me with respect to Iowa. And Verbiage says, my Apalachicola fulvescens are all coming out very high red, none with black abdomens yet. Kind of bummed. Might be your environmental conditions, maybe. I have a picture on my Instagram of one of them. Photo Gallery seems to have found a reasonable picture. Maybe I'll pull up the old Roach Crossing Instagram and pull up that fulvescens picture I took, because it was a very no. Let me just find my stuff. No, I can't do it on my. I don't want to log in and stuff. All right, here's an X for them. We'll wrap it up as soon as I am done tending to their needs. Okay, humidity's pretty good, so we're going to go ahead and do a little sliche of appley. We got a sliche to apple, and they're already getting aroused over that. And we're going to do a quarter of a piece of dog food, and that'll be that for them, for these guys. All right, going once on the Apalachicola fulvescens. Going twice. Sold. to Exotic Wilderness. Muscling in over Chris Sniper and Leah on these guys. Exotic boys. And Exotic Wilderness, I think you said you were going to be at the Taylor Expo, which makes my life a lot easier. 37. Exotic Wilderness. All right. Okay, we have another one of these groups coming up. We got 50 Thurio Regularis. You know, I'm not going to get tired of that. I'm going to just savor it as an interesting piece of our culture. 50 Thurio Regularis, starting bid of $1. You guys got plenty of stuff here. You got a whole piece of apple still, so we're not going to mess with that. We're not going to mess with perfection. That's going on in there. This is the Orange Domino Roach, a big old group of 50 of them. A big old herd of them, one could say. Big old herd of orange domino roaches. Behavior says, I regret contributing to that GIF. It's horrifying. It's a work of art. Zenmonkey says, all my roach colonies end up being red runner colonies. There's a shortage of those lately. People have been pestering for them. Leah is manifesting black abdomens for you, invertebrate dude. Maybe don't say that so loudly. Maybe say a little more hush-hush with the manifestations. All right, here's an X for the Thurio Regularis group of 50. 50 of them. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like D-grade hypercarry. Control R in here. Ara-ing. And it is D-grade hypercarry with a winning bid of 87 from D-grade hypercarry. My least favorite thing to write and type out, if I'm honest. D-grade hypercarry, and I will always say that. It's just got too many R's and Y's and things that hang down, you know? Okay, I got a nice brisk pace here. We have a group of 30, our only group of these. My colony, I just reset them up a couple months ago, and they're still settling in to their new enclosure. They needed it. They were in the same old enclosure for like 4 years. 30 Elliptorhina javanica, starting bid of $1. Halloween hissers, our only group of Halloween hissers up for grabs. Bob Lambert says, Red Runners, I have thousands. The general market apparently is in a dearth of them at the moment. Zen Monkey says, I can wholesale Red Runners from my free rangers. I just need to figure out how to catch them. Invertebrate Dude says, I want that BBA, beautiful black abdomen. And the occasion is this auction. It is the 2025 Bugapalooza auction. Only our second fall Bugapalooza, right? Have I done another fall Bugapalooza? So 2024 didn't do one. I must have done one. Yes, I did one in 2023. And I did one in 2022. So this is our third October Bugapalooza. Thank you for correcting me. Oh no, what have I manifested? Not gonna lie, this Bugapalooza is fierce. We've got some tasty stuff that's gone up and some good competition. We've got our Norse runes guy coming back in here trying to get some Elliptorhina javanica for some sort of Norse runic Celtic ceremony or something. All right, let's wrap it up for javanica. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is looking like Beetle Pixel, but maybe Leah or Ocean. He's Laotian. It is Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 66. Beetle Pixel, I bet you wrote an algorithm or something to figure out like the best time and way to comment to get to optimize your winnings. That's what it feels like sometimes. Everything has been meticulously optimized with respect to such things. All right, we got another group of these. We got a group of 50 Gyna starting bid of $1. Seems like you guys have woken up and we're getting some good back and forth biddings here as we're also coming to the end of Roach Day. Gotta be aware of that. Bob Lambert says, "What's the secret?" And Lydia asking the care on Erie Coast Kippings. I've only heard keep them warm and humid. They have a preferred food source. They're just in my office bug room with a bunch of piled up bark, dog food, and apples and whatnot. You can't let them crash. If they crash, they seem to have a hard time coming back. And it seems like they do well with medium enclosure humidity and medium to high air humidity. Maybe if it gets too dry, they start having problems like making well-formed ooths. So somebody says, I feel like the rune guy is haunting us. The beetle pixel snipe strikes again. The Kipian seems to be more of a humid places where it occurs, like in Puerto Rico and Costa Rica, compared to like in Prospero, which seems to be found in more dry habitats that are more seasonal shrubby, kind of more like the Florida Keys, basically. Let us see who wants some Gyna, or we got to give you guys some food for sure. Gynas are hungry. It's one of the roaches where I feel like even if the food gets moldy, they won't even think twice about eating it. They will just devour through it. Quite the ravenous genus of roaches, in my experience, which makes it great because when you feed them, you get an instant response of all the roaches coming up to eat. Call me that one president the way I keep getting sniped in these bits. Topical political references, something we don't often have here. All right, going once on the Gyna. Going twice. Sold. To Leah. Could be in Verterrarium, though. I'm going to refresh. We can't be too certain here. We don't want to jump the gun. It is Leah with a winning bid of 36. 36 to Leah. Congrats. You got something. Got a second thing. I think you've got one other thing so far. All right. Ooh, a group of these again. We had one of these earlier. We got a group of 30. Simondoa Conservarium, starting bid of $1 with a beautiful piss jar reference afterwards. This is all apparently going on the Kyle Wiki. Please try to put at least one positive thing on there about me. Charlie Bug says, hope I have the same luck if any Gynosia sculpturata show up. All right, we got a couple of other things coming up here. Got a couple of things here. Ain't no thing. Let's see. How's the humidity in here? How's the moisture? That's a sufficient moisture. You get 2 pieces of dog food, and that's your ration. Man. Confused Squirtle and Chris Sniper already off to a bold start. So much so I think I'm going to put an X and try to save everyone else from potential suffering here, just so that you don't have to gut your wallet on these guys. I guess getting into a bid war. Going once on the Conservarium. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of that 111. To Chris Sniper 111. A heavy hitter, one of the highest bids in the whole game so far. One of our highest bids. Chris Sniper, no swiping. Beautiful. Another topical meme. You love to see it. All right, if I could fumble this dog food into here. Now, why is there a little bit of moldiness? Have you've been eating the sub and not the dog food? That's very interesting. All right. When I spot Hoppy, ain't beating those Allegations. That's another one of my favorites. And just on a whim, 200 plus Pycnoscelis CF Surinamensis, probably Surinamensis, from Thailand. Starting bid $1. Here's your chance at more bladder composting and or feeders and or what have you. And what the heck of such sorts. Charlie says, pink usually isn't my color, but the light pink roaches, man, they look like living flower petals. Yeah, I see that. I can see that. Lydia Oldham, thank you, Doubles. I honestly kind of hate using supplemental heating. I keep my house cold, but if the Dickipians required it, I will do it. I just prefer not to have to add it. Yeah, I would try to get them in the high 70s if you can. You really don't need that much heat. I wish they made like a 10-watt heat bulb, or maybe like a 20 or 30 watt, just something you could give stuff just a little hot spot of, so they can congregate around it, you know. They're on the flyer. Haven't seen them. Oh yeah, we've got some stuff on the flyer that's coming up here. And need I remind you, we've got super chats pending if anybody desires to contribute to that. You don't have to though, but just saying. All right, well, we've got a little bit of interest, so we'll put an X here for these guys, the Surinamensis from Thailand, land of the Thai. And I should not have opened this up. There we go. You guys are good. You guys have phones, right? Damn. Okay. All right, going once on the Sea of Surinamensis, Thailand. Going twice. Sold. To, it's either Ocean or Leah. Control R. Ocean and Leah going back and forth, but not quite beating out some of the other heavy hitters. It is Ocean with the winning bid of 32. Ocean snatching that victory out there, winning bid of 32. Ocean. They are just packed in here like sardines. Or like roaches, maybe. All right. Crowd favorite, hopefully. We have a group of Guyana, Centurio, the Gambia, starting bid of $1. Our only locality, Guyana, Centurio, the Gambia. And there they are. Some people think these are the prettiest of the Guyana species, so go figure. TJ's hoping to travel to Thailand in April. That would be exciting. Even a 9-watt LED can make a temp difference in a small enclosure. Yeah, that's the thing is a lot of roaches, they do, especially blabberids, do just fine if they can just kind of congregate around a little source of heat. They don't mind doing that. So if you just give them just the bare minimum where they can really thermoregulate like that, a lot of them are pretty happy. So you could use a heat pad on a thermostat. You got a couple of options. The thing I like about bulbs is, it's radiation. It projects outwards. You can see visually also where the heat is being put. Aiden Sheriff says, come on, people. I'm here for the deluxe bug. Thank you, Aiden, for trying to kick them into gear. They do sell 25-watt heat lamps. Yeah, I've been decreasing the wattage of my heat lamps because as I have more and more lights and lamps going, the need for any of them to be over a certain wattage also goes down because the whole room just gets warmed up. Xavier Willis says, everyone start buying bugs from TJ so he can afford to go on his trip to Thailand and find more bugs. All right, here we go. Here's some people getting into the bidding scenarios here. We've got an X. The X is waiting there for you. And we're going to do these guys in this order. We got a giveaway coming up. We got some cool stuff coming up. All right, going once on the Centurio, the Gambia. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 62 to Beetle Pixel. If you're not crying, if you're not laughing, you're crying. Winning bid of 62. Beetle Pixel, you've got a big box coming. Again, a couple of you other folks also have very large boxes on the way. All right, here we go. This is probably 100 count, so I need to write that on here. We have a 100 count of Nocticola. Ooh, the recently described species, Vegas, from the recently described location. 100 Nocticola Vegas from University Park, Florida. Described this year by our good friends Junkai and Alan. And I think there was one other guy in the paper, but I don't think I know him personally. And look at all the monies for deluxe bugs. All right, we're on track. 4 out of 10 here, guys. We can do it. I was just thinking that exotic wilderness. I've got to come to Utah after Thailand. Utah is closer than Thailand is. TJ says, it's ironic how difficult getting to Utah is proven for me compared to traveling abroad. Me not knowing how to drive is really kicking me in the butt here. There. Yeah, you might want to do that. I'll teach you to drive, TJ. I examine drivers for a living. Oh, interesting. We've got some lore behind some people here. It's always nice to get lore from some of the viewers. It's not just all about my lore. All right, here's an X for the University Park Nocticola Vegas. As I get our next lineup of stuff ready. Going once on the Nocticola Vegas. Going twice. Sold. To Pseudoscorpions are best. With a winning bid of 45 Pseudoscorpions. There you are. I assume you're seeking food for your eponymous Pseudoscorpions with a winning bid of 45. Pseudoscorpions. Just the concept of Pseudoscorpions won them, apparently. Okay, now we have a group of 40. Leuci, Hormetica, Varicosa, U.S. hobby stock with a starting bid of $1. Just the U.S. hobby stock of Varicosa, the warty glow spot roach. And we're going to give them a little bit of a snack. There you go. 2 pieces of dog food will do you. Just a dab will do you. What was I looking at in here? Straight up, I don't have a driver's license. Come to New Jersey. A lot of talk about the complications of driving, the implications and whatnot. I can't drive because it causes me narcolepsy. I'm sure you can see how that's a problem. Also very interesting. I feel like I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here. Unfortunate because you're a bad driver or because you hate driving. TJ, also bring me back a Muay Thai coach from Thailand. What is a Muay Thai coach? Oh, the martial art. I thought it was like a snake or something. TJ, please find my ancestors and tell them I'm sorry. I don't know what to do with that, guys. I can't unpack that right now. I need to focus on getting these Varicosa auctioned off. We got an X up here. Some just something crazy going on in the chat. We've got some ancestor disgrace and some others anti-driving, anti-ancestor something. It's a lot for me right now. I'm not fully equipped to deal with these things, guys. All right, going once on the Varicosa U.S. hobby stock. Going twice. Sold. To our winner, which is Phil D, beating out Octaking and Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixel surprisingly not as crazy on top of the overbidding as usual. Octaking actually getting a leg up with Inverterrarium and Hawks AI, and Leah's also there at some point. Let me write this down. Phil D. All right. Phil D with the winning bid of 46. All right. Then next up, we have a group of 40 Leuci, Hormetica, Varicosa, Venezuela, starting bid of $1. Answer that question right off the bat. I was going to stay quiet about it, but I couldn't. I've got a drink in me. I'm a bubbly. Look at all the stuff going on here. Nocticola cannot climb smooth surfaces. Sound of nebula. Can't afford therapy. Spent it all on bugs. Same TBH fam. Same. Charlie Bug 3. Is Beetle Pixel finally running out of money? Are we free? I have reason to doubt such things. TJ says, my own ancestors are looking down on me in shame, sharing the creepy Sonic Kyle gif. And I'm surprised we have not seen the parents from Dr. Hemorrhoid. This is kind of the stuff and the time that he pops up. He may have other obligations. He may be busy. We haven't seen Dr. Hemorrhoid in the minute. All right, get all this stuff lined up here. Oh, yeah, get it all lined up just like that. There we go. That's a good lineup. That's a spicy meatball. And this is a not spicy in any way 2 pieces of bland dog food. All right. Here is an X for the Vericosa Venezuelas. Ho ho. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blatto Beans. Do I have to control R? I'm going to because that was pretty close. It's either Blatto Beans or D-grade hypercarry. We got some fierce, stiff competition tonight, let me tell you. And it is Blatto Beans. Blatto Beans beating out significant competition from Oxay 1, Mad Dog, King Campy, Bug Boy, and Beetle Pixel, and Double Z, but with the definitive 50, Blatto Beans is there. That's how we will just say that. Blatto Beans is just there, right on there, wherever that is. And we've come to the time that all of you love once more. We have a group of 12 Pseudoglomerous Magnifica Kook Fwong, starting bid of $1. Blatto Beans says, I didn't think I'd get that. Well, you thought wrong. Think again. There we are. I will await the numerous bloodshed. I thought that was the last group for Rio 140. It's the Bugapalooza. I got to pull out as many stops as possible. It wouldn't be very Palooza-y without doing such things. Now, would it? It would not be is the answer. And trust me, I am trying to... What do I have on this one? That's ridiculous what I've written on there. Whoa! That was the sound of the cup of dog food hitting the ground and scattering across the floor. Don't worry, guys. I got this. My precious food decay 9 for Lashion. Oh, my high quality, low quality dog food. How could you do this to me? All right, I've almost got every little piece. We're almost good, everybody. Crisis averted. Even got a handy little towel down here, too. That's nice. All right, what did I miss? All right, here's an X for the Kook Fwongs. Is everybody going crazy in chat? How are your Thorax Porcelana doing, by the way, Brandon says? They're rebounding. I'm hoping by the beginning of winter that I'm going to have a good number of them available. But I have to send them to some invested parties before I make significant groups available. So I thought you dropped the Magnifica. He's moaning a lot. I'm in pain. That's why. God damn it, Bobby. God dang it, Bobby. I got to wrap this up really quick. Going once. Going twice. Sold to the victor, which is Phil D with a winning bid of 267 from Phil D. 267, and the crowd goes wild. For the Kook Fongs, good job. I have a question there. We'll cool off with some 20 Aaron Vega Boliana. McAllen, Texas, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1 for these McAllen, Texases, which is Dr. Hemorrhoid's favorite locality, apparently, and you should thank your lucky stars he's not here right now. Somebody was saying, any Blabberus Parabolicus? I lost mine. I got to get him again from the only person who has them in the U.S. still, which is Brandon Maines. So I think his colony is also rebounding, so it might be a minute. Ouch, some of us are using earbuds. 267. Wow, says my beloved father, Carl Kendillion, who's currently watching. Thank you. Bolian are basically smaller Polyphaga aegyptiaca. So let's not rest on our laurels here. Let's make some good decisions. Oh, it's Baloo. Where did you come from, Baloo? Where'd you come from? You just wandered on in. He usually doesn't visit at night. He's usually out tomcatting. Hi. You want to come see? Would you like to come say hello to all the lovely people again? Mr. Baloo? Yes? You want to say hi, Mr. Baloo? Say hi, Mr. Baloo. Say hello, I'm Baloo. Mwah. There you go. Did you come to eat a piece of dog food? Did you need some trace nutrients or something? Here, have that. Get some trace nutrients. All right, going once on the Boliana. Going twice. Sold, and Baloo is on my keyboard, and Leah is the winner. Baloo, I'm sorry, buddy. I don't got any room for you. It's a full house up here. I got containers everywhere. All right, give me a second here. Let's try and maybe we can accommodate Baloo. You can make yourself really small towards the back of stuff there, Mr. Baloo. Okay, we'll move that to there. Move that up to there. We'll move this special stuff over to here. And we'll put the Baloo right there. There you go. Is that better? We'll move some apples even. We have to be accommodating. Move some apples. Move this forward. There we go. Always got to make room for Mr. Baloo. Do not nuzzle. Do not nuzzle the Tower of Cockroaches. Please do not nuzzle the Tower of Cockroaches. I beg you. Thank you. All right, Leah, you have won by Baloo-based technicality with a winning bid of 18. Good job, Leah. Good job, Baloo. All right, he's comfortable. He is comfortable. So we can continue on, and let's see. I'll show you guys. He's comfortable. There he is. He's purring quite a bit too. You having a good old time, Mr. Guy? You joining us? Good job. So, all right, here we go. The next thing we got is 30, a very nice and lively group of 30 Panchlora species, speckled, starting bid of $1. Species speckleds. One I've desperately needed to put on the site for a while, but have not, because you guys all know how it do be. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. He is getting so just settled in here and dangerously close to the roach pile. But he's a cutie. All right. And good company, too. It's nice and cozy in here now. All right, we got our special pile, special stack set up right over here. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for these species speckled pictures. Some of these do approach kind of a yellowish coloration as well, I should add. King Campy asking, what critters might make a good tub mates with Panchlora? I had Parkobladon with them at one point. Hissers. The biggest Porcellia bolivari colony I ever had was in a tank that had LLE mahoganies. Was it speckled? No, it's Panchlora species Costa Rica, and it was the Porcellia bolivari, and all three of those just thrived in that setup. So these are lame roaches nobody bid. Hilarious. All right, here's an X for the species speckled, and they are really going after that apple. They really wanted some apple. And I feel like it's a good time to do a giveaway after these guys go. Bob, we had the Nocticola just a bit ago, and we had some other smaller stuff before that. You can always contact me before the expo for me to bring some stuff in advance also. Oh, hissers can cohab with them? Yeah, again, it depends on your setup and a bunch of other factors, but I had oodles of all three of those species in that bin at one point. All right, going once on the species speckleds. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 37. Blad Beans just getting in there again. Beans woke up and is like, it's the end of Roach Day. I got to spend my money, and I want speckled Panchloras. And that's totally fine. Everybody is within their rights to want exactly such things. All right, we got a group of 25, and I think this is the only group of these. Gramphidorina, Portentosa, 1972 Cleveland Aquarium, starting bid of $1. This is also called Cleveland or Cleveland Aquarium strain. This is produces the largest adult males of all the Portentosa lines that I've worked with. And they're very hardy as well. And they came from Oren, who got them in the 80s before the original Cleveland Aquarium shut down and then was opened up as the new Cleveland Aquarium. So these are from the old version of the Cleveland Aquarium. And the Simplicity Palins have no locality information. Do you have gills not parabolicus, Kyle? Oh, yeah, I have those. I do have those. I just don't have the Blabberus species parabolicus Europe, blah, blah, blah. Leah says, I really like my Panchlora nivea. They are quite delightful. It's, again, nifty that we have a green introduced wild cockroach in the U.S. It's just a nice little bit of flash of tropical flair, kind of like the pseudomops are. Beep Boop says, of course they're hardy. They're from Cleveland. Ha ha. Cue the laugh track. All right. Chris Sniper wants them. Some other people want them. This is the stock that my giant project is out of. It's from the Cleveland stock. And actually, LLE Mahogany is also out of the Cleveland stock too. So we didn't have the UCR stock until 2022. All right, going once on the 1972 Cleveland Aquarium stock, Gramphidorina portentosa. Going twice. Sold. Two, it's either Leah or D-grade hypercarry, depending on how you slice it. Let's see what happens. It's Leah. Leah coming through with a winning bid of 56. Must have been at the last second. Leah winning bid of 56 for this very important line of Gramphidorina portentosa. And Baloo's grooming now. All is right with the world. Okay, we have these guys, 30 Arena Vega species, CF Tonkawa, stock supposedly from University of San Angelo, but the guy who got them going wasn't really sure what he was talking about. Starting bid of $1. These are sold as Arena Vega CF Tonkawa Aranavega species San Angelo, and they're apparently not actually from the university. They were bred by somebody at the University of San Angelo, but there's no University of San Angelo, so we don't know what university they actually came from. But I have them going anyways in case we ever somehow get clarification on that. Alan knows more, or probably remembers more than I do about this strain because he's the one who originally sourced them. But is just another, appears to be another Tonkawa or Tonkawa-esque strain. So if you missed the near San Antonio, this is another one. And yes, they do look like Tonkawa, although who knows, maybe worth another look-see into. Just remind me about that, TJ. We'll put an X here. And if somebody wants to get them for a steal, you can get them for a steal. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Hawks A1 with a winning bid of 14. Get a move on. Get a moving on. Hawks A1, 14. Okay. Thank you, Baloo. He just pushed the cup over to me. Thank you. He knows his name. You can call him. If he's outside and he's within earshot, he'll come see you if you say his name because he's a good little kitty. He's a good little kitty, and his paws are on the roach stack. You are cute enough to get away with such things. All right, 40 Uricotus Decipiens. Here we go. We have actual Decipiens now. Starting bid of $1. They're here. They're finally here, and they're performing for you. If you know the words, you should bid on them. If you know what they are, you should bid on them too. Here we go. Big old group of Decipiens here. Good sizes, good mix of sizes. And I did, in fact, just put some dog food in. So that's what they're doing. What they're getting ready to schmove on over to. All right. Oh, a beautiful picture from TJ. Absolutely gorgeous. Here is an X for them. Ha ha ha. Is there one more group of them? I feel like there should be one more group. Yeah, there's one more group of them in the stacks yet to come up. So, all right, going once. Did I put an X? Yeah. Going twice. Sold. Shizumi. To Lydia Bree with a winning bid of 65. Lydia, you got them. You don't have to wonder anymore. They're right there. Winning bid of 65 to Lydia Bree. And I got to copy paste them. Got to do some copy paste action. 65 to Lydia Bree. All right. We really are making some good pace through here. We're down to our... Oh, we got to do a giveaway. We have a giveaway for 15. Giveaway for 15 Perispherus punctatus Macau. And the question is... How many cans of alcoholic beverages have I drank over the whole October 2025 Bugapalooza? And the winner is LC. LC is the winner. I have had 3 over the whole thing. I had 2 yesterday, and 1 today. So we were at a total of only 3, surprisingly, today. Watch out. Wait, I said 3 first. It shows on mine, it shows LC, and I have to go what it shows on mine. I'll copy and paste it into the bid channel so everybody can see. And I have to go by what it shows on mine because when I go back and check the records, it's going to show what I'm seeing right now in the stream interface. So on mine, it shows up as LC. Anyway, so congratulations, LC. Let's see, what do you guys need? We'll give you a little piece of apple, just a little something, a little recharge for you guys. No, you can get down in there. And then we'll give you a little bit of the dog food. Just a little bit of hair of the dog, food of the dog, same thing. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Bam. Oh, no escapees. There we go. All right. There we have it. Into the records it goes for, whoa, 15P punctatus. Yoink. All right, perfect. On we go. We are down to our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Last 20 roaches. Last 20 roaches, everybody. So let's dive into something special with 15 Hormetica species, Boyacha Columbia. Starting bid of $1. Quickly rising the ranks to be one of my favorite roaches. They've just got a beautiful color palette. They've been pretty easy. It's a high humidity species with lots of good organic matter available. Have really won me over. I'm really liking these guys. And at the moment, they're doing better for me than my Stromosa are, although they're both of them are actually doing pretty well. And I have a conspiracy theory. About Hormetica and Leuchihormetica, and I need to see what molecular work and stuff has been done, but I'm wondering if Leuchihormetica is polyphyletic, and if the spots are a poor indicator of actual taxonomic relations, and if it's possible that the basal species in the clade had the spots and a bunch of species ended up losing them, but some of them retained them. TJ says, in my opinion, the two genres should be synonymized. My evidence for this, and it's anecdotal evidence, but Subcincta and Varicosa can hybridize, and they're very similar in terms of what conditions they will reproduce under. Both of them will take very, very well ventilated dry conditions, but Leuchihormetica grossi and Hormetica stromosa and species Boyacha all want high humidity. They don't have adaptations to deal with lower humidity, it would seem. They're probably all from very high humidity environments. And I'm wondering if that is actually more indicative of taxonomic closeness. It's not the best argument, but it raises the question of whether the assumption that all of the spotted pronotum species in this clade are actually each other's closest relatives, or if the pronotum spots are actually basal to that clade, and a bunch of members of it secondarily lost them. From some work with line breeding hissers, I've noticed that as I've selected for different body colorations and whatnot, you do start to see two areas on the pronotum in almost the same place as they are in Leuchihormetica starting to form as you select for these lighter and lighter hisser individuals. And I really wonder, again, if there's something going on like that. It's also possible that the other assumption is that again, that all the glow spot roaches are in a clade, but it's also possible that the spots independently emerge multiple times from similar characteristics in that genus. And of course, the thing that's going to give us the smoking gun is molecular work. So that's my little rant on these. Morphologic features are what we use in paleontology, so that's all we should use for modern species. No generic work. Morphology is king. All right, here's an X for these guys. Where's the good pictures? Photo gallery. Where's the picture showing the beautiful red on the male's pronotum? Do I have to actually log into my Instagram? Hermetica boyacha. Ty probably won't care if I use his image. Unless somebody can access my Instagram easier than I can. Actually, I don't like this picture. It's very grainy. A bit of a rut. Oh, this looks like a TJ image. We'll just yoink that. We got to do TJ stuff tonight. That's right. We got to do some TJ roaches. We got to go through about 9 of those. Thank you, Photo Gallery. Again, absolutely beautiful. These have really grown on me over time. All right, we have the X, so we'll start the countdown. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which could be D-grade hypercarry. I'm going to control R, though, because I don't think so. Sold to whoever posted before that, which is Confused Squirtle. With a winning bid of 60 to Squirtle. Confused Squirtle. Didn't see that coming. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to finish up my Roach Towers, and then we're going to move into TJ stuff, and then we're going to do the zingers, the end of everything. Also, a reminder, we have a super chat pending with a 2-hour countdown still on it if you want to see Deluxe Bug on the table. All right. We have our last group, and I'm going to go get another alcoholic beverage, of 40 Uricotis Decipiens, starting bid of $1. Our last group of zebra roaches up for grabs at the October 2025 Bugapalooza. It is going to be, and it has already been, a Bugapalooza. Hi, Baloo. Hey. What? They're just reaching out? Huh? You're stretching out and almost destroying my stuff, huh? Yeah? You cute little thing? I don't want to play right now. I don't want to play. I just want to give love. I want to give love. There we go. Face pats. All right. It is drinky time. I will return. That did not sound good. Hello. I heard something hit the ground. He threw my knife. Oh. Cat attack. Still doesn't beat H. Stramosa, in my opinion. You can have that opinion. But above all, now we have a Parahormetica, which I will hopefully be receiving within the coming weeks. A Parahormetica. Truly something I did not imagine would be available in any reasonable amount of time. And yet here they are on their way, hopefully. Thank you to all you brazen roach folks out there. Zach Willis says, I call dibs. I call dibs. I want a huge colony of those and then make them available to everybody. All right, here's the X for the last group of Uricotis Decipiens as I eyeball them eating their paper towel. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel, getting into the Uricotis game with a winning bid of 66. Execute Roach order 66. Cue the GIF, cue the GIF. Somebody cue the GIF. Somebody do it. Come on. Yeah, we wanted it so bad. We got to use it all over the place constantly without any stop or tact. What's this? Well, we can spread things. We got another giveaway here. All right, let's do some of these guys. We got a group of 40 Blatty species, Mount Kilimanjaro, Tanzania. Starting bid of $1 African bullets. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for doing the Lord's work, the Antichrist's work, by posting that cursed, beautifully cursed GIF. All right, African bullets up for grabs. Zyro says, I've been the Hormetica glazer since day one. When are we getting Parahormetica? I literally just said we're getting Parahormetica. I would, was it the like I wish I could find a guy like this. Hey, not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm literally the guy in the picture. And where did ours come from? Can't remember. Brazil, I think. I think the Parahormetica that's around is out of Brazil, if I recall correctly. How many species are on the iNaturalist? Let's see. Bilobata, Chica tricosa, or Sica tricosa, Monticalis, and Museo Nacional. That sounds like there was a conflict of interest in the naming of that species, maybe. Is that the one we have? They just look so weird. They've got like Labradura colors. A lot of them do. And yet I still love them. And their wings are just so weirdly spaced, and just I love them a lot. They're so weird. They just kind of look almost like an abomination. They look like a roach that mismolted, honestly. But they're still really cool, you know? I guess that I said Madagascar earlier. I wouldn't mind going somewhere where I could be guaranteed to find a ton of all the Hormeticas. They're basically like New World hissers morphologically, and they got the horns and dimorphism and all that stuff, just not quite as large. So Parahormetica is endemic to Brazil. Well, we have the exact location they were found, so that's the important detail. We can always figure out what they are, backtracking from there. All right, we have the X for the Blatty species Tanzania. I suspect they're probably, we had a figure that lined up pretty well with Neostylopiga propinqua. I think they're closely related to Neostylopiga based on the defensive secretions, but ultimately it seems they're likely a Heberdina, is my suggestion, or something more closely related to Heberdina. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To JFL80 with a winning bid of 36. JFL80 popping up to put in the winning bid of 36 and claim the African bullets. He took the bullet. He took one for the team here, getting the African bullets. Haha, that's a funny haha moment. All right. Next up, we have one of my favorite Aeronavegas. Put it in the wiki. 30 from the place I first ever heard silence. Aeronavega species Animas, New Mexico. Starting bid of $1. I think TJ has gotten a semi-tentative ID. I think we thought they were 10x, and then TJ thought they weren't 10x. And now Alan went to Animas and he found another species of Aeronavega from down the road. So I don't know what to tell you guys, but I just know these were collected maybe within a mile down the road into the wilderness from the only gas station in Animas. Are we getting Panchlora regalis soon? I have a feeling we're probably not, but keep your hopes up. That is a very beautiful roach. Oh, it's got blue spots. You could selectively breed that. Oh, come on. Where are they found? iNaturalist, show me. I need to know. Regalis. 5 observations from French Guiana. All right. Maybe somebody scurry on over to French Guiana and do that. How Bad you on Bionoblata diabolus. I've never heard of them. That is a crazy freaking looking roach. Where is that from? What is that thing? That from the Panama or Pantanal from the Panama from the Pantanal? Of course, it's from Brazil, but of course, just stop it already. This is balanced out by the fact that going to find some of these things puts you at all kinds of risks. Beep Boop asks, which Hormeticas look the most like they're wearing a little jacket? Because those are the ones I want. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that question. I guess the Boyachas look like they've got like a nice leather jacket they put on, maybe more like those fluffy shawl kind of things that like women are sometimes depicted wearing, the like fur coat kind of looking ones. Here's an X for the Animas guys. The ones where the first time we collected them, we fried one of them just looking at it in the vial, in the collection vial. Sometimes it do be like that. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Exotic Wilderness is pretty far ahead of the pack with a winning bid of 35. Let's double check though. It is. It is Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 35. Holy moly. That settles that one then. We got this other giveaway coming up here. All right. I think this is probably, we're just going to say it's that many in here. And we're going to do a real quick tuck and roll with replacing this apple, because doing anything other than that puts us at risk with this very small and day active species in a dark room with 1 or 2 sources of light. Okay, perfect. We have a group of 50 Hemithyrsoceras paleata, starting bid of $1. Hemithyrsoceras paleata, $1 starting bid, as it's starting to get a little vacant over here. Getting a little vacant. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for a beautiful picture. Probably another good co-housing roach for hissers and whatnot. Any Bionoblata are also Brazil endemics. Both those countries also have the blue panchlora. Sounds like we need some people with initiative and with Portuguese or Spanish as their second, and or French as their third, fourth languages to go down there and see what can be wrought. So Zemwiki says, I think Exotic Wilderness is buying more than me this time around. Instead of sending drugs, they can send roaches. Packing these is a nightmare, says Phil. For me, I hustle. Like I grab the thing of the substrate and just put it into the shipping container, and there you go. You could construe these to be a micro roach. The nymphs hatch out like what, 1 or 2 millimeters in size? Ridiculously crazy. And to think we struggle with them so long. The key is they seem to like it drier than you would think. They're drier. They definitely take it a lot drier than Vittata will, in my experience. It's been getting almost dangerously dry in their enclosure this summer, but they've been fine as long as they have the fruit jelly to sup from, as they say. All right, going once on the Paleata, cloaked sun roach. Going twice. Sold. To 8 spiders a year with a definitive winning bid of 44. To 8 spiders a year. I just love how easy it is to pack the stuff this way. It's going to be so grooving and smoothing and smoothing. All right, something extra special to me. We have a group of, it's been a long time since I've had this species available, 20 Euthlastoblata species, Tallahassee, Florida, starting bid of $1. The Southern Bell Roach. These were a find at a random rest stop that we stopped at in Tallahassee. It was one of my targets on the Florida trip, but we didn't have much luck finding them at the places we were supposed to be finding them and looking for them. But then we just happened across them at this random rest stop in Tallahassee, and they've done really, really well, enough that I have an overabundance, and I am happy to share them with anybody else. This is not an easy roach species, I can tell you that much. It's harder than Euthlasta diaphana as well. And me, Alan, and TJ, and I'm not sure if there's many other people who we've even set them to work with or anything. We have had inconsistent results over time, but I think we're figuring them out and getting a little bit better now. Monachota laticollis. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long. I was saying Monachota laticollis. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Now, if I think back to the yeast oldenest days of roaches, I swear somebody had these in culture or was working with them, but not anymore. It was a long time ago. Very whispers of it as well back then. Tallahassee is where dreams go to die, unless your dreams are finding cool bugs. Every time you say keep something drier, it's something I keep super humid. Well, it depends on how your house is too. That's the other thing. Hey, don't wee me. The ones I have right now are my first time getting them from a different locality, Miramar, I think. And they're doing great first try. Good. We'll see what happens in winter and over time. That's why what I'm actually going to be doing is all of these ectobioid roaches that I keep having fluctuating results with, I'm saying, screw it. They're going in a 10-gallon. I'm going to give you every single option of microhabitat and food and everything else like that. And you're going to persist so that this nonsense of possibly losing you doesn't happen anymore. And this is one of those species because I really, really, really like these Southern Bells. The first time finding that nymph in the wild in Lake Placid was a magical experience. And this time, I have to share the story behind these. Yeah, species Everglades are a real pain. I'm down to 15 in the old enclosure of them, and they're going in their own full 10-gallon tank, and I'm doing my best to keep them alive. The good news is I got specimens of males to Kai and ethanol, and he's going to do sequencing on these and diaphana and all that stuff and abortiva and try to sort out that clade and see what's going on there. So, all right. Do we have a picture of the Southern Bell Roach? TJ, do you have pictures of this Euthlastoblata? It's one of my. Also, these are almost certainly undescribed. I forgot to mention that. Another important detail. And I'm hoping that if they do get described and if Kai does it, that the Latin name is either named after one of us in our little collecting group or it's given the literal transliteration to Southern Bell. Euthlastoblata. You got so many care things here, TJ. It's wonderful. Species Everglades. Species Miramar. All right, let's scroll down and find it. Somebody's going to have already found this, I'm sure. Where's the pictures of the nymphs? All there are the adults. It's the nymphs that are the prettiest. No. The nymphs are gorgeous. Just as... Do I have a picture of a nymph? Southern Bell. Nope. I don't have any pictures. Do I? Nope. But I think in the running for one of North America's, for one of the continental United States' most beautiful native roaches, it's got to be these guys. The nymphs, especially subadults, are just beautiful. Unfortunately, they lose a lot of that appeal once they're mature, but you just got to believe me, guys. They are very beautiful. Clarification, right now we are big on invertebrate dunes items. No, that's later. That will come with a whole preface to it. These are mine. They are physically right here in this deli cup. Here's an X. Also, TJ, I suspect that Jorg's big bins his room is probably very dry. Also, is another factor. Aiden S. wanting to see those precious deluxe bugs. We have about an hour and a half left for that. Inverterarium, yes, there will be some Grylus tomorrow. And that seems to be everything in chat. So we're going to finally wrap up the Southern Bells. I wish I had a picture of a nymph somewhere. Maybe Alan does. They're so beautiful. They're just cream, black, and brown, but it's a beautiful combination. It's so ornate, and I fawn over them. I fawn over them in one of my old blog posts. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Octa King with a winning bid of 40. Octa King, you are taking on a mantle with these guys. Again, this clade of Florida, Alabama, etc. Euthlastoblata has not been the easiest in my experience to keep going long term. I guess I am getting out there in terms of how many gens I've had the Everglades ones for, but it's a struggle sometimes. What is this? What's this? Ooh, I get to show off my Chinese. And we put a piece of dog food in with you. And we're not going to let you run off. You get to go back into the container. And what was that? And we're going to put you in the piece of apple in the container. We're going to close it. Everybody's going to be happy. Okay, we have... Are these the Waffle House roaches? You're in the ER right now because they are my new weird... Why are you in the ER? And they are not Waffle House roaches, unfortunately. It's isopods, Waffle House isopods. We have 100 Blatella pirilis shaman China, starting bid of $1. Believed to be very closely related to or the same species as the little penguin roaches, so they do make an excellent feeder. I lean on them very heavily for feeding my mantids. So any more Aranavega coming up? Not sure. We're getting down to the wire in roach crossing stuff here. In fact, after this, we've only got 7 more roach crossing items, then a TJ break, and then we are down to our last 6 roach crossing items. But right now, if you want some Blatella pirilis shaman China, here's your opportunity. Did I miss Polyphagus sinensis? No, I didn't have any of those up for grabs. In the spring auction, and maybe over the winter I will, though, actually. All right, here's an X. Blatella pirilis, not a household pest. If they were, my house would be infested by now by the number of these and little penguins that have gotten loose in my house. So they are not a household pest. And also, they don't seem to fly. I can't promise they won't fly, but they don't seem to fly. They have kind of like normal size wings, but they just don't seem capable of the flyy bit. So going once. Going twice. Sold. To OG Original Gecko with a winning bid of 25. All right, you got yourselves a good new feeder roach. All right, we have another group of African bullets coming up here. Let me just grab that information. African bullets for me this last year and a half, 2 years are just out of control. They're more abundant than ever before in my entire time of keeping them. And I love it. We love it. The Glomerus postuli can go with O subcarshi, right? Yes, I have been keeping them together. They've been breeding together. I don't know, just keep an eye out on things for the long term, like the long game of 2+ years, see how things develop over that. But I can at least say my postulatus and my subcarshi bred together. They've been together since mid to late February, and everything's been going good. I'm satisfied with how things are going in there. Perilous care, dry with a moisture source, dry, well ventilated, like full top ventilation, dry, moist corner. Always have a fruit jelly available, cup of dog food, etc. And that's about it. They're pretty easy pleasers as long as they've got good ventilation. They don't dry out completely. All right, here's an X. If you want some African bullets, they're right there. They're waiting for you. They're ready and willing. And then we get into the final hours of the Roach Crossing Roach Day of the Bugapalooza, October 2025. All right, going once on the African bullets. Going twice. Sold. To the victor, which is Barnacle, with a winning bid of 31 to Barnacle. Barnacle. Oh, that is a loose Hemithyrsospora paleata adult. That's what is going around. Well, that probably won't cause any problems or be pertinent to the plot later, right? Barnacle 31, winning bid of 31 on the Blatidae species. Okay, we do have another giveaway coming up. Oh, sorry guys, I lied. We have one more group of Cleveland Aquarium hissers. I fibbed. I five-got everybody with my forehead. We have another group of 25 Cleveland Aquarium hissers. Produces the largest males of all of the Portentosa lines. Charlie Bug says, the African bullets tempt me also. Like the stream, everybody. Like the stream. Super chat if you want to see deluxe bugs this evening. Super chat. Hit it up. Do it. Okay, what else we got going on here? We got to feed you guys with some dog food, some Doge food. Feed you guys some Dogecoin to the moon. Ugandanas. Oh, I just spoiled something. I just spoiled the next roach. Whoopsies. My bad. I'm such a silly little guy. Oh yeah, we got some good stuff left. Oh yeah, this is the spice. 100% the spice, and the spice is nice. Got a couple Caridiids left here. Oh yeah, and then our giveaway, and then our deluxe grand finale. Okay, here's the X for the 1972 Cleveland Aquarium Gramphidorina portentosa. For wrapping it up, let's see anybody saying anything in here. Gotta check out Eushelferdia. I did like those a lot. Those are really cool. Those would get thrown around early in the early days of the roach hobby. People would be like, check out this cool roach. Owen Johns, have all the mahoganies of the Bugapalooza been sold already? Yes, we are down to our last couple of Kyle items, and we're getting to TJ stuff in a few. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To D Great Hyper Carry. Winning bid of 50 to D Great Hyper Carry. Carrying my inability to live at this moment with all the writing I have to do and the weird letters that I feel they are when I write out your name. All right, we have 30, a first time offering perhaps. Heberdina Ugandana, starting bid of $1. First time offering here. And what do you know? Photo Gallery had it queued up already. Again, I think that these are related to the African bullets, either the same genus or a sister genus. And they can be raised almost exclusively on wood and dog food. Keep it coming. Luxury first class deluxe bugs. Barnacle has donated $3 to see deluxe bugs. Thank you so much. We only need 4 more to see some deluxe bugs, or a deluxe bug at least. Usambra Mountains, Tanzania. Are we sure on that? Because there's the other one, the other Heberdina. If that's what TJ says they are, that's what they are for these Heberdina Ugandana. Thank you. If that is TJ, if you are gracing us with your presence of telling me what these are, because they did come from you. So there's that. Or they came from Brandon. I can't think right now. It's this. But the two of you, the stuff usually goes back and forth. So your Somber Mountains, Tanzania, according to TJ. All right. So that's the locality information. Here's an X for your exotic bladdids. We've had an uptick in the number of bladdids we've had in culture. That's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool, at least. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 32. Mad Dog, I will caution you again to keep these either lower ventilation or higher humidity or something. Figure it out so they don't dry out. Winning bid of 32 to Mad Dog. Barking like a junkyard dog over here. Okay. Here we go. We've got the Caridiid Super Special. Caridiid Super Special to round out the end of the regular roaches, part of the auction. 50 Argala species Borneo, formerly Pelosa. TJ says, yes, that is the locality info. I was the one whom facilitated their arrival here in the States. Low vent, high humidity is how I got mine going. It seems a lot of bladdids have a difficult time staying humid if conditions are too dry. Their cuticle, for a lot of them, with some exceptions, like polyzosterines and whatnot, seems, and even some polyzosterines are moisture sensitive, like Uricotis opaca. Seems very sensitive to desiccation, and that the results of that desiccation can sometimes be systemic and irreversible, which is why I think sometimes people's colonies of Derapeltis and Uricotis and whatnot fail sometimes. So stuff like Uricotis floridana seems to be an oddball in how much dryness they can take. That's probably a testament, or was probably very important in them colonizing the entire Florida peninsula and then some, is probably their desiccation tolerance, which is probably very strongly selected for in them over other Uricotis, which come from much more humid places. All right, here's an X for the big black beetle mimics. And I can even search up the next thing we're putting up here. Haha. And get that going. All right, going once on the big black beetle mimics. Going twice. Sold. Looks like Catskill Cresties. Let's see though. I don't know why it bumped me all the way back up to there. It's Bobber. Bobber with a winning bid of 33. Bobber beating out Catskill Cresties on my screen. Winning bid of 33 for these. Formerly Pelosas. A very good deal to Bobber, not to be confused with Bob or Bob Harrison. Important distinctions. Okay, now we have our last group of 50 Theria pediveriana, the domino roaches. I went on my rant earlier about the situation with these and its complexities, but here they are again. Here's a big group, our last big group of domino roaches of the Matt K stock variety. So get them while you can, because we have one more thing after this, and then a giveaway, and then we're on to TJ stuff, and then we're in the absolute lastest finalist stretch with some carefully curated final things going on. The last 6 things after this, after these caridiids and then a giveaway. All right, here is an X while I contemplate trivia. I have one. All right, going once on the Thuria group. Going twice. Sold. To Small Gwenny with a winning bid of 55 to Small Gwenny. Right before D Great Hypercarrier and right after Lydia, Small Gwenny. Congratulations on that. Somebody's seeing some killer deals on these Thuria groups lately. I tell you what. And speaking of which, that paves the way for our final Thuria group. Final Caridiid, I think, in my stuff. 50 Thuria regularis. The orange domino roaches. 50 of them for $1. Starting bid. Our last group of these as well. Then we'll go on to a giveaway, and then we've got some nice stuff coming in from TJ up for grabs, which I will put the terms of that. TJ stuff ships separate from mine. You pay him all that stuff. I'm just getting him some fun so he can go do fun bug stuff and all the things that we very much so love and cherish him for in this big old bug hobby. All right, that's enough waiting. I'm impatient. Here's an X for the Thuria regularis. So no guy.